Good morning, Cirque, and good morning to everyone on the live stream for the New South Wales Rainbow Regatta. We're off in our first race of the day, and with the races underway for the para five. There are two races actually in this one. I'll cross to that in a minute, but first let's do introductions. I'm Kath, joining you from the commentary box. It's not working. And I'm here with Sam. Sam Boland is in the commentary box with me. Good morning, Sam.
Morning, Kath. Morning, everyone. Great to be with you here for the Reindeer Regatta, most festive event of the Rowing New South Wales calendar. And we're leading it off with the para single just underway, just coming up to the 250, close to 40 seconds. In lane 2 for this race, we've got the University of Queensland's Mac Russell. Lane 5 is Community, represented by Bronte Marshall. In lane 6, we've got University of Queensland's Kaylee Mitchell. Lane 7, Community, Lauren Webber. In lane 8, Community, Eleanor Taylor.
I don't think so. Can we just get a check on the commentary if it can be heard in the grandstand? So it looks like Bronte Marshall is very comfortably taking at least a boat's lead now over lane 6, the University of Queensland's Kaylee Mitchell. And Bronte looks like she's really got control of this race. Beautiful even strokes. Her blade work is really close to the water, and she looks to be having a really comfortable race out there. So Bronte Marshall there has taken a really nice lead against her nearest competitor in lane 6, Kaylee Mitchell. And she seems to be really in the centre of her lane there. She really knows where she is on the course, setting the tempo, moving out ahead there. She's pulled away very comfortably from Kaylee Mitchell. We're just having a little bit of trouble on the on giving you some actual figures because looks like some of the volunteers aren't yet in their huts. They'll be University of Queensland crossing the 1,000-metre line at 3 minutes 59 seconds, followed by Community 4 and the University of Queensland's Kaylee Mitchell now in third. So in race 1 of the para, there are 2 races here. In lane 2, we've got the University of Queensland's Mac Russell is out in front from lane 5, Community 4, Bronte Marshall. And then in third, lane 6 is Kaylee Mitchell from the University of Queensland. And Communities 1 and 2 rowers of Lauren Webber and Eleanor Taylor in lanes 7 and 8 are currently in 4th and 5th position. And of course, para rowing provides the opportunity for a wide range of athletes with physical and intellectual impairments to compete in a very inclusive environment. And in Australia, there are 3 classifications for para rowing, and they closely match the international para rowing classifications. Today's race is the PR3 category. And they're lining up now in race 2, the women's under-17 coxed quad scull. This is Division 1. It's a 2,000 metre race. They're at the starting blocks at the moment. The starters just getting a line on these athletes. This is a coxed quad scull race. We've got 2 scratchings in this race. Lane 2 Glebe team are not joining us today, as are Lane 6 North Sydney girls also scratched. So we'll bring you race 2 in a moment. Over in the far lane, on the far side of the course, is the Mossman 1 group of Lottie Rajastine, Tanya Hornby, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, with Alexandra Pearson as the cox. In lane 3, Mossman's Emily Plowman, Anna McLean, Elizabeth Kerr, Arabella Turner-Smith, Amelie Kempter-Massey as the cox. And also Mossman putting up another 2 crews in this race. Lane 4, Alice Stringer, Chloe Benfield, Acalia Robinson and Matilda Gilmore, with Abigail Walsh the cox.
Just pause from the lane identifications for a minute there. Coming up to the finish line now, we've got Mac Russell coming in first place from the University of Queensland in the men's para single scull. Mac's really rating it up as he comes through the finish line, and he'll finish first in the men's para single.
What a stellar effort. He came home there like a steam train, Sam, to finish that race. He looks pretty spent, but what a fantastic effort. Coming back to race 2, the women's under-17 coxed quad scull. In the middle 3 lanes, 3, 4 and 5, we've got the Mossman crews. We're up to lane 5 is the Mossman 2 crew of Selena Panetta, Erica Nutt, Lola Balmain and Frida Kirkham, with Chloe Lane as the cox.
Now it looks like we've got a close finish for the women's para single coming up. It looks to be lanes 5 and 6. That's Bronte Marshall of Community and Kaylee Mitchell of the University of Queensland. Really starting to bring that stroke rate up as they come into the last few metres. It looks to be lane 6, Kaylee Mitchell with a slight canvas lead, but it's going to be real close coming through the finish here.
Look, she's starting to lift and it's going to be really close. You're absolutely right. From this angle, it's very clear that Kaylee Mitchell has taken this race over the top of Bronte Marshall. Well done.
Coming through the finish line now in the women's para single in lane 7 is Lauren Webber of Community. Strong finish for her there.
And just finishing the lineup for race 2, in lane 7 we've got Sydney's Matilda McConis, Maddie Wellahan, Xenia Palmer, Heidi Heap with Sophia Kelleher in the Cox seat. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Newcastle Grammar's Sadie Smart, Roxana Brown, Annabelle McKenzie and Molly Boyle, coxed by Claudia Wills.
And finishing up the women's parasingle, coming through strongly in lane 8 is Eleanor Taylor of Community. Comes through the finish line and finishes 4th in the women's parasingle.
Yeah, so para rowing races, they're held in the single and the double scull division, and at national championships, para rowing double scull races must be raced by 2 para rowers of the opposite gender. So it's quite interesting that there can be combination of para rowers of either gender, and Australia's really integrated this sport into the highest performance levels within Rowing Australia, with 2008 Beijing Paralympics being the first Paralympic sport showing. It gives all rowers the opportunity to achieve at the very highest level.
Just underway in race 2 now as well. They've come through the 1,000 metres. That's the women's under 17 quad sculls. At the 1,000 metre mark in first place, it's the Mussman 1 crew. Second place, Sydney Rowing Club. In third is Mussman 2. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar. And in 5th and 6th, it's the Mussman 3 and 4 crews.
So it looks to be fairly tight between the first and second place there, Sam, but the Mossman 2 crew in third place are a good 12 seconds behind the leaders at the 1,000 metre.
It also looks like we've got our first Christmas-themed boat decorations of the day coming down the course in the women's quad here, so that'll be exciting to see for everyone in person as we approach the 2,000 metre mark.
You got to
We're going to send it down to the podium now for the presentation for the men's and women's para-single scull. Taking out the men's para-single scull in lane 2 was the University of Queensland's Mac Russell. And in the women's para-single scull, taking that out was the University of Queensland's Kaylee Mitchell.
So it's a race now between lane 1 Mossman crew and lane 7 the Sydney crew. This is where it all matters now. They're coming into the last quarter of the race now, and they'll probably be picking up their strike rate to come into a bit more of a sprint as they are really quite toe-to-toe at this stage. It's going to be a little bit hard to see up here from the commentary box, but I think that Mossman 1 have it over there in lane 1. Sam, what do you think?
It's pretty tight. They're really rating it up as they come into the last 150 meters here. Even last 50. They're really striking it as they come towards the finish line. It's going to be close, but I would agree with you that it looks like the Mossman 1 crew in lane 1 is going to take out the women's under 17 quad scull over Sydney.
Yeah, it's an awesome display of power there as they come across the line. Congratulations to the Mossman crew of Rajastine, Hornby, Stevens, Coates, coxed by Alexandra Pearson. And crossing the line now is the Sydney crew of McConus, Wellahan, Palmer, Heap, coxed by Sophia Kelleher.
Coming across the line in third place is the Mossman 2 crew of Panetta, Nutt, Balmain and Kirkham, coxed by Chloe Lane.
I love the red and white of these Mossman crews as the crew of Emily Plowman, Anna McLean, Elizabeth Kerr and Arabella Turner-Smith cross the finish line now, coxed by Amelia Kemper-Massey. And in lane 8, in there, Santa is the cox in lane 8 for Newcastle Grammar's Sadie Smart, Roxana Brown, Annabelle McKenzie and Molly Boyle, coxed by Claudia Willis. And congratulations there to Alice Stringer, Chloe Benfield, Acalia Robinson, Matilda Gilmore, coxed by Abigail Walsh, as the Mossman 4 crew cross the finish line. As they congratulate each other, the cox turns around. It's really a team effort in these coxed quads. They all have to work together. The cox has got good vision of the course, facing with her back to the rowers. Back to back, you could say. And if you've placed in this regatta for the first place, could you please make your way over to the pontoon, the winner's podium? We've got a medal that we'd like to present to you. That is, if you are in a first placed race, could you come over to the podium to collect your medals, please? Thank you. Mossman 1, make your way to the podium, please.
Returning to the podium now for the presentation for the women's under-17 Cox Quad Scull. The winning crew in this race, the Mossman 1 crew of Lottie Raverstein, Tanya Hornby, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, coxed by Alexandra Pearson and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Underway now in race 4, over 1,000 metres, the men's novice single scull Division 1. In lane 1 we've got Hugo O'Brien of Kinross Walleroy. Lane 2 is Kieran Short of Barker College. In lane 3 we have Arlo Pollack of Glebe Rowing Club. Lane 4, Eskil Zachrison of the University of New South Wales. Lane 5 is Hugh Lucas from Barker College. In lane 6, Isaac Beattie from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 7, Austin Sheriff from Barker College. It looks like Sam Cross from Newcastle Grammar in lane 8 is a scratching in this race. And in lane 9 we have Ben Haywood of Canberra Rowing Club.
The conditions out here today, Sam, look pretty awesome for rowing. From the commentary box, we can see a slight ripple on the water, but there are lots of glassy patches as well, which is just the smoothest, clearest, flattest water. For those that are listening in on the live stream, I can let you know that the flagpoles here are dead flat. The flags are hanging low, not even rippling, so there is no wind to speak of.
Through the 500 metre mark of Division 1 of the men's novice single, it looks like Ben Haywood from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 9 is coming through in first place through 500 as we come into the second half of the race.
Yeah, it looks like all those ergs might be paying off there for Newcastle Grammar School. Canberra Grammar School, Ben Haywood, having a really good base fitness there. That's his aerobic fitness, must be very, very strong. The foundation, of course, to build that anaerobic capability, which allows him to dig deep at this midsection of the race and really pull out so far ahead in front, keeping his pace, keeping his power.
Looks like Ben Haywood from Canberra Rowing Club is still in the lead as we come into the final stretches of Div 1 of the men's novice single, but there looks to be a strong challenge in lane 4 from Eskil Zachrison of the University of New South Wales. It's going to be a tight finish, but it looks like Ben Haywood of Canberra Rowing Club is going to take this one out.
And that's the same Eskil that's here on, I believe, a student exchange with the University of New South Wales from Sweden. And he was only rowing in the novice category here last regatta, so he has come on really strongly to finish now, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. I think that's our big Texan. As Barker College's Hugh Lucas crosses the finish line, he'll be followed by lane 2's Kieran Short from Barker College.
Coming through the finish line now in lane 7 is Austin Sheriff of Barker College. And it looks like a tight race here between lanes 1 and 6. That's Hugh O'Brien and Isaac Beattie. It looks like Hugh O'Brien will just pip Beattie to the line there.
And Arlo Pollock there, coached by Nicholas Galea, coming through in lane 3 from Glebe. Looks to have a good technique there as he's finishing the race. It's a bit of a struggle, but he's going to cross the finish line for Glebe. Come on, Arlo. 2 more strokes. Well done.
Hey, Ben from Canberra Rowing Club, come to the pontoon for the presentation, and that goes for all first place finishers. Come to the pontoon after your races for the presentation.
So they're racing now in race 5, the men's novice single scull division 2. In the far lane, Newcastle Grammar, Jiexing Chi. Lane 2, Barker College, Lucas Ward. Lane 3, Kinross Walleroy 2's Reggie Staniforth. Lane 4 in the middle, Barker College, Kobe Neal. Lane 5, Newcastle Grammar's Daniel Vesey. In lane 6, Glebe's Thomas Markal. Lane 7, the University of New South Wales, Robbie Island. Leichhardt's Luca Wilson in lane 8. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstands, Barker College, Liam Wyatt. And with 2:50 to go, it looks like University of New South Wales, Robbie Island might be just out there in front. It has been a fairly tight race from what I can see between first and second. There might be a real fight on our hands for third place as well. Looks to be Luca Wilson's lane 8 up against lane 2's Barker College, Lucas Ward. So the rowers might be sensing that it's a bit of an exciting finish in store for the second and third places here. They want to keep their edge as the others in the pack begin to make their move. They're challenging each other in the middle lanes. But it's fairly clear that the University of New South Wales, Robbie Island, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler, is going to take the first place position in the men's novice single scull. And Daniel Vesey, congratulations, second place from Newcastle Grammar, but Luca Wilson from Leichhardt really put on some strong strides there in the last few strokes of that race to narrow that third place win. Lane 3's Kinross Walleroy, Reggie Staniforth is crossing, and it's going to be very tight between lane 4's Barker College, Kobe Neal, but I think Barker College, Liam Wyatt, bit of inter-school competition there. Barker College, Liam Wyatt to cross the finish line, and that's Glebe's Thomas Markle, and it'll be a photo finish, I think, for lanes 1 and 2, Newcastle Grammar and Barker College. Photo finish for that 9th position.
We'll send it down to the pontoon now for the presentation for Division 1 of the men's novice single scull. The winner of that race in lane 9 was Canberra Rowing Club's Ben Hayward. Coming into the last 500 metres on the course now, we've got 2 races. Lanes 1 through 6 is Division 3 of the men's novice single scull. And in lanes 7, 8 and 9, we've got the men's under 16 single scull. Looks to be really tight coming through the finish line here. I can see the Mossman Sculler, Finn Stanley, the Newington rower Nick Byrne, and Fergus Lawson of Kings all in a really tight scrap for the top position here. It looks like Mossman and Newington might just have the edge, but it's really close coming through the line.
They're both really striding out there. 7 and 9. It's going to be a photo finish, I reckon, Sam. He's looking over at his competitor in lane 7, Newington College, but I think it's the Mossman.
It's the Mossman Rowing Club Sculler, Finn Stanley, taking out first place in the men's under-16 single. Nick Byrne of Newington coming in second. And in lane 6, in the men's novice single, Fergus Lawson takes out first place in his division. A really close race here for second in the novice scull as well. Looks like lanes 3 and 1. Theodore Spack of Newcastle Grammar and Aston Myers of Newcastle Grammar.
I didn't have it on. So we're going to be waiting for that. Looks like a photo finish between lanes 1 and 3, Aston Myers and Theodore Spack of the Newcastle Grammar Interschool competition there. So not a photo finish there. It was Finn Stanley, and in first place, followed 0.84 seconds behind Nicholas, in front of Nicholas Byrne of Newington.
On the course now is race 7, Division 1 of the men's under-16 single scull. In lane 1, Anton Andrews from Mossman. Lane 2, Xavier Eisen from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 3, Max Mills of Glebe. Lane 4 is Will Dawson of St. Augustine's. In lane 5, Tong Zhu of Barker College. In lane 6, Jack Paul of Mossman. Lane 7, Amon Ferreira from Nepean Rowing Club. And in lane 8, William Spoy from Leichhardt Rowing Club.
And it looks like it's St. Augustine's Will Dawson, coached by Judith and Bjarne Ungermak, who is taking a really definitive lead here. He's well ahead. Will Dawson, very relaxed and comfortable, sitting right back at the finish, and it's going to be a very decisive win for him. And then we've got Max Mills in lane 3 from Glebe, putting up a really strong fight against Leichhardt's William Spurge in lane 8. But definitely Will Dawson in lane 4 has come across first. It's doesn't look like it's a battle. Here we've got lane 3, Glebe's Max Mills going to cross in second place, but wow, look at that. Leichhardt's William Spurge has put on a massive finish to come in third. That was very impressive, Will. And in lane 6, Mossman's Jack Paul. So the unofficial results there for race 7, first Will Dawson at 3 minutes 57.83, Max Mills 17 seconds behind him, and William Spurge in third place, followed by Jack Paul, and crossing the finish line in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar's Xavier Eisen, Barker College Tong Zhu, and Nepean's Amon Ferreira, with Mossman's Anton Andros, coached by the head coach there, Kieran Kolbecki, for Mossman Rowing Club. This is the men's under 16 single scull division 2. They're on the course right now in lane 1, Hunter Valley Grammar's Bailey Crop, lane 2, Northern Beaches Secondary College Rocco Griffiths, in lane 3, Mossman's Blake Bartram, lane 4, Glebe's Jack Walker. Hunter Valley Grammar have put forward Oscar Powell right in the middle of the course. Next to him, closer to the grandstand now, Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Mitif, Newington College Jeremy Cooper, in lane 8, Mossman Jack Hilliard, and lane 9, Mossman's Harrian Peaty. So Kieran Colby's got 4 rowers who he's coaching in this race. So it's Bailey Crops, lane 1 from Hunter Valley Grammar now is storming to the finish line. He's going to take out this race, and strongly challenged by Newington's Jeremy Cooper in lane 7. It's a fight between lane 1 and 7 here. Hunter Valley Grammar's Bailey Crop and Newington's Jeremy Cooper. And the crowd's cheering them on now, but it is going to be Bailey Crop who takes it out just by a whisker. What a grand effort there from Jeremy Cooper. Mossman's Blake Bartram in 3, crossing, and it's neck to neck with lanes Newcastle Grammar, sorry, Thomas Mitef and Mossman's Harrison Peaty. Sorry. Harrison Peaty now finishing the race. I called that incorrectly. It was Jack Hilliard. Congratulations there, Harrison. They've just set off the blocks in race 9 of the men's under 16 single scull division 3. It looked like a really good start there. Some talented oarsmen in this race, and a bit of pressure and tension being put on here by the crews of Newington, Hunter Valley Grammar, Newcastle Grammar, and the Glebe lane 1 of Fergus Dawson Damer, coached by Nicholas Scalia and William Gregory, over on the far side of the course.
Down to the podium now, the presentation for race 7, Division 1 of the men's under 16 single scull. First place went to Will Dawson of St Augustine's, coached by Bjorn Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. Coming down the course now is race 9, Division 3 of the men's under 16 single scull. They're just through the 500 metre mark now. In lane 1 is Fergus Dawson Damer of Glebe. In lane 2 is James Baker from Nepean Rowing Club. Lane 3, Ewan Humphreys, Mussman. In lane 4, Kai Pratt, also of Mussman. In lane 5, we've got Barnabas Toth from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 6, Angus Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 7, Massimo Fitzsimon from Leichhardt. And in lane 8, we've got Lucas van der Westhuizen from Newington. Just a reminder to anyone who finishes first in their race, please come along to the pontoon afterwards and enjoy the presentation. Coming up to the finish line now in race 9, it looks pretty evenly contested across the first 4 positions. I can see Newington College in a good position there. Looks like Nepean Rowing Club, Hunter Valley Grammar and Mussman all battling it out for that top spot. It looks pretty tightly contested as we come into the last 50 metres. It's going to be close, but it looks like Newington College and Lucas van der Westhuizen in lane 8 is going to take out the win in the under-16 single Div 3. Close for second place, but it looks like Hunter Valley Grammar will take it out. Third place, James Baker of Nepean, and in fourth, Mussman Rowing Club's Ewan Humphreys. Really exciting stuff there in Div 3.
That was awesome. Lucas really put on the power there in that last 50 metres of the race. And, you know, it's hard to stay in your lane when you're in a single scull. They're quite a light boat and they do blow around a bit.
Coming up to the finish now in lane 1, we've got Glebe. This is really close between lanes 1 and 7. I think Glebe is just going to take it over lane 7, Massimo Fitzsimon and Leichhardt. That was Fergus Dawson Damer of Glebe. And finishing up now, we've got lane 4, Mussman Rowing Club, Kai Pratt.
Hey Lucas, turn your boat around and come over to the pontoon, please. That's it, back it down. Newington will be pretty happy with that first win of the day there, Sam. I look across and see that you've got a Newington shirt on there. You must have rowed for the club, huh?
Certainly did, and it makes me glad to see them taking out a win this early in the day. It's good stuff, and we hope that continues. But obviously, Rowing New South Wales commentary, we've got to be non-biased up here, so I just hope everyone enjoys themselves.
Nice. I think we've had a few rowers take a bit of a dip in these holy waters out here at Cirque. I just saw somebody making their way out of the water onto the deck. I hope everything's okay up there. And the grandstand's starting to fill up here. It's really great to have people coming out here to watch their family and their schoolboys and masters rowers out on the course. They're lining up now for race 10. Up at the start line, it's the women's novice double scull. It's all 9 lanes are packed for this race 10. We've got in lane 1, St George, Jocelyn Foreman and Ava Richardson, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 2, Newcastle Grammar's Charlotte Blackmore and Alison Capano. In lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammars and Emma Purdy. St George in lane 4, Bianca McKenzie and Grace Charles. In lane 5, the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park and Helen Frith. Lane 6, Barker College, Maddie Henry, Claudia McDougall. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Chelsea Tame and Ruby Bramble. Glebe, Stella Langham and Ava Picklum. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Newcastle Uni, Alice Sager and Natalie Williamson.
And we go back down to the podium now for the presentation of Division 3 of the men's under-16 single scull race 9. Taking out first place in this race was Newington College, Lucas van der Westhausen.
So we're 1 minute into this race now. They're coming into the first marker. There doesn't look like there's much in it here from the video cams that are located on those marker posts. But it looks like there are some pretty well-matched boats in this women's novice double scull.
And it also looks like we've got some Christmas decorations on some of the boats coming down, which we love to see. And we especially love to see it with these novices coming down the course. We enjoy that rowing's for all levels, and it's great to see people new to the sport getting to experience the competitive environment up here at Cirque, but also enjoying the fun, festive side of it here at the Reindeer Regatta.
So might have looking to have a few steering issues perhaps as they're coming closer to some of the lane ropes. I don't know, Sam, are there any tips in these double sculls? Is it the both rowers' responsibility, or is it the bow seat who is responsible for staying in the lane?
It might be the bow more often, though. I'd say that in these novice races, it's not necessarily so organised, and it's a bit more about having fun, just as long as everyone stays safe.
And Sunny Park and Helen Frith look to have been crossed to first at the 500 metre into the race. It looks to still be the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park and Helen Frith out in front, but they might be getting a bit of pressure applied from Stella Langham and Ava Picklum from the Glebe crew in lane 8. But I think they seem to have a bit of a lead now, which is moving on. A little decisive move there by University of New South Wales in lane 5. They're probably just following their race plan, keeping focus, trusting and believing in each other in that boat. They've taken quite a strong lead now. Glebe's crew giving them a fairly good run for their money, but they're more than a couple of boat lengths ahead now. That's the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park and Helen Frith.
Looking really long and strong as they come through the finish line here, the UNSW crew. It's a really well-rowed race and really nice technique, especially in a novice race like this. That's a strong performance from them. So first place goes to the University of New South Wales crew of Sunny Park and Helen Frith. Coming through in second in lane 8, it looks to be that Glebe crew of Stella Lagan and Ava Picklum. And it looks like there's been a problem in lane 1, and there's a really close race for third place between lanes 4 and 6. It looks like it's going to be that lane 6 crew. Barker College, Maddie Henry and Claudia McDougall will take out third position. And then we've got lane 4, St George, Bianca McKenzie and Grace Childs. In lane 2, Newcastle Grammar, Charlotte Blackmore, Alison Capano. And then lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Just Pips, Newcastle Uni there.
And the BROs are heading over there to lane 1, Jocelyn Foreman and Ava Richardson, just making sure that that St George crew is okay, as lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar, finishes there in Georgia Foster and Emma Purdy crossing the finish line. Lane 1 seems to have sorted themselves out. Good for them, St George. Big round of applause, please, for lane 1, Jocelyn Foreman and Ava Richardson. Go, girl. There they go. And the Santa safety boat is just checking them out.
Coming down the course now is race 11. This is another two-parter race. Lanes 1 through 5 is the women's novice double scull. And in lanes 6 through 9, it's the women's under 16 double scull. In lane 1, the Asham crew of Anouk Lafferty and Sammy Robilliard. In lane 2, the Barker College crew of Ziki Wang and Ivy Kim. In lane 3, from Hunter Valley Grammar, we've got Mila Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan. In lane 4, the Glebe Rowing Club crew, that is, of Katie Elias and Heather Doig. In lane 5, we've got Newcastle Grammar, Valero Trujillo and Florence Saker. In lane 6, North Sydney Girls, Imogen Zabo and Xiaozhou Liu. In lane 7, the Pimbles Ladies College crew has been scratched. In lane 8, the Mossman crew of Claudia Doyle and Daisy Conlon. And in lane 9, the Barker College crew of Bonnie McInerney and Meg Anderson. And as we just approach the finish line here, it looks to be that Mossman crew of Claudia Doyle and Daisy Conlon in the lead in the women's under 16 portion of the race. And in lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar looks to be in the lead in the novice portion of the race. As we come up to the finish line, Mossman Rowing Club finishing strong. Hunter Valley Grammar looking to take out their own race.
Oh, and lane 8, they've had a little bit of a hiccup there. They caught a crab, clashed their oars, and are pretty out of sync now. They're crossing over into, come on girls, finish it off. Lane 8, just crossing the finish line there. And in lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar's Mila Lil Henville and Kate Lonergan. Crossings, Bonnie McInerney and Meg Anderson just finishing there in lane 9 for Barker College. And in lane 4, Glebe's Kate Elias and Heather Doig. Crossing the finish line now, Newcastle Grammar's Valerie Trujillo and Florence Saka. And the Santa hats in lane 1 is Ascom's Anouk Lafferty and Sammy Robilliard. Looks like Sammy gave up the last stroke there. She must have been adjusting her hat. And we're in race 12. We're coming to the finish line already for the women's under 16 double scull. Glebe in lane 1, North Sydney Girls in lane 2, Mossman in lane 3, Corowa Rowing Club in lane 4, Nepean 3 in lane 5. There's a scratching in lane 6 from Pimble Ladies, lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, lane 8, Mossman, lane 9, Nepean.
It looks like the crew in lane 4 from Corowa are going to take this one out.
That's Sienna McFarlane, Summers Hogan, coached by Wesley Canny. They look to have a good boat leads length over the nearest in lane 1 from Glebe, Abernathy, Clinton and Kelly Clifton. And in lane 9, Nepean 2's Jade Sharp and Emily Boys just take it over lane 5, Nepean 3, Sophia Whitelaw and Ellie Taylor. Crossing North Sydney girls, Felicity Moy, Luana Tang. And the Mossman girls in lane 8, Catherine Walsh and Daisy Dunn, just looking over their shoulders as they finish the race. Just ahead of lane 7's Newcastle Grammar's Meghna Lakundi and Evelyn Baker. They're really doing their best to finish this race in good position. Evelyn Baker crossing the finish line. Congratulations to Newcastle Grammar. And the Mossman 2 crew of Amelia Reid and Sophie Mills. If the Corowit crew from lane 4 of Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan would like to come to the podium to collect their medal, we'd love to see you.
On the course now is race 13, Division 2 of the women's under-16 double sculls. A couple of scratchings in this one. In lane 1, we've got Madeline Miller and Emma Topfer of Mossman. Bit of water between them and the next crew in lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie. In lane 5, the Nepean crew of Mitterly Garg and Maya Edwards. In lane 6, the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Georgie Jones and Erin O'Kane. In lane 7, the Leichhardt Rowing Club double of Lily McHugh and Lara Petruzzi. And in lane 9, Mossman's Lulu Hill and Amelia Noland. It looks like that Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Georgie Jones and Erin O'Kane in lane 6 have a pretty commanding lead here in this one, although there could be a challenge coming from lane 9, the Mossman crew. We'll see what happens as we enter the last 250 metres of the race.
Yeah, they're putting in a pretty sterling effort here, the duo of Georgie Jones and Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar. They're inching away. I think they definitely look like they've got at least a canvas, maybe a little bit more, on the crew from Mossman, Lula Hill and Amelia Nolan. But Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie are making it worth their while to be out here. It's going to be a tight race for second place here, I think, Sam, but I think they're going to hold them off there, the Hunter Valley Grammar crew. They've got a nice rhythm together, where they might be getting just a bit excited there as they're coming into the last 20 strokes of this race.
And there they go, coming across the line in first place, a big hand for the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Georgie Jones and Erin O'Kane, taking out the win in race 13. In second place, it looks to be Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie. And then finishing out the podium in lane 9, it's the Mossman double of Lulu Hill and Amelia Noland. The Nepean crew in lane 5, Mitterly Garg and Maya Edwards, come forth. And it looks like next is going to be Leichhardt in lane 7, Lily McHugh and Lara Petruzzi. And then rounding out the field, sans bow number, it looks to me Mossman's Madeline Miller and Emma Topfer coming across the line now in race 13.
Very nice, Sam. Speaking a bit of French there, without a bow number for quick translation. Hunter Valley Grammar, please come up to the podium.
Coming towards the last 250 metres now in race 14, Division 3 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull. In lane 1 is the Asham crew of Eliza Simons and Anna Radzaminski. In lane 2, we've got Allegra LaFace and Amelie Johnson from Glebe. In lane 4, the Nepean 1 crew of Jessica Harris and Viti Young. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, Georgia Bramble, Keathana Kumar. In lane 6, the Mossman crew of Ava Machevsky and Chloe Phillips. And in lane 7, the Loretto Normanhurst crew of Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. And right now it looks like that Nepean crew of Jessica Harris and Viti Young have got a lead here.
And Nepean have extended their lead over the remainder of the field now. They've really pulled away that crew of Jessica Harris and Viti Young. So I'm pretty sure their coach Daniel Waddell's going to be pretty happy with that race. There's a bit of a challenge here from lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. Over lane 2, the Glebe crew of Allegra LaFace and Amelia Johnson. But I think lane 7, it's going to be the Loretto Normanhurst crew, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins, who take second place in this race. And Ascom's Eliza Simmons and Anna Radzyminski, and lane 5, Newcastle Grammar's Georgia Bramble and Karantha Kumar have just taken it over the Ascom crew. While lane 6, Mossman's 3, Ava Masevsky and Chloe Phillips, just a few steering issues there, took a bit of run off the boat in those last 10 strokes, but they finished that race in fine form. Could the winners of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull Division 3
We now return to the podium for presentation for race 13, Division 2 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull. The winners in this race, the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Georgie Jones and Erin O'Kane.
And we've got our first Women's Masters 8 race underway now. That's race 15. This is going to be a really exciting race between the Leichhardt Composite crew, North Shore D crew, Drummoyne E crew, North Shore's E crew, Glebe E and North Shore G. So we've got 3 North Shore crews in this race. It's a handicapped race, meaning that the start times are different. The G grade goes off go. That's the crew of Sue Walters, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Linda Munns, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. That's going to be a really exciting race to watch. Cox by Jane Kavanagh. That's the North Shore G crew in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, who went off go. Off 14 seconds were the Glebe E, North Shore E and Drummoyne E crews of Glebe's Catherine Maxwell, Mika Kelly, Fiona Morrisby, Louise McCauley, Camille Reyes Greno, Jilly Hanna, Sarah Norris, Kate Warham and Audrey Lejeune as the Cox. The North Shore E crew of Fiona Angelis, Sandy Shellwell, Julie Boehm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, Penny Morris, Sarah Abbott, coxed by their coach, Peter Kwok. And the Drummoyne E crew in lane 4 of Marcella Cox, Colleen Chapman, Esther Tucker, Katrina Bragwin filling in for Jodie Pagampoulos, Katrina Shanahan, Anne Potter, Bridget Austin, Julie Lau, coxed by Jodie Panopoulos. And the North Shore D crew of Carolyn Boyce, Sally Edwards, Libby Lowe, Louise McCoach, Olivia Tonge, wife Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, and Jenny Pollock as the cocks, coached by Kim Rudder. And off 22 seconds was the Leichhardt Composite C crew of Diane Williams, Sarah Brown, M. Barrick, Susan Huggett, Nikki Lepresti, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Bourget, India Evans, coxed by our own Alako Tuni from Rowing New South Wales and coached by Steve Sherry.
It looks to be that North Shore crew in lane 7 with a bit of a lead here as we come into the last 250 of the race. Although the crew on the other side of the course, that Leichhardt Composite, looks to be challenging them as we come towards the finish line here. Should be an exciting one.
Okay, they've been playing cat and mouse all the way down this course, Sam, toe-to-toe. It's a tight field because these crews have raced each other many times before, and there's a lot of competitive spirit between these clubs as the Leichhardt crew comes head-to-head with North Shore's 3 crews, the D, the E and the G, with Glebe's E crew tucking in there. But quite decisively right now, it looks like lane 2's Leichhardt Composite are going to... They're right on North Shore's G crew. They went off 22 seconds, so they've caught up a significant amount of this race. It's a very tight finish here. Come on, lane 7, North Shore G, pushing hard to try to take it over the Leichhardt Composite C crew. I think they're going to get it. Lane 7, come on, girls. Yes, the North Shore crew G just held out and kept it against that Leichhardt Composite. They're going to be very proud of themselves in that race. Congratulations, North Shore. That's the North Shore D crew just finishing in 3rd position. And lane 5's North Shore E crew. That's the Black Swans over Drummoyne's E crew, but it is the G North Shore crew that have it today in this final of the Women's Masters 8. They should be extremely proud of that race. Can you come to the winner's pontoon, please, North Shore? And the Glebe E crew of Maxwell Kelly, Morrisby Macaulay, Rains Greenow, Hannah Norris, Wareham and Lejeune. Congratulations. That was race 15, the Women's Masters 8.
Coach Kim Rudder down at the pontoon looking quite chuffed with the performance of his crews in that race.
And he should be, Sam. That was an awesome, awesome race by North Shore's G crew. Jane, could you cox your crew over here to the pontoon, please? That is the North Shore G crew of Sue Walter, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Linda Munns, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. That was exciting. Shout out to you down there, Mr. Rudder, in his bike helmet. Kim, you should probably take that off to welcome the crew back. We've just stepped off the course now for race 16, the Men's Masters Quad Scull. Off go was the J crew of North Shore, David Kay, Jim Hole, Len Walter and John James, legend that he is. In lane 6, off 36 seconds, will be the G crew of Mark McCowan, Robert Fendal, Mark Chajan and Kim Mackney. In lane 5, you'll hear them off 47 seconds, together with Glebe, is the University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett, Mohammed Eid, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. Also an E crew off 42nd will be Stephen Caldwell, Richard Rebillard, Robert Dallimore and Kenneth Major. And off 51 seconds, the D Composite Black Mountain crew in lane 3 of Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan. Finally, the North Shore Crew's C crew of Derek Tarlington, Clement Sang, David Watkins and Kieran Shecker, coached by John James, will be in lane 2. Give us a wave, North Shore G, up in the commentary box. Congratulations, what a great race.
Back to the podium now, the presentation for race 15, the Women's Masters 8. Taking out this one was the North Shore crew of Susan Walter, Susan Wannen, Virginia Fabro, Linda Munns, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Jane Kavanagh and coached by Kim Rudder.
Can we give them a really big round of applause, especially that Fabro there in, yeah, there she is. Shout out to little Otto, who's probably watching on the live stream. That's Virginia and John's first grandson, just moved back to Australia after his first 2 years in the UK, year and a half in the UK. So coming down the course now, it does look like David Kay, Jim Hole, Len Walter and John James have kept their lead in the men's masters quad scull. But pressing up against them fairly decisively might be the Black Mountain Composite in lane 3 and the Glebe crew in lane 4. No correction there. North Shore look to be holding, but they're being challenged by both the University of New South Wales and the Black Mountain Composite. And I think they're going to be pushing really hard there over Black Mountains. That's Black Mountain, St George and Lake Macquarie's rowers. And Glebe... No, I think North Shore are just going to hold it. So it looks like Black Mountain is going to take out the men's masters quad scull. Oh, lane 4 Glebe seemed, I think they just pipped possibly North Shore at the post. That's the Black Mountain, it's a photo finish for lanes 4 and lane 7. As Glebe's Mark McCowan, Rod Fendel, Mark Dejan and Kim Mackney cross the finish line in lane 6. And we'll await the official results there. Black Mountain Composite in 4 minutes 13.31 and a photo finish there between Glebe and North Shore. And lane 2, the North Shore C crew are finishing now. That's Derek Tarlington, Clement Zhang, David Watkins and Kieran Shekhar. Congratulations. And the UNSW crew in lane 5, that's an E crew of Neil Peppett, Muhammad Eid, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. Congratulations for the men's masters quad scull. That was race 16 in your program. And the photo finish results are yet to be published. If you look up here again, North Shore, I've got a nice photo of you as you cross through the commentary box. And just a reminder about the key locations on the island that we're on. The medical hut is located just to the west of the Finnish Tower. Friends are down there ready to help with any emergencies that you need to have. Lots of volunteers out here today working, parents, coaches, friends and supporters, as well as those on the live stream. As we cross now to race 17, the men's under 17 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1.
Returning to a 2,000 metre distance here, in lane 2 it's the Newcastle Grammar Crew, Logan Harmon, Daniel Lillyman, Jack Martin, Thomas Clarkson, coxed by Thomas Mitteff. In lane 3 it's the Kinross Wallarai 2 crew, Dominic Sager, Archie Condon, Tom Day, Tommy Polton, coxed by Henry Baker. In lane 4 it's the Kinross Wallarai 5 crew, Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Finn Price, William Karash, coxed by Flynn Jones. In lane 5, we've got St Augustine's, Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Giretta, Rory Parker, coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. In lane 6, it's the Hunter Valley Grammar Quad of Samuel Lonergan, William Hunt, Hayden Melmoth, Thomas Foster, and cox Zachary Jones. In lane 7, it's the Kinross Wallarai 3 crew, Hamish Searle, Toby Buckland, Thomas Robson, Lachlan DeVries, and cox Jock Peterson. In lane 8, it's the Kinross Wallarai 6 crew of Thomas Goodsir, Lucas Poper, Robbie Newham, Ollie Schofield, and cox Chloe Carrow. We're just waiting on the start of that race. Should be any minute now.
And Sam, I can bring you the official results now from race 16, that photo finish between Glebe and North Shore. It was Glebe that came through just a hair's breadth, 0.04 of a second, ahead of the North Shore 1 crew. That was the J crew that they just marginally pipped at the post.
And we're actually going to go to the presentation for that very race right now on the podium. The winners of that were in lane 3, the Black Mountain Composite crew of Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Mark Partridge, and Ian Mongan.
If you can put your hands together, please, for that Black Mountain Composite crew. Did a fantastic job to finish that race in 4.13.31. It's great to see so many crews here in the schoolboys rowing, particularly, this race here, Sam, Kinross Wallaroy have put together 4 crews in race 17, the Division 1 of the men's under 17. It's so fantastic to see these rowers, such a strong field from Kinross Wallaroy to be able to boat 4 crews in this race.
And another 3 in the race to follow. Going a bit further down the program, we're going to return to the presentation for race 8, which was Division 2 of the men's under 16 single scull. The winner in this, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, was Bailey Kropp.
So the Hunter Valley Grammar School in this race, race 17, Rowan Hislop, of course, is their head coach up there, and they've recently undertaken a new program of naming their fleets. They've previously been unnamed, the fleets of boats at Hunter Valley Grammar, but they've started with the small boat naming, and they've been naming them after very dedicated and supportive members of the rowing community. These members, the trip to Sydney on this occasion was just a little bit too long for them, but they'll definitely be watching on the live stream. So I'd like to do a really special mention to Maverick Foster, to Nova Hinton, Rocky Purdy and Bert Walsh, founders of the Hunter Valley Grammar Rowing Program, and the naming of their fleets after those influential mentors, guides, coaches at Hunter Valley Grammar School. So if you're listening on the live stream, we shout out to you and thank you for all of your dedicated work with the rowing community. Their coach, Odin, is up in Perth at the moment, competing in a half Ironman, half Iron person, I should say. And it's a bit of a wild take on cross-training. The Hunter Valley Grammar have had a lot of rowers today have to withdraw from illness. There's a really awful strain of influenza and COVID going around. So a reminder, everybody wash your hands. As we look at Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 6 of race 17. That's Samuel Lonergan, William Hunt, Hayden Melmoth and Thomas Foster. Zachary Jones is their cox. And St Augustine's are having a rip snorter of a race here. They were just in the couple of strokes I saw them on the going across the 500. Every stroke was sending them an inch more forward. They've got some really good run on the boat there. I think the St Augustine's crew in lane 5 are the ones to watch for this race. That's Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Giuretta and Rory Parker, coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. Momentum is really picking up here, encouraging to find those tools that they've got in their kit to pick up a little bit more speed, to get a little bit more run on the boat. St Augustine's look to be pushing very hard, digging in to reach just a little bit further out at the catch, get that bit of extra water to push them into the lead. It's pretty tight here. Looks like the Kinross Walleroy crew over there in lane 3. Maybe half a canvas behind the boat out in front. Those St Augustine's rowers are really winding it up now as they come into the last 20 strokes of this race, looking across to see their nearest competitors, but it is going to be St Augustine's to take it by just, looks like a boat length now from Kinross Walleroy's crew. And in lane 7, Kinross Walleroy 3 are going to finish in 3rd place. Kinross Walleroy 4 crew in 5th place. Very dominant position here that the Kinross crews have taken, but today's race was all about St Augustine's in the men's under 17 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1 race, as Kinross Walleroy 5 crossed the finish line just ahead of Kinross Walleroy 6, Good Sir, Popper, Newham, Schofield, coxed by Chloe Carrow. And in lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar's Lonergan, Hunt, Melmoth and Foster, coxed by Zachary Jones. And lane 2's Newcastle Grammar. Congratulations to Newcastle Grammar's crew of Harmon, Lilliman, Martin, Clarkson and Mitteff.
We're returning to the podium, back down the program a bit, back to race 12, Division 1 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull. The winners from lane 4 from Corowa Rowing Club, Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan. Represented by Charlie Swift, Jackson Davis, Rowan Baldwin, Lucky Soster, and Cox by Ned Martell. In lane 3, the Newcastle Grammar Crew of Henry Chaston, Connor Elvish, William Bird, Cormac Cairns, Cox by Lancelot Saker. In lane 4, the Newcastle Grammar Crew of Lucas Burton, Edward Baker, Mitchell Chung, Ronan Brown, and Cox by Zane Gusmarini. In lane 5, the Kinross Crew of Harry Dimmock, Nick Tancred, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Cox Angus Peterson. In lane 6, it's the King's Crew of Tom Gavel, Henry Fagan, Thomas Duffy, Oscar Todd, Cox by Hugh Miller. In lane 7, we've got Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Remy Wilson, Riley Lee Koskell, Pitar Simkovich, Dylan Lee, and Cox Charlie Joyce. And rounding out the field in lane 8, we've got the Kinross Crew of Hugo O'Brien, Reggie Staniforth, William Denovan, and Henry McCardle, coxed by Alexandra Karash.
We've got the Newcastle Grammar in lane 3 of this race. They've got their pink hats on, their pink bucket hats made of terry toweling, and the bow. Oh, the Cox looks like he's the Grinch, and the bow certainly looks like he's either forgotten his bucket hat or he's got his reindeer horns on.
We're going to the podium for the presentation of Division 1 of the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull. The winners from St. Augustine's, Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Girata, Rory Parker, and Cox Henry Goldsworthy, coached by Bjorn Ungermark and Judith Ungermark.
And it's the Kinross Walleroy in lane 5 here that are winding up for a really strong finish. They've made their moves already. They're rocketing up to the finish line with a massive amount of clear water between them and the next place. Certainly it's very high intensity racing here. They want to make sure that they make it through to the final of this. Of course, not being a final, they don't have to make it through to anything, but Kinross Walleroy's Dimmick, Tancred, Cleary, Smith and Pedersen have won this race very decisively. Lane 4's Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton, Edward Baker, Mitchell Chung and Ronan Brown. Cox by Zane Guzmirani, crossing the finish line now. And it's lane 2's Kinross Walleroy 4's Charlie Swift, Jackson Davis, Rowan Baldwin, Lockie Stoster and Ned Martell. The Cox is holding the bow number 7 for the Leichhardt Crew of Remy Wilson, Riley Lee Kossel, Peter Simkovic and Dylan Lee, Cox by Charlie Joyce. And Santa crossed the finish line for the King's School. That is the Cox, Hugh Miller, with Tom Gavel, Henry Fagan, Thomas Duffy and Oscar Todd. And the Grinches, Lancelot Saker crossing for the Newcastle Grammar of Henry Chaston, Connor Elvish, William Bird and Cormac Cairns. Congratulations, put your hands together for the men's under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. And Kinross Walleroy Sevens crew here in lane 8 of Hugo O'Brien, Reggie Staniforth, William Denovan and Henry McArdle. They're getting every single inch out of each of those strokes there as they're trying really hard to clear the water for each stroke and get across that finish line. Anything that they can do to make the boat go faster. That crew from Kinross Walleroy 7 left nothing in the tank.
Coming into the last 500 metres now of race 19, the women's under 19, under 21 double scull, all under 19 crews in this division. In lane 1, it's the University of Queensland crew of Isabel Scheimer and Pia Hatzipetru. In lane 2, the Mossman crew of Acalia Robinson and Matilda Gilmore. In lane 3, the Asham crew of Kitty Elias and Kitty Suzak. In lane 4, the Mossman crew of Tully Phillips and Isla Milne. In lane 5, the University of Queensland composite of Lucy McFarlane and Astrid Thomas. In lane 6, the Newcastle Grammar double of Jemima Mackenzie and Alice McCready. And it looks like we've had scratchings in lane 7 and 8 for Karawa and Mossman. It does look like that Karawa crew of Evangeline Broad and Adelaide Robb is rowing. Correction. It looks like right now, perhaps lane 5 is in the lead in this one. That's that University of Queensland composite crew of Lucy McFarlane and Astrid Thomas.
Yeah, and behind those front runners, Sam, the University of Queensland, there's really a long way to go for those other crews. A lot of work to do to catch up to the domination in this race of the University of Queensland composite crew. That's composite with Centenary. I don't see that there's going to be a big change possible here, as they really have a very dominating and decisive lead. But it might be a bit of a pressing race for second place as they come into the last 250 metres of this race. It's definitely lane 5, the University of Queensland composite under 19 and under 21 double scull of Lucy McFarlane from Centenary and Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland, coached by Philip Bohr-Gergenon and Lily Lunny. They should be pretty proud of that time in that race. And lanes 1 and 7 look to then be in contention for second place. That's the University of Queensland's Scheimer and Hatzipetru, and the Korowa combination of Evangeline Broad and Adelaide Robb. but it is lane 7, the Corowa crew, which have just taken out second place as she congratulates her stroke seat in the very decorated double scull boat. The rigger has some pretty nice tinsel adornments. And Askham Crew's Kitty Elias and Kitty Zuzak, the double kits. Newcastle Grammar's Jemima Mackenzie and Alice McCready, congratulations. And the Mossman 2 crew of Tully Phillips and Isla Milne, coached by Ben Whitewolf. Just bringing it up now, slow and steady to the finish line. They've got nice timing there and coordination as they cross the finish line. Congratulations to the Mossman 2 crew in the women's under-19, under-21 double scull, Division 1.
Coming to the last 250 metres now of race 20, the women's under-19, under-21 double scull. Lanes 2 through 4 are under-19 crews and the rest are under-21. In lane 2 we've got the Sydney Composite crew of Victoria Binns and Neve Cherney. In lane 3 the UTS crew of Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss. In lane 4 Sydney Rowing Club's Amelia de Villiers and Georgina Stevenson. In lane 5 the UNSW crew Helen Frith and Annabelle Singh. In lane 6, the Penrith Rowing Club crew of Madison Joins and Gori Cotera. And then in lane 8, the UTS double of April Draney and Lila Anderton.
And it's a Sydney Composite crew of Victoria Binns and Neve Tierney. They're at the front of the field here. It must be a pretty good feeling, Sam, to be able to look back at the rest of the field like that and know that you are going to take a fairly comfortable win. But it's lanes, it's the rowers at the UTS and Sydney crews which are going to fight it out for the second place. And the UTS crew of Sienna Morgan and Jade Bliss are really pushing up on that Sydney crew of Amelia de Villiers and Georgia Stevenson. But congratulations to the Sydney Composite crew who have won the women's under-19 Division 2 race of race 20. Sydney, de Villiers and Stevenson, followed by Morgan and Bliss, combination from UTS in lane 3. And crossing the finish line is UTS in lane 8, April Drani and Lila Anderton. Slight steering issue there. Has seen the Penrith crew of Madison Joins and Gary Katera across the finish line. As we welcome Helen Frith and Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns from the University of New South Wales, are just taking their last 7 or 8 strokes to cross the finish line. Pretty lucky here, the rowers and the conditions out at Cirque this morning. I would say, I mean, I'm no stellar rower, let's face it, Sam, but they look pretty nice to me.
It does look pretty flat, pretty glossy conditions. There might be a little bit of wind as we get further down the program, but right now, pretty great conditions to race in.
They say it's scheduled for thunderstorms and pretty horrific conditions this afternoon, so hopefully the rowers are taking every advantage to use all the technique that they've been practicing in the first part of this season.
On the podium now, the presentation for Division 1 of the Women's Under-19 Double Scull. The winners from Lane 5, the University of Queensland composite crew of Lucy McFarlane and Astrid Thomas. Approaching the end of the course now is race 21, Division 1 of the men's under-19, under-21 double scull, all under-19s in this race. In lane 1 is Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 2, Dion Hansen from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 3, Marcus Black of UNSW. In lane 4, Jack Power from UTS. In lane 5 is Luke Fleet from Kings. In lane 6, Ben Haywood from Canberra Rowing Club. In lane 7, Kaylin Routley from UTS, and rounding out the field in lane 8 is Angus Dugan of Kings. Returning to the podium now for the presentation of Race 20, Division 2 of the Women's Under-19, Under-21 Double Scull. The winners of this race from the Sydney composite crew of Victoria Benz and Neve Tierney.
So Kaylin Routley of UTS in lane 7 for race 21 looks to have a fairly close lead. He is in the lead, Kaylin Routley, but he's being challenged very strongly by Jack Power from UTS and Dion Hansen from Mossman. We're just having a look to see if he can hold on to this lead. But it does look like Kaylin is just really powering up now. He's pushing everything through his legs. He's got a really lovely technique and form. Looking across at his competitor in lane 4 from UTS, but Kaylin Routley takes it out comfortably from Jack Power, also from UTS, followed by Mossman's Dion Hansen for 3rd place. That was a beautiful race, boys. Thank you. And Luke Fleet from the King's School in boat 10 is coming through to finish now in lane 5. And he's up against King's 11 boat, Angus Dugan. Some nice inter-school rivalry there. But Luke Fleet does have it over his teammate Angus. And the Canberra ACT rower Ben Haywood crossing the finish line now, followed by the University of New South Wales Marcus Black.
On the podium now, the winners of race 14, which was Division 3 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull, from Nepean Rowing Club, Jessica Harris and Viti Young.
So we've got 2 exciting races that are on the course at the moment, race 22, which is underway, and race 23, which are under the starters' orders right up there at the blocks. So they'd have a few butterflies in their tummy at the moment, but all eyes at the moment are on race 22. They're all under 19s in the men's under 19 single scull. It's a 2,000 metre race. and they're about 4 minutes into this race at the moment, so they'll be starting to feel a little bit of that burn. We've got on the far side of the course, King's 13's Lockie Tyndale. In lane 3, Mossman Harry Coddington. In lane 4, the King's School are putting up Charles Roach. Black Mountain's George Bowditch in lane 5. Campbell Whalen from the King's School in lane 6. Mossman's Tobias Elias in lane 7. And closest to the grandstand is the King's 12 boat of Tanor Purden.
I've got the under 17 Cox quad Sam.
On the podium now are the winners of race 18, Division 2 of the men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull from Kinross Walleroy. The winners Harry Dimmock, Nick Tancred, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Cox Angus Peterson. They're coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt.
Now, as soon as I get my laser eye surgery, I will be able to see these crews when they're at the 2,000 metre mark, Sam. But right now, I'm relying on your astute young eyes. With the lack of splits that we've got at the moment, we're not able to call it as decisively as we'd like to halfway down the course. But it looks to me, from what I can see, factoring in, of course, the parallax error of this part of the commentary, it looks to be lane 6, the King's second boat of Campbell Whalen, out in front at the moment. And he looks to have a fairly decisive lead over lane 5, Black Mountain's George Bowditch. And lane 7's Mossman's Tobias Elias. They're really making some hay out there in the centre of the course at the moment, flying down. And make no mistake of their intention, George Bowditch is really pushing through, and he's got everything to play for here in this single scull race.
On the podium now, the presentation for Division 1 of the men's under 19 single scull. The winner of this race from UTS Rowing Club, Kaylin Routley, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemark.
And it's Harry Coddington here. We missed him in our eyesight deficiency errors up here in the commentary box. It's Harry Coddington there, coached by Tom Schmanko and Kieran Colby. That is really the one to watch in this race. He's going to win it by a very decisive margin. There's an ocean of water literally between him and the nearest competitor. That's Harry Coddington from Mossman in lane 3 of race 22. Absolutely, unequivocally going to take this race in first position. And just short of 7 minutes, 40 seconds as he crosses the finish line. And it's Campbell Whalen in lane 6 from the King's School, followed by George Bowdish from the Black Mountain Club. And King's 13 boat in lane 2, Lockie Tyndale, with Mossman's Tobias Elias. Finishing strongly ahead of he's ahead of someone for sure. It's the King's School, lane 8, Tanor Purden, who's crossing the finish line now. Got a lovely long stroke. What do you say, Sam? Pretty beautiful form there as he's watching lovely still water rowing. He looks pretty spent. He might have just come off a bit of illness or something, because I think he looks like a fine young rower to me. As Charles Rowe, I think, is finishing in lane 4 for the King 16. Looks like his bow numbers slipped under and is now forming a rudder.
Coming down the course now is race 23, Division 3 of the men's under-19, under-21 double scull. Still all under-19s in this race. In lane 1 is Miles Nicholas from St Augustine's. Lane 2, Daniel Payne from King's. In lane 3, Patrick Edwards from Black Mountain Rowing Club. In lane 4, we've got Grayson Odbert from King's. In lane 5, William Rogers from King's. And in lane 6, William Hurst from King's. In lane 7, there's Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. And in lane 8, rounding out the field, University of Queensland's Samuel Forbes.
And it's the Will Rogers from the King's School who's really making an impression on the schoolboy rowing at King's. He made the King's first 8 2 years ago when he was in year 10. Will was in the crew that won the Head of the River that year and going to Henley with that crew. Last year, Will narrowly missed out on the Australian junior team, and he's really determined to have another go at it this year. Will Rogers was the fastest under-19 sculler in the New South Wales Independent Schools time trial number 1. But he has since been focusing on his school rowing, having been voted the captain of boats by his peers. So in lane 5, Will Rogers, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley, really looking forward to seeing how he finishes this race.
And it does look like he's got the lead at this point, although challenged strongly by the Mossman rower in lane 7, Oscar Shield Gamborg. So we could be in for a close finish here with some pretty strong schoolboy rowers.
Nice. I love this high-intensity racing, Sam. They want to make sure that they walk into one of those top 2 places. I'd anticipate that they'll be sticking to their race plan, lifting up their rate to pick up the front of the boat toward the last quarter of this race, and really just trying to keep their position. Nothing like looking across at the single scull next to you in the lane and just seeing that you're inching forward stroke by stroke, gaining a bit of ground on the crew next to you. But this does look tight for first, second and third. So in lane 5, it looks like Will Rogers just has a nose on Oscar Shield Gamborg in lane 7. They're going to be feeling a bit of lactic acid burn in their legs at the moment, I'd say. They'll be wanting to put on a bit of a monster push in this last part of the race, as we can see Will's power coming on. His shoulders are nice and still, not lifting unnecessarily, and really smooth and easy finish here. He's got some lovely run on the boat. He's storming at home now. He's going to take out this race, the men's under-19 Division 3. Congratulations to Will Rogers from the King's School. Oscar Shield Gamborg, what a fantastic fight you put up there, Oscar, from Mossman in lane 7, and the University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes in lane 8. Well rowed, boys. If Will Rogers, you could make your way to the podium, we'd love to meet you. And St Augustine's Miles Nicholas, finishing in lane 1, followed by William Hurst of the King's School in boat 3. And Grayson Odbert is taking some measured and highly technical strokes as he comes into the finish line to cross just ahead of the Black Mountain rower of Patrick Edwards. And let's put our hands together for Daniel Payne of the King's School, finishing the men's under-19 Division 3, race 23. Congratulations, Daniel.
We'll go to the podium now for the presentation of Division 2 of the same race, the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. The winner of this race from Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Coddington.
And it's a real pleasure to be in the commentary box this morning with my beautiful firstborn son, Samuel. Sam was a rower at Newington, and we, as his mums, were proud supporters of his rowing career, then taking up masters rowing ourselves. So although Sam knows a lot more about the technical side of rowing, it's just so fun to be here in a mother and son duo. Maybe we're the first mother and son duo for New South Wales rowing. Maybe we're the first national, maybe international mother and son duo. But it's great to have Sam back in Sydney and commentating here at the Reindeer Regatta. We're in race 24 at the moment. They're racing in race 25, excuse me. We have race 24, the under 19 Division 4. They're all under 19. In the far lane is the Mossman rower William Robertson. In lane 2, Tom Whalen, coached by Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. In lane 3, Newcastle Uni's Treffin Stamberley. The King's rower Jackson Thomas. In the middle of the course, Hunter Valley Grammar's Will Steadman. Lane 6, the King's 7 rower Lewis Todd. His competitor from the King's School, Mac Mason. And in lane 8, Kinross Wallaroy's Jack Dunworth. And at Newcastle Uni, they want to just give a shout out to Trefon. They're a hub of elite rowing up there at the University of Newcastle. Trefon has just been selected to the Zimbabwe national team, which is fantastic. You're seeing him there in lane 3 from Newcastle Uni. He is going to be in the Zimbabwe national team. That's pretty exciting. That he's out there. They train there with the Hunter Valley Grammar students on the Hunter River in Berry Park, and they've been hosting some regattas up there in the last few weeks. As we have a look at this field, it looks to be the Mossman William Robinson and the King's Tom Whalen who might be vying it out for first position. I think it looks like the King's School Tom Whalen is putting on some pretty high pressure as he's pushing forward every stroke, just inching a little bit ahead of Mossman's William Robertson on the far side of the course. And I can see that he's taking a lead now from the Mossman rower. That's Tom Whalen in lane 2. He's definitely having a good move forward now and winding up here for a really strong finish from Tom Whalen from the King's School. He's put a lot of work into this race in the last half to increase his lead, and he's going to take out this under 19 single scull Division 4. The Mossman rower of William Robertson, and it's going to be a very close finish between lanes 3 and 7, Newcastle Uni and Maxon. We'll have to get an official result on that as Lewis Todd crosses the finish line. That's race 24, the King's rower of Tom Whalen in 7 minutes and 45.05, followed by William Robinson, Mac Mason, Trefen Stamboli and Lewis Todd. And crossing the finish line now, Jackson Thomas of the King's School. Congratulations there, Jack Dunworth from Kinross Wallaroy, finishing race 24. We're in race 25 now, the men's under 19 single scull. This is a split race, lanes 1 through 4 under 19, lanes 5 through 8 under 21s. Welcome back to the commentary box, Sam. I realised I had most of the last race on mute when I was commentating. I've got to say I did a really good job too of race 24. But here we are in race 25. Looks to be a very decisive and Clearwater lead. Possibly, I'm going to guess, for Alec Hoskin of Sydney. Hard for me to see, Sam. Can you give me a hand with that one? Yeah, apologies there. It's the Penrith under 21's Liam Taylor there, who's is right out in front in lane 5 for race 25. So in the under 21 division, it's Penrith's Liam Taylor who's going to take out this race 25. Followed by Sydney University's Hayden Mounter in second place with the distinctive white, yellow and blue Zooty. But it's really going to be a competition for third place in this race between lane 7, Sydney University 4's James Scott Brown. I think he's going to be inched out by Alexander Page in lane 6. Oh, it's going to be very tight. One buzzer.
We've got 19 to 21 division 4.
And it's lane 4 finishing King's 8 and the King's 4 Oscar Petrus.
Turn that off. Is that Tom Whalen from Kings?
Beg your pardon?
Is that Tom Whalen from Kings?
It is.
All right, I'll send it down now.
And that was Kobe Young finishing there for Newcastle Grammar, and that's race 25 on your program.
We'll send it down to the podium now for the presentation of race 24, Division 4 of the men's under 19 single scull. The winner from the King's School, Tom Whalen.
And I think it's Alex Bohm of the University of New South Wales in lane 7 who is out in front at the 1,000 metre mark for Division 6 of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. Where in race 26 of your program, they're all under 21 rowers in this division, and Alex Bohm might have an early lead. I'm going to revise that. It's Alec Hoskin in lane 5 from Sydney who has got the strong lead in this race. I'm sure Alex Bohm's going pretty well himself up there in lane 7, but it's Alec Hoskin who's out in the lead in the middle of the course. Okay, so Alec Hoskin is making some bold moves in the middle of the course here. But it's number 2, Sydney's. Yeah, Alex Hoskin is winning at the moment in lane 5, and Sydney University's Nicholas Whalen is going to come in second place, but it's lane 5, Alec Hoskin, who was the leader of the whole race, and it was just a bad call by me, so I'm sorry about that. Congratulations to Alec and to Nicholas Whalen. And now we have UTS Tane Potts crossing the finish line in third place. It's going to be a contest for fourth, looks pretty decisive here in lane 8 is UTS Tane Potts, coached by Matthias Ungermack and Judith Ungermack. And William Wolfe in lane 3, followed by Tommy Poulton from Kinross Walleroy in lane 1. And finally, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Williamson will be crossing the finish line on the next bell, followed by UTS 2's Oscar Bergerie.
Back to the podium now for the presentation of race 25, Division 5 of the men's under 19, under 21 double scull. The winner in lane 5 from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor. Coming down the course now are the competitors in race 27, the women's under 17 double scull. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Matilda Marconis and Heidi Heap. In lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club's Lottie Raverstein and Eloise Stevens. In lane 5, the Mossman Rowing Club double of Alice Stringer and Chloe Benfield. In lane 6, the Leichhardt crew, Grace Connery and Sabrina Kochar. In lane 7, the North Sydney Girls crew of Audrey Thomas and Julia Wang. And in lane 8, the Newcastle Grammar double of Sadie Smart and Molly Boyle.
There's a little breeze picking up here on the course, Sam, but I can see from the video stream that the rowers look pretty smooth and relaxed. in this race. They're pretty focused. They've got their heads in their own boats, which is, difficult when you're rowing in a regatta for the first time or you haven't been out at Cirque yet this season. It's quite an exciting course to race, being the Olympic course, obviously purpose-built here for the Sydney Olympics. And it's exciting to race on this course, and looking around and soaking in the atmosphere, you can often forget that you're actually in a race, and that's when you sometimes hear rowers saying you've got to keep your head in the boat. That's keeping your concentration and your focus. But I think they'd be anticipating here, with the lineup that I can see in this race, some pretty competitive rowing and a finish that might be quite exciting. It's great to see so many spectators out here. This is a pretty famous stand that you're sitting in. The architecture of the stand, with a 1,000 seat capacity, was designed by the Adelaide architects Woods Bagot, and they won some awards for this stadium and the stadium design for those Summer Olympics here in 2000. Cirque was finalised in 1995 as part of the Penrith Lakes scheme, which was a 2,000 hectare site, which was a former sand and gravel quarry, which might give you a few hints as to what's on the bottom of the course here, which is a 5-metre freshwater course. So it's the Mossman crew here in lane 3 of Lottie Ravesgen and Eloise Stevens that are nicely out in front of the Leichhardt crew of Grace Conroy and Sabrina Kotzer. And they have a very decisive lead, and they're going to take out this women's under-17 double scull as they're picking up their oars, doing some really nice work at the catch there to cross the finish line in first place. We've got 2 reindeers here, it looks like, Sam, from the Leichhardt crew.
Certainly does. We love to see it. We love the festive atmosphere at the Reindeer Regatta, and it's great to see all these crews get into it, especially the younger rowers.
And it's Sydney Uni's crew over there in lane 2, which are just going to be pipped at the post by the Newcastle Grammar crew of Sadie Smart and Molly Boyle. What a fantastic finish, girls, to take that final huge push as they both try to catch their breath after a big race. And North Sydney girls Audrey Thomas and Julia Wang crossing the finish line. I bet they're happy that's over. Yes, they are. They congratulate each other. It's really team effort, these double sculls. And you're rowing really for each other as the Mossman 4 crew of Alice Stringer and Chloe Benfield approach the finish line for the last 10 strokes. Congratulations to the women's under-17 double scull. I'm just going to hand over the mic for a little trial for Lucy Yabsley from the Ascombe School. She commentated a little bit at the Loretto Normanhurst Regatta last week, and she's going to join Sam for a bit of tandem commentating for race 28, 29 and 30. So welcome, Lucy.
And on the course now for race 28, it's a double race. We've got one para crew and then the women's under 17 double. From the University of Queensland in lane 2, we've got Mac Russell and Kaylee Mitchell, a PR3 crew. And then the remainder of the field, women's under 17 doubles. In lane 4 from Glebe are Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, great last name. In lane 5, the Pimble Ladies College crew has scratched. In lane 6, the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Georgie Jones and Samantha Chadwick. In lane 7, the Mossman double of Selena Panetta and Lola Balmain. In lane 8 is the Newcastle Grammar crew of Annabelle McKenzie and Roxana Brown. And in lane 9, the Mossman double of Elizabeth Kerr and Anna McLean. So coming up to the finish line, it looks like it's that Glebe double of Moore and Boland in a strong position, but also the PR3 double from the University of Queensland putting in a strong move towards the finish line. Even though these two are technically in different races, it's going to be a close one at the finish. And just shaving under the 8-minute mark, it's that Glebe crew finishing in first place with some great tinsel on their boat, followed by the University of Queensland double finishing in first place in the para double. And it looks like the next crew to cross the line is going to be that Newcastle Grammar double in lane 8, followed closely by Mossman in lane 9. Elizabeth Kerr and Anna McLean from Mossman just crossing the finish line there, followed closely by their club mates from Mossman in lane 7, Selena Panetta and Lola Balmain. And a big hand for the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Georgie Jones and Samantha Chadwick finishing off the race. Nice stuff, girls.
Lining up now is race 29, the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. In lane 1 we have Scots 1, lane 2 Newington, 3 Shaw, 4 Glebe, 5 Kings 1, lane 6 Mossman, 7 St Augustine's, lane 8 Kinross Rollaway 1, and lane 9 Sydney Grammar.
On the podium now, the winners of race 28, Para Double Scull from the University of Queensland, Mac Russell and Kaylee Mitchell, coached by Michael Russell.
As I come towards the finish line, it is quite close between all crews, but from here it looks like it's the Shaw crew from lane 3 and the Augies crew in lane 7 who are neck and neck for first place. All crews giving a big push towards the end, but it looks like it will be the Shaw crew who takes the win. Followed by the Newington crew, then Augies and Kinross Wallaroy.
That's great racing. That's got to be one of the closest finishes of the day. Really good stuff across the board from everyone. On the podium now, the other winners from race 28, the women's under 17 double scull from Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du.
And on the course now is race 30, the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1 we have Kings 2, lane 2 Shaw, lane 3 Kinross Wallaroy, lane 4 Glebe, lane 5 Barker, lane 6 Sydney Grammar, lane 7 Scots, lane 8 Mossman and lane 9 Newington.
As we approach the last 250 meters of the course, this looks like it's going to be another close finish in the under 16 quad scull division. I can see Newington, I can see Kinross, I can see Shaw. Looks like we're going to be in for another tight finish here. Everyone's making a real push here. The crews are rating up across the board, absolutely giving it their all, putting everything in to try and get a position. Kinross absolutely gunning it. Shaw, Newington, it's really close. We might be in for a photo finish here. It's Kinross, it's Newington. I think it's going to be Kinross or Newington. I can't tell. I can't tell. We've got a photo finish for first place, the first one of the day. Shaw across in third, Kings in second. Scots and Sydney Grammar come across in the minor positions. But wow, what a finish. Some great racing here in the under 16 quads. We'll see who gets that photo finish in just a second. We'll have that to you. Mossman Rowing Club coming across the line, followed by Glebe Rowing Club. And then bringing up the back of the field in some fantastic festive attire is the Barker College crew. Well done, guys. So we've got official results in for that one now. It was Kinross Wallerai 2 that took that race out, just 0.18 of a second over that Newington crew in second place. Really exciting stuff. Well done, Kinross Wallerai.
And we're racing in race 31, the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. These are really the blue ribbon events of this regatta, in my opinion, Sam. These schoolboy crews are just so well rehearsed, so probably doing their ergs 2 or 3 times a week, and they've really got some massive power in their adolescent legs. And as we're in race 31 at the moment, we've got Kinross Walleroy over in the far lane, Scots 3, Mossman, Kinross Walleroy again, Newington right in smack bang middle of the lane. This is a full house here, all 9 lanes. The Shaw School in lane 6, Barker College in 7, Kings in lane 8 and Scots in lane 4. But there's some really nice talent in this lineup here as these young men come through the rowing programs at these schools, and we'll be seeing some of these names in the programs over the coming years, I'd say, as they move up into the senior years rowing programs. And it could be a head-to-head here between Shaw and Newington in lanes 5 and 6. It's fantastic to see Newington Rowing taking some of the lead positions in these races at this time in the season. That's the Newington crew of Aaliyah, Sharp, Wong and Sukia, coxed by Dylan Henry, and the Shaw crew of Comanakis, Doherty, Smith, Robson, coxed by Alex Gulbin. Unfortunately, we don't have any splits to share with you at the halfway mark, which makes the call a little bit of a lucky dip, but we're doing our best to bring you who we can see from the commentary boxes in the lead. And at this stage,
it looks to be Newington and Shaw in those middle lanes, although I can see Kings and Scots in relatively good positions on the outside as well, but we might have a shootout in the middle lanes for first place here.
Yeah, I think they'd be picking up momentum now. They will be sticking to their race plans and doing their very best to listen to the cocks, trusting in that cocks to bring them right down the centre of the lane, flying down the course. Those middle two crews are making no mistake of their intention here, and it looks like they're slightly edging out there at the Shaw School over the Newington crew.
Exactly right. Shaw starting to bring that rate up as we come into the last 150 metres even. And it looks like Shaw's going to take this one out.
The Kinross crew are trying to close in a little bit on that Newington crew, bringing up their boat speed as well for some long and powerful strokes. That's going to see them in third place. It's going to be the Shaw School who take this out in lane 6, followed by Newington in lane 5 and the King's School in lane 3. Sorry, King's 3 in lane 8 for third place. The Scots School, Kinross Walleroy, followed by the Kinross Walleroy 3 boat, as the Scots 4 boat with their Reindeer stroke cross the finish line in 7. In 8th position, it looks to be the Mossman crew of Reed, Inakai, Steen and Sanakaya, coxed by Annika Humphreys, crossing the finish line now. Followed by Barker College, Finn McKechnie, Jacob Apps, Ahan Alakar and Kobe Neal, coxed by Georgia Spicer. Could the winners, the Shaw 3 School, please come to the podium to collect your medals?
Coming down the course now is race 32, which is Division 4 of these under-16 Cox Quad Skull schoolboy races. In lane 1, the Newington crew of Nam Nguyen, Angus Turnbull, Lucas Knox, Lucky Williams and Cox Lucky Baird. In lane 2, the Scots crew of Ben Vaughan, Anton James Lutfi, George Little, Jack Carenti and Cox Samuel Radburn. In lane 3, the Shaw crew of Alexander Edwards, Julian Noakes, Xavier Coker, Max Riddle and Cox Hugo Dean. In lane 4, the Newington crew of Nicholas Sofsis, Aidan Evans, Hugo Sibilia, Tom Parrott and Cox Aaron Koo. In lane 5, the Scots crew Charles Carmody, Thomas Urban, James Tam, Saxon Taylor and Cox Dylan Sparring. In lane 6, we've got the Shaw crew Campbell Binney, Jack Butcher, Sam Haley, Will Haler and Cox Owen King. In lane 7, the Newington College crew of Rory Begg, Rocco McConnell, Aaron Koo, Ashton Tullipin and Cox by Andrew Buchanan. And in lane 8, the Scots crew of Anton James Lutfi, Reg Robinson, William Bowen, Thomas Tyson and Cox Jack Shannon. So I'm doubling up in the names there. I'm not sure how some of these rowers are going to be in 2 boats at once, but I guess we'll see what happens as we come up to the finish line here. It looks like that Shaw 4 crew in lane 3 of Edwards, Noakes, Coker, Riddle and Cox Dean have got a pretty strong lead here, and perhaps Scots, Newington and Shaw's other crew in the battles for the minor placings here. But it looks to be that Shaw 4 crew pushing for the win as we come towards the finish line here in race 32.
Yeah, and behind those front runners, Sam, there looks to be a bit of a long way to go for those other crews. They've got a bit of catching up to do, but they are all 4 boats there in those second positions are locked together, and it's quite a race here for second and third place. But as you said, the Shaw crew have pushed on, powered through and come in for a very easy win. Second place looks like it's most likely.
It looks like Shaw, but there's been a little bit of a difficulty. It's going to be really tight here, but it looks like Shaw followed by Newington, then Scots and Newington. Really intense battle for the minor placings there with a little crab action towards the end, it looked like. Scots in lane 2 finished their race as well.
And we've got the festive headdresses of the Scots 7 crew just crossing the line. I'm telling you, catching a crab, Sam, is one of those things in a race that you, if you think about it too much as you're racing, it's more likely to happen.
On the podium now are the winners of race 27, the women's under 17 double scull from Mussman Rowing Club. Well done to Lottie Raverstein and Eloise Stevens, coached by Ben Whitewolf.
Let's give those girls a big round of applause. The time that they've put in off the water, on the water, congratulations. Go and have a beer. When you're 18, you can have a beer in those winning mugs. So they're on the lineup now, anticipating start to commence shortly for the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. Enormous lineup in these schoolboy races for these Coxed Quad Sculls. The last few races that we've had have been really exciting, close finishes. But I'm sure that they're still feeling a bit of pressure and a bit of tension and anxiety up there at the start line. It's always a sense of butterflies as you're waiting for the starter's call. And you've got the bow seat who might be getting directions just to tap the edge of the boat around on one side to get a better course or a better line on the course. And I can see that they're tapping and the cox is giving directions now from the starter to get those boats lined up for a good start. This is the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull, race 33 on your program. So in lane 1 we have Newcastle Grammar, lane 2 Scots 9, lane 3 Newcastle Grammar, lane 4 Sydney Grammar, good to see you here Sydney Grammar, Barker College in lane 5, lane 6 St George, lane 7 Newcastle Grammar and Scots in lane 8. The race is underway, but we're going to just cut across to the podium for a presentation.
Going back down to the podium now, the presentation for the winners of race 32, Division 4 of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull. From Shaw, Alexander Edwards, Julian Noakes, Xavier Coker, Max Riddell, and Cox Hugo Dean.
Okay, so in race 33, it looks pretty exciting. In the middle part of the course, Sydney Grammar, Alexander Hu, Ben Pack, Patrick Harvey, Charlie Huggins, Cox by Tim Zhang, look to have a toe-to-toe, head-to-head lead on Barker College, Austin Sheriff, Liam White, Lucas Ward, Henry Butler, Cox by Claudia McDougall. But what a fantastic thing to see Sydney Grammar out in front in this Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. There's a nice pattern in the water with the far lane, lane 1, lane 3, lane 4. Looking to have a strong lead here. And Sydney Grammar have a very decisive lead here of a boat length in front of Barker College. Sydney Grammar are going to be absolutely thrilled. They're making some hay here right in the centre of the course, flying down and really pushing. They've got everything to play for here. That is a fantastic win from Sydney Grammar. Maybe they're a crew to watch, that little 4 of Hu, Pack, Harvey and Huggins. Barker College in 2. Newcastle Grammar's Clarkson, Issen, Lindsay, Mitef, Cox by Claudia Willis. And crossing the line there in the final place for this race, the Scots 9 crew of Fennell, Mills, Toltzgower and Meek, Cox by Lachlan Johnson.
Going back down to the podium now, the presentation for race 29, Division 1 of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull. The winners in lane 3 from the Shaw School, Will Reed, Ollie Mott, Ed McDonald, Charlie Bassingthwaite, and Cox Harry Lee.
And underway now is race 34, the women's novice single scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2 we have Barker College. Lane 3 Glebe. Lane 4 we have a scratching from Barker. Lane 5 University of New South Wales. Lane 6 Newcastle Uni. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, and Lane 8, Hunter Valley Grammar. Heading towards the finish line now, it looks like it's Heather Frith from University of New South Wales in lane 5, who has a very healthy lead on the rest of the field. It's a lot of their first races, because it's the women's novice single scull, but she is looking very good as she crosses the finish line in first. And Georgia Foster from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 8, coming in second. But it looks like we have a capsize from lane 2, it looks like Barker College. And Heather from Glebe coming in third. Well done.
Sending it back down to the podium, the present 33, Division 5 of the men's under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. The winning crew in lane 4 from Sydney Grammar, Alexander Hu, Ben Pack, Patrick Harvey, Charlie Huggins, and Cox Tim Zhang. Coaches Charlie Patterson and Lauren Graham.
Race 35 is halfway down the course now, the Women's Novice Single Scull Division 2. In lane 1 from Barker College we have Claudia McDougall. In lane 2 from Barker College we have Bonnie McInerney. Lane 3 from Newcastle Uni we have Natalie Williamson. Lane 4 from Glebe we have Ming Yang. Lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Emma Purdy. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Charlotte Blackmore. Lane 7 from Nepean, Elise Coral. Lane 8 from Sydney is Sophia Stevenson.
Let's give a big round of applause to Ivy Kim from Barker College, recovering from that capsize and doing really well to get across the finish line now. Well done.
strong push from two crews from Newcastle Uni and Sydney Rowing Club, but it looks like Natalia Williamson from Newcastle Uni might take this win. Oh, photo finish for the Sydney crew and Newcastle Uni.
Second photo finish for first place of the day. Another exciting finish here. The scull is from Nepean and Glebe coming across the line now. That's Elise Carl from Nepean and Ming Yang from Glebe. And then in lane 5 coming across the line now is Emma Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Unfortunately, it looks like Bonnie McInerney from Barker there has capsized over. She's right back up in. That's a big effort. That's good stuff. We love to see that.
Super quick. That was so good.
That's really good.
Straight back into rowing to finishing this race. Well done.
This is a 10 out of 10 effort, and I know the entire Cirque grandstand is going to give a huge hand to Bonnie McInerney from Barker as she comes across the finish line. Let's give it up. Straight back down to the podium now, the presentation for race 31. Oh. We'll keep it rolling with the presentation for race 31, Division 3 of the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. The winners here in lane 6 from the Shore School: Peter Komenakis, Ryan Doherty, Henry Smith, Scott Robson, and Cox Alex Golban. On the podium now, going back down the program a bit, the presentation for race 23, Division 3 of the men's under 19 single scull. The winner from the King's School, William Rogers, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley.
Coming down the course now is race 36, the Division 3 of the women's novice single scull. In lane 2 from Glebe, we have Mika Zuzak. Lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Miller Lil Henville. Lane 4 from Glebe, we have Katie Elias. Lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Florence Sacker. From lane 6, University of New South Wales, is Sunny Park. Lane 7 from Barker College is Ziki Wang. From lane 8, Hunter Valley Grammar, is Kate Longengat. Looks like lane 2 and 6 and lane 8 are neck and neck for first place as they come into the last 50 metres of this race. But it looks like lane 7, Barker College, might take this win. A few crabs caught in the last few strokes, but it is Barker followed by Hunter Valley Grammar and Newcastle Grammar.
At the podium now are the winners of Race 30, Division 2 of the Men's Under-16 Cox Quad Scull. From Kinross Walleroy, Joe Dunworth, Charlie Kimmins, Caden McLaughlin, George Hunt, and Cox Chloe Caro, coached by Benjamin Watt and Will Stanley Davies.
They're racing in race 37 now, the women's under-16 single scull Division 1. On the far side of the course, lane 1, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 2, Mossman 5, Abby Wrightson. Mossman is in lane 3, Naima Adele. Mossman in lane 4, Ava Baker. North Sydney girls in the middle of the course, Lee Tan. Nepean 1's Ellie Taylor. Nepean 4, Maya Edwards. Mossman's Madeline Miller. And Glebe's Adelaide Abernathy. But looks really nice here to see in lane 6, Nepean 1's Ellie Taylor in a decisive win in this under-16 single scull Division 1. Ellie Taylor's coached by Daniel Waddell and has taken this race by several boat lengths. Looks like lane 9, Adelaide Abernathy, might have it just by a nose over Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steel. Congratulations, Adelaide, well rowed at the end there as Mossman's Ava Baker crosses the finish line. It's absolutely neck and neck between lane 7, that is Maya Edwards, against Abby Wrightson over there in Mossman 5. I'd say that was nothing in it on the last bit there as Mossman's Madeline Miller crosses the finish line. North Sydney girls, Lee Tan. Congratulations, Lee, coached by Philip Brown, Pamela Whitnell and Andrew McCallum. And it looks like a bit of a limp across the finish line there for Neema Dell. She may have a technical issue in the boat there. Might be a problem with her rigger on her stroke side, I'm not sure. That was the under-16 single scull.
On the podium now, the winner of Race 35, Division 2 of the Women's Novice Single Scull. From Newcastle University, Natalie Williamson.
Okay, just introducing the mic now to Stella. She's going to take the mic and call this race. This is race 38, which is on the course now.
So out in front we have lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar, Erin O'Kane, looking to have a great lead over lane 8. Lily McHugh. Oh, sorry, lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Heidi Mackenzie. Great win. And then out on the far side in lane 2, Sophia Whitelaw, who will come in 3rd after Newcastle Grammar. And then in 4th and 5th position, it's a tight race between the two Mossman crews, Daisy Dunn and Emma Topher. And on the close side, Leichhardt, Lily McHugh in lane 8. Close between the two Mossman crews, crossing the line now. Oh, photo? Ooh. Coming up the course now, coming up to the 750, we have Mossman in lane 1, Emily Ploman. Mossman in lane 2, Abigail Walsh. Leichhardt in lane 3, Lara Petrozzi. North Shore in lane 4, Paloma Sang. Lane 5, Askham, Isabel Bug. Lane 6, Karawa, Summers Hogan. Lane 7, Mossman, Lulu Hill. Lane 8, Sydney, Heidi Heap. And just coming up to the 750, it's the two Mossman crews in the middle of the field who are coming in positions 1 and position 2. In first place, it's Izzy Bug from Askham. Great rower, her blade work is absolutely amazing. And the Korowa girl, Summers Hogan, coming neck and neck with Izzy. It's going to be a close race between those two girls, who are just coming up to the red boys now, last 100 metres. These girls are both finishing with amazing technique, and it looks to be Izzy just getting an inch in front of Summers Hogan from Karawa. And it will be Izzy Bug from Askham coming in first place with a time of 4:12 and a margin of 1 second back to Summers Hogan of Karawa. And then it will be a tight for third between Sydney and lane 4 North Shore. And it's Heidi Heap who takes out third place from Sydney, and North Shore Paloma Sang in 4th, followed by the two Mossman crews in 5th and 6th.
Back down to the podium now, the presentation for race 37, Division 1 of the Women's Under-16 Single Scull. The winner in lane 6 from Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell. And now the presentation for race 38, Division 2 of the women's under-16 single scull. The winner in lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Erin O'Kane.
Coming up the field now is race 40, women's under 16 single scull division 4. In lane 2, Mossman, Kate Futrell. Lane 3, Mossman, Amelie Kemper-Macy. Lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Georgia Bramble. Lane 5, Mossman, Madeline Walker. Lane 6, Karawa, Sienna McFarlane. Lane 7, Askham, Ingsa Dive. Lane 8, Nepean, Georgia Ewan. Lane 9, Barker College, Meg Anderson. They seem to be just coming up to the 1 kilometre mark now. Coming up to the red boys now, we have Meg Anderson in lane 9 from Barker College coming in first place. Oh, it's going to be tight between Meg and Karawa, Sienna McFarlane, and Mossman, who is Amelie Kemper-Macy. And coming past the finish line, technique looking great from Karawa, who will seem to finish in first place. Or very close, and that's Barker Meg Anderson in first place with a time of 4:29. Very close back to Karawa Sienna McFarlane with .62, and then Mossman Amelie Kemper-Macy. And now fourth to Georgia Ewan from Nepean, fifth to Mossman Kate Futrell, and then photo between 7th and 8th, Askham and Mossman. Oh, capsize over in lane 2 from Mossman. Luckily she finished the race before she capsized.
Going back to the podium now, the presentation for race 39, Division 3 of the women's under-16 single scull. The winner from Askham, Isabel Bugg.
Race 41, Women's Under 16 Single Scull Division 5. Lane 1, Mossman, Amelie Nowland. Lane 3, Nepean, Mitali Gage. Lane 4, Mossman, Catherine Walsh. Lane 5, Askham, Chloe Hitchens. Lane 6, North Sydney Girls, Alison Zhang. Lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, Megan Lakundi. Lane 9, St George, Charlotte Oliver. And it seems to be Lane 9, St George, Charlotte Oliver coming in first place into the Red Boys. Looking great. And then second place, our Mossman on the far side, Amelie Nowland. Looking great, great technique, long and strong from lane 9, St George, who will come through the finish line with a great lead over Mossman and the rest of the field with a time of 4:24. Well done, Charlotte. Great lead over Mossman in lane 1, Amelia Nowland, who will come through in second place with a margin of 27 seconds. Great lead from St George. And in third, we'll have lane 8, Newcastle Grammar. Fourth and fifth goes to Mossman and North Sydney Girls. Well done, girls. Great race.
On the podium now, the winner of race 36, Division 3 of the Women's Novice Single Scull from Barker College, Ziki Wang. Give her a big round of applause. And now the winner of race 40, Division 4 of the Women's Under 16 Single Scull, also from Barker College, Meg Anderson. Give her a big hand. Back down to the podium, the winners of race 10 a while back in the program, the Women's Novice Double Scull from the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park and Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns. Let's all give them a big round of applause.
Just getting underway now. Wait. Race 43, men's under 17 double scull, Division 1. In lane 2, we have Mossman, Blake Bartram and Jack Paul. Lane 3, Kings, Lachlan Rogers and Nicholas Platis. Lane 4, Leichhardt, Riley, Lee Coxall and Dylan Lee. Lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, William Bird and Edward Baker. Lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Samuel Lonergan and William Hunt. Lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, Luca Popper and Robbie Newham. And lane 8, Kings, Dave King and Hamish Matthews. Just coming up to the 750 now.
I just want to thank our volunteers who have come up here to the commentary box, schoolgirl rowers, Stella and Lucy and Chloe. They wanted to have a go on the mic, and I think they did a fantastic job. So thank you very much for coming up here and giving it a spin.
As we're coming up to the finish line here in race 43, Division 1 of the men's under 17 doubles, it looks like that King's crew over in lane 3 has got a pretty solid lead coming towards the finish line, and in fact it might be that other King's crew in lane 8 that's their closest challenger. But right now it's going to be that King's crew of Lucky Rogers and Nicholas Plattis that finish in first place in this one. And yes, indeed, it's Dave King and Hamish Matthews, also from King's, coming through in second, and then a strong finish in lane 5 from William Bird and Edward Baker from Newcastle Grammar, rounding out the podium places. It's Kinross Walleroy in lane 7, coming in 4th, closely followed in lane 2 by the Mossman Rowing Club double of Blake Bartram and Jack Paul. And rounding out the field in lane 6, the Hunter Valley Grammar double of Samuel Lonergan and William Hunt. Well done to everyone in that race. We're going to take it back down to the podium now for the presentation of race 41, Division 5 of the Women's Under 16 Single Scull. The winner in lane 9 from St George Rowing Club, Charlotte Olivier, coached by Mark Featherstone. Big round of applause.
And coming down the course now in race 44, Division 2 of the men's under 17 double scull, over in the far lane, Mossman's Julian Lemaitre, William Robertson, coached by Tom Schmenko and Kieran Kolbecki. In lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar's Hayden Melmoth and Thomas Foster. Kinross Walleroy in lane 4 are putting forward the combination of Thomas Robson and Toby Buckland, while Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 have Henry Chaston and Cormac Cairns in this race. Hugo Yates and Jeremy Blatchfield are heading it out in lane 6 for Kings 2, and William Farrer and Luke Fleet in Kings 5. You'll see them in lane 7, next to Glebe in the lane closest to the grandstand of Christopher Vlahos and Josh Dallimore, coached by Robin Macney. And I apologise that we don't have anyone in the huts at the moment to help us with any of the splits at the either 1,000 metre for the 2K races or at the 500 for these 1K races. It makes it hard to give a good commentary to you. Well, hard enough, even though like we're probably both novices, so it's not the greatest, hottest commentary in town as it is, but it could be better if we had a bit more data. But we're really relying on what we can see on the course. And
right now what we can see on the course is that King's double in lane 7, consisting of William Farrer and Luke Fleet, looks to have a pretty solid lead here coming into the last 250.
Yeah, and I think they'll be sitting back and quite enjoying watching everyone who's ahead of them, because they can see, of course, rowing, the only sport where you cross the finish line backwards, isn't that the saying? But it's a pretty commanding position to be out there in front, and knowing that you're in front, you can lengthen your stroke, you can sit back at the finish. Not that this crew seems to be doing that, I've got to say. William Farrer and Luke Fleet seem to be keeping on the pressure, keeping on the power, keeping up the strike rate and crossing the finish line in first position. Congratulations.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty tight battle for second place here between Kinross in lane 4 and Glebe in lane 8. I just think I really can't call that. We might.
Oh,
We got a photo finish for second place.
that was I want to say butt-clenching finish, but that probably would be a little bit inappropriate. That was
Just
so
a tad.
close. As lane 6, Kings 2, they're just having a slight steering problem here at the end, which cost them a little bit of run on that boat. But they, I love that camaraderie there, Sam. Did you see the stroke seat? Hugo Yates just put his hand back to Jeremy there.
It's great stuff, and they've also got a great set of Christmas tinsel on their boat, so
Well, they're winners in my eyes.
Exactly right. Rounding out the field here, it looks like in lane 5 we've got Newcastle Grammar finishing it off really nicely.
That's Henry Chaston and Cormac Cairns. One bucket hat. Maybe if they'd had 2 bucket hats, they wouldn't look so exhausted. There you are. Good job, boys.
We're going to send it down to the podium now for the presentation of race 43, Division 1 of the men's under-17 double scull. The winners in this race, the King's School, combination of Lucky Rogers and Nicholas Plattis, coached by David Gelly and Ed Yorston. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone.
Race 45 is on the course at the moment. We can't tell you exactly which crew is out in front, but someone has a very clear lead. This is the men's under-17 double scull Division 3. In lane 2, on the far side, Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung and Ronan Brown. Hunter Valley Grammar's Harrison Teasel and Oscar Powell. Kings 1 have put up in the middle lane Oscar Parsons and Sam McLean. In lane 5, St George's James Rudzis and Robert Olivier. Leichhardt 1 crew in lane 6 of Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovic. And Mossman's lane 7, Floris Elias and Tobias Elias.
Returning to the podium for the presentation of race 44, Division 2 of the men's under-17 double scull. The winners from Kings, William Farrer and Luke Fleet, coached by Julian Huxley and Harrison Randell. Let's give them a big hand.
Okay, so Florius Elias and Tobias Elias in Mossman, they look like they've got a really effective technique there. They're the fastest on the course in this race. They're blasting their way through the water here. They've got a lead of at least half a canvas over their nearest competitor, Newcastle Grammar, in lane 2. And they're pretty dominant here in this race. It's going to be Mossman's Florius and Tobias Elias, taking out the first place in the men's under-17 double scull, followed by Newcastle Grammar in lane 2's Mitchell Chung and Ronan Brown. And then we have a real fight between 4 and 5 St George and the King's School. It's going to be extremely close, but I think it was just nabbed by the Kings 1 group of Oscar Parsons and Sam McLean. That was right on the nose. It is a photo finish for lane 4 and 5, Kings and St George. They're going to be looking at those photos in the finish tower. I'll get those official results to you as soon as possible as we say congratulations to the Leichhardt crew of Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovic crossing the finish line now for Leichhardt 1 in race 45. Like Mossman, and Mossman's Florius Elias and Tobias Elias. If you could make your way to the winner's podium, please, for race 45. Let's just not forget that we've got Hunter Valley Grammar out there, Harrison Teasel and Oscar Powell. Let's make them feel like it was all worth it. This is where it all matters, ladies and gentlemen. They come into this regatta. They don't know where they're going to finish, but they're certainly enjoying this race. And even though it was not an emphatic victory, it was certainly an excellent row. That's Hunter Valley Grammar's Harrison Teasel and Oscar Powell.
Coming down the course now is race 46, Division 1 of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull, all under-19s in this particular race. In lane 1, we've got Adelaide Uni's Victoria Binns. In lane 2, Isabel Scheimer from the University of Queensland. In lane 3, Sienna Morgan from UTS. In lane 4, Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 5, Neve Tierney, also from Sydney. In lane 6, Georgina Stevenson, also from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, there's Lucy McFarlane from Centenary. In lane 8, we've got Jade Bliss from UTS Rowing Club. And in lane 9, rounding out the field, is Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar.
Isn't that Charlie who was the Cox? Charlie Pet.
Back down to the podium now for the presentation of race 45, Division 3 of the men's under-17 double scull. The winners from Mossman Rowing Club, Floris Elias and Tobias Elias, coached by Tom Shremko and Kieran Kabelki. Let's give them a big round of applause.
So it looks like Jade Bliss here for UTS in lane 8 has a half canvas lead or so over lane 5, which would be Sydney Uni's Neve Tierney. So let's keep our eyes on the middle and the bandstand side of this race. In lane 5, Sydney's Neve Tierney, lane 8, UTS Jade Bliss.
We could be in for a tight finish here between Jade Bliss from UTS and Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. We're getting into the last 100 metres or so. They're really starting to rate up, put in a big move to the finish. It might just be the Sydney rower with a slight advantage at this point.
Yes, certainly Jade Bliss is coming up the field in quite a bit of style. She is closing in on Neve, but by bringing up her boat speed, but it looks like Neve's going to take it with those strong, powerful strokes. She kept side by side with Neve in her bid to stay up in the front of the pack, but coming in second today, Jade Bliss from UTS. Looks like followed by Amelia de Villiers of Sydney and Adelaide University's Victoria Binns in 4th place. 5th place, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney, Centenary's Lucy McFarlane, and UTS Sienna Morgan. So Neve, Jade and Amelia, well done on 1st, 2nd and 3rd in race 46. And let's put our hands together for Jemima Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar, finishing the race. Well done, Jemima. And Isabel Scheimer from the University of Queensland.
On the course now is race 47, Division 2 of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull. The first three scullers are under-19 and the remainder are under-21s. In lane 1 is Newcastle Grammar's Alice McCready. In lane 2 from Nepean Rowing Club, Olivia Harris. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury. In lane 4, Grace Burke from UTS. In lane 5, Ciara Ortolani from Sydney University. In lane 6, Claire Robinson from Penrith Rowing Club. In lane 7, Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club. And in lane 8, from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh.
Yeah, the conditions out here at Cirque, for those viewers on the live stream, it's been a really quiet, glassy, watered morning, but the clouds are starting to roll in now. It's a little bit thicker and greyer over the course at the moment, and I can also see there's a slight wind picking up and perhaps becoming a bit swirly and a bit tricky this afternoon. I think the afternoon of racing will certainly see crews have to depend a bit more maybe on their technique and some of their strategies for dealing with what looks to be a bit of a crosswind that's going to be blowing up in the afternoon. And, you know, crosswinds can present a unique challenge for rowers, but, you know, in competitive crews with the right strategy and technique, a crosswind can be utilised to help pick up speed in a race, although the potential to push the boat off course is a very real one.
On the podium now, the presentation for race 46, Division 1 of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull. The winner in lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, coached by Charlie Patterson. Let's give a big round of applause.
Okay, so in this race 47, the women's under 19 and under 21, it looks like Nepean in lane 2 for the under 19 race. Olivia Harris has her nose out in front. And in lane 7, Penrith's Madison Joins looks to have lead on the under 21 race. So it is the Nepean crew of Olivia Harris and University of Queensland's Scarlett Woodbury. It looks like Olivia's just out in front at the moment, but it could be anyone's race at this time. You never know what happens as they enter the red buoys in the last 20 strokes of this piece. But I would say quite confidently it is Olivia Harris of the Nepean crew that is going to take this race from the University of Queensland's Scarlett Woodbury, although Scarlett's putting on a mighty effort in this last few strokes. She just ran out of water in the last 5-10 metres. And in lane 7, Penrith's Madison joins, finishes strongly to take the 3rd position. Grace Burke from UTS putting in a fine effort there to hold off Sydney University's Ciara Ortolani. Ciara looks really comfortable, really relaxed as she stretches out long strokes crossing the finish line. With the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh, coached by the Texan himself, Chris Burns, coming across the finish line, looking over her shoulder, staying on course. Nice work there, Annabelle. Congratulations. Well done, Neve. We can see you. And good on Claire Robinson there, coached by Lindsay Callahan. Claire looks like she's been training nice and slow up the slide, nice controlled stroke. Claire's done a great job to finish for Penrith in lane 6. Sam and I are just enjoying some hot chips with chicken salt up here in the commentary box. I'm not going to invite you to come and join us because they're almost gone, but do make your way over to get some morning tea from the kiosk. There are also some rowing merch up on the concourse. I think Pontoon and Pont are here, so maybe you can go and pick up something for the Reindeer Regatta. Memories of.
Just coming past the 1,000-metre mark of the course now is Division 1 of the men's under-19, under-21 double scull, race 48. All under-19s in this particular race. In lane 1 from UTS, it's Jack Power and Kaylin Routley. Lane 2 from St Augustine's, William Pender and Jason Cow. Lane 3 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Ben Rickard and George Bowditch. Lane 5 from Mossman, Tobias Elias and Julian Lemaitre. In lane 6 from Kings, Charles Whalen and Lewis Todd. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Hayden Williamson. And in lane 8 from the King's School, William Hurst and Oscar Petras.
Yeah, I think it's all about process for the rowers at this point in the race, Sam, in this double scull. You know, you're going to have the bow seat really trying to keep their timing in sync with their stroke, making sure that they're in a syncopated rhythm with their legs moving as one, finishing together. These crews, no doubt, have been training a lot to move forward slowly up the slide, let the boat run underneath them. And we'll cross over now when we can see the rowers coming into some kind of order. Who's taken the opportunity in this race to keep ahead? What can you see up front, Sam?
It looks like Mossman have got a slight lead, and I think that UTS crew in the outer lanes, lane 1, might just be challenging them for that first position. But at this stage, it looks like Mossman are in the lead. And as we come into the last 250 metres of the race, they're going to start to strike it up, rate up, really sit back into the stroke, and look to have a strong finish. We'll see who comes out on top here.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to have a good move forward now. They will have a race plan, I would say, over this 2,000 metres. It's a punish, honestly, to get on an erg, try it yourself at home, and to row for 1 minute or two flat out. You'd find yourself understanding why aerobic fitness for rowers is probably one of the highest sports ever for aerobic and anaerobic fitness.
So coming into the last probably 100 or so meters, it does look like it's still that Mussman crew, probably slightly higher rate than that UTS crew coming into the finish line. We'll see who pips the other at the finish line, but it's looking like Mussman at this point. Probably about a canvas in it right now, half a boat length. The Mussman crew, really nice and smooth, fast strokes there, and they'll take this one by about a boat length over the UTS crew. That was the Mussman crew of Tobias Elias and Julian Lemaitre taking Division 1 of the men's under-19 double over the UTS crew of Jack Power and Kaylin Routley.
Man, Sam, they honestly lifted their rate there by like double what the crew on the other end were doing, and they really took some water from the boat over there from UTS.
St. Augustine's taking 3rd place, and it looks like in lane 8, Kings taking 4th place, closely followed by their schoolmates from Kings in lane 6. And it looks like they'll be followed up at the rear of the race by Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane 3, and in lane 7, the Hunter Valley Grammar double.
I love their Zooties, Hunter Valley Grammar.
And their reindeer ears, it looks like, in this particular race, but yes.
They're very well coordinated.
They got a great little...
Actually, they're rowing nicely as well.
On the course now is the other division of the men's under-19, under-21 double scull. This is race 49 over 2,000 metres. In lane 2, we've got the King's crew of Tom Whalen and Charles Baker. In lane 3, Mussman, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg. In lane 4, the Newcastle Grammar combination of Kobe Young and Logan Harmon. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Campbell Miller and George Wakeham. And in lane 6, St. Augustine's, Will Dawson and Max Tancred. And then in lanes 7 and 8, the two under-21 crews in this particular race. From UTS in lane 7, Nicolaus Matur and Zinc Bosco. And in lane 8 from UNSW, Alex Boehm and Marcus Black.
God, I absolutely love that. Imagine being called Zinc Bosco. That is the best name I've seen in a long time. They're coached by Sam Fennessy in that UTS crew. And UTS have a massive rowing contingent and some fantastic mentorship in that UTS shed. So Nicholas Mater and Zinc Bosco in lane 7 up against University of New South Wales, Alex Boehm and Marcus Black, coached by Cameron Butler. It's interesting to see some university boats against schoolboy rowing out here. Did you ever race, Sam, against university level rowers when you're in schoolboy rowing?
Occasionally, most often it's at these Rowing New South Wales regattas where there's two age groups in the one race, and generally you kind of get smoked, but it can be a fun experience to race against people much more experienced than you who've got their technique and their race plan down pat, and it can be a fun combination when you've got two age groups in the one race. So coming up to the finish line, it does look like it's that UTS crew in lane 7, the under-21 combination of Nicolaus Matur and Zinc Bosco. But it also looks like the King's crew in lane 2 is pushing quite hard in this race. That's Tom Whalen and Charles Baker. We'll see who comes out on top here. It might just be the UTS crew with their noses in front right now.
Yeah, the field's really started to string out as they move into this last 250 of the race. It is going to be a competition between these two crews. Sam, I'm going to let you call this one.
Well, this is what we're talking about. These are those two different age groups going head-to-head right now at the finish line. I think I give the edge to UTS still, but it's going to be really close. In fact, it might just be Kings. We'll see what happens. Two big pushes coming up to the finish line here. We could be in for a really close one. I think it's Kings. It's a photo finish for first place in Div 2 of the men's under 19 21 double scull. Exciting stuff on the finish line there. Rounding out the field in third place, it looks like that's a Kinross crew in lane 5, Campbell Miller and George Wakeham. Closely followed in lane 3 by the Mossman combination of Dion Hansen, Oscar Shield, Gernborg. Coming in 5th place, it's the Augustins crew in lane 6. That's Will Dawson and Max Tancred. And they're chased by the UNSW combination of Alex Bowman, Marcus Black.
I got to say, Sam, you've really stepped into your power with this commentating. I'm flagging and fatiguing, but Sam's just hit his stride.
Well, it helps when you get exciting finishes like that. Another photo finish for first.
That's
Where would you get this other than the Reindeer Regatta?
That's right, Sam. And we're having lane 4 here, Newcastle Grammar's Kobe Young and Logan Harmon coming in to finish this race. Congratulations. Looked like some really nice form there, boys. That was Newcastle Grammar's Young and Harmon.
We'll go down to the podium now, the presentation for race 48, Division 1 of the men's under 19 21 double scull. The winners in this one from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5, Tobias Elias and Julian Lemaitre, coached by Thomas Schramko and Kieran Kabelki. Give them a big round of applause.
Oh, coming down the course, I'm going to call it for this one because Sam's got his mouth stuffed with cold chips now, is the women's under 17 single scull Division 1. In the far side, Mossman 2's Frida Kirkham. Newcastle Grammar Roxana Brown. Rowing for Nepean 3 is Jade Clark. For Ascom 1, Sabrina Koza, coached by Lizzie Chapman, no doubt. In the middle of the course, North Sydney girls Eva Day, University of Queensland lane 6, Pip Hatzisparu, Glebe Giselle Dwayser. Mossman 4 has Arabella Turner-Smith in lane 8, and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club is in lane 9. This is the women's under 17 single scull. It's a 2,000 metre race. They're 5 minutes and 50 seconds into the race at the 12:50. Being watched closely by the BROs who are out on the water today, zooming up and down the course. They keep everyone safe. Help people that might get into a bit of trouble with a capsize or a technical issue. And they're all volunteer positions. So just a real shout out to the BROs who are on the course today. Also to the timekeepers. Even though we don't have hut keepers today, the finish line keepers are here in the commentary box underneath us, finishing. It can be really hectic when it comes to a photo finish. And they're doing a great job there, feeding information up to the commentary box. So shout out to all the volunteers here at the Reindeer Regatta and the sprint races to come up over the next afternoon and tomorrow. These regattas would not run without the volunteers from New South Wales Rowing and supporters. So they're coming across the 1,500 metre mark now, and it looks to be a really tight race there, Sam. I can see that there are 2 boats who are locked into position there.
It looks like it might be lane 6 and lane 4, and at the front of this race, the University of Queensland sculler Pia Hatzapetru in lane 6, and the Askham sculler Sabrina Kochkar in lane 4 look to be out the front of this one.
Yeah, if Sabrina wants to bring her nose ahead, that's the Askham girl. She's going to have to find that extra gear about now, throw everything she's got into the mid part of this race. It's a real display of endurance from these schoolgirl rowers. Anything that is being asked of Sabrina, she's going to have to respond to. It looks like she's definitely holding her own out there in lane 4. Okay, she's got a whole row of clean, flat water up to the finish line. She's got a very commanding lead here. I love seeing talented racers in a single. It really makes it look so easy when it is anything but. So Sabrina here, she's starting to lift her strike rate now, starting to lift the boat, coming down toward the line. She's very still in her body rock and her movement. Actually, she's just taken the power off a little bit, would you say, Sam? She knows she's got a clear lead, and she's probably wanting to leave a bit of fuel in the tank for what's coming up this afternoon. But to Sabrina Kotzar from Askham 1, congratulations. A very, very decisive and commanding win.
It looks like it's between lane 6 and 9 for the minor placings in this one. It's pretty close. I think I'd give the edge to lane 9. That's the Sydney sculler, Xenia Palmer. And she will indeed take second place. Over in lane 6 is the UQ sculler, Pia Hatzapetru, taking third. Over on the far side of the course, in lanes 3 and 1, it looks like the Nepean and Mossman scullers, Jade Sharp and Frida Kirkham, going head-to-head for fourth place. And it'll go to the Nepean racer.
And thanks to Giselle Dweiser from Glebe, crossing the finish line ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown over in lane 2. And we'll give a big round of applause. Coming up in lane 8, that's Arabella Turner-Smith from Mossman. Go Arabella, you've got about 5 more strokes, darling, and then you've got it.
On the podium now, the presentation for race 47, Division 2 of the Women's Under-19 and Under-21 Single Scull. The winner from Nepean Rowing Club, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. Big hand for her, please. Coming into the last 500 metres of the race now is race 51, the Division 2 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. That's in lane 2, Maddie Wheelerhan from Sydney, Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2, Kitty Elias from Askham in lane 3, Jessica Harris of Nepean in lane 4, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland in lane 5, Poppy Hartley from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6, and then 2 Mossman scullers in lanes 7 and 8, Tanya Hornby and Elise Coates.
So it's a real family affair there at Nepean with their coach Daniel Waddell. He's the rowing coordinator there, and he oversees a very smooth operation for Nepean Rowing Club. And we've got Jessica Harris in lane 4, who looks to be out in front at this time.
I'm just going to quickly send it down to the podium for the presentation of race 49. This is Division 2 of the men's Under-19, Under-21 double scull. The winners from the King's School, Tom Whalen and Charles Baker, coached by Julian Huxley and Harrison Randell. A round of applause for them.
And it's lane 5, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland, that is going to take a very decisive win in this women's under-17 single scull Division 2. That's Astrid from the University of Queensland. She has really put in the speed and power in the middle part of this race to have a huge lead over Mossman's, I believe it's Tanya Horn. Elise Coates in lane 8, coming in second, coached by Ben Whitewolf. Congratulations, Elise. And over there. Is that lane 2? And Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle Mackenzie having a very comfortable row in third position. It's going to be a battle for the fourth place. So it looks like Poppy Hartley in lane 6 is going to take it over Askham's Kitty Elias in lane 3. And in lane 4, Nepean's Jessica Harris. Maddie Wellahan, Sydney in lane 1. And Mossman's Tanya Hornby crossing the line. Just ahead, of Askham's Kitty Elias.
Back to the podium for the presentation of Race 50, Division 1 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. The winner in lane 4 from Askham, Sabrina Kochkar. Congratulations. Racing on the course now over 2,000 metres is race 52, Division 3 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. In lane 1 from Newcastle, Charlotte Holford. In lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, Erica Nutt. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell. From St George Rowing Club in lane 4, Tessa Jones. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar is Molly Boyle. In lane 6 from Nepean Rowing Club is Emily Boys. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, Grace Connery, and in lane 8 from Nepean Rowing Club is VT Young. On the podium now, the winner of Race 51, Division 2 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull, from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas. A round of applause.
So with 500 metres left to go in race 52, it's going to be a hotly contested first, second and third place. At the 1500, it looked like Kaylee Mitchell was at over the line first with 500 to go. But it looks to, the action seems to be happening in lanes 2, 3 and 4 of race 52. We'll have some more information for you shortly. Viti Young in lane 8 from Nepean looks fairly strong as she's coming on vying for the position against Charlotte Holford from Newcastle in lane 1 and Erica Nutt from Mossman in lane 2. Kaylee Mitchell, University of Queensland in lane 3. It's going to be between those lanes over on the far side of the course, Newcastle and Mossman. And on this side of the course, Viti Young from Nepean. It seems like Erica Nutt from the Mossman 5 boat is pushing out in front. She's striding forward now to widen that gap between herself and Charlotte Holford. She'll have a keen side eye on Charlotte, I would say, and she's probably feeling quite relaxed now as she can see the other boats of Nepean 4, Emily Boys, Molly Boyle, Grace Connery and Viti Young are behind her, or in front of her, so to speak. But it is going to be Erica Nutt, coached by Ben Whitewolf, who takes out the women's under-17 single scull Division 3, followed by Charlotte Holford. And then in lane 8, Viti Young. Congratulations, Viti. Yes, you don't need to look over your shoulder again. You're there at the finish line. Newcastle Grammar's Molly Boyle. And then lane 3's Kaylee Mitchell from the University of Queensland, followed by Grace Conroy of Leichhardt. And then let's welcome Emily Boys to the finish line for Nepean 4. Long, lean strokes. Emily looks really comfortable out there. Fantastic racing, Emily. And let's cheer on Tessa there, Tessa Jones in lane 4 from St George. It's not easy being on the course when everybody's across the finish line, but Tessa doesn't care. She is going to row her little heart out to get to that finish line. She's got a nice rock over and a good reach. She's definitely a rower to watch. Probably feeling that burning quads and lungs, I would say. But congratulations to you, Tessa Jones, coached by Mark Featherstone, to complete the women's under-17 single scull, Division 3.
Back to 1,000-metre races for a little while now. Coming down the course is race 53, the men's novice double sculls. In lane 1 from St George is Jake McAfee and Rory Hill. In lane 2 from Barker College, Austin Sheriff and Henry Butler. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Daniel Vesey and Sam Cross. In lane 4 from St George, Aidan West and Jacob Wilson. From Barker College in lane 5, Lucas Ward and Liam Wyatt. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland and Eskil Zackerson. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Theodore Spack and Connor Scott. And in lane 8 from Glebe, it's Finn Nedjadlik Coop and Connor Walker. And in lane 9, rounding out the field, Newcastle Grammar's Jiancheng Shi and Charlie Martin. And it's great to see a packed field of novice rowers getting into our sport for the first time here, experiencing competitive racing at Cirque. And they're certainly battling it out here right now.
Yeah, and I love it because I'm starting to recognise some of these names as well, Sam, like Eskil Zacherson, he was here for the Spring Regatta. Like these young novice racers are coming back to continue racing, so we mustn't put them off too much with this god-difficult sport that we've chosen to participate in.
And speaking of Eskil Zacherson, it does look like he and Robbie Ireland from that UNSW double have a pretty commanding lead here, although they are being challenged by that Barker College crew over in lane 2. But at this stage, it looks like that UNSW double is going to take this one out. See what happens in the last 100 metres here.
I mean, he looks like a Viking. If you ever stand next to Eskil Zacherson, you'll see what I mean. He's like over 6 foot tall, and he's got a very commanding lead here.
UNSW double here, looking anything but novices as they come across the finish line in first place in race 53, the men's novice double scull, followed by Barker College in lane 2. That's a commanding win for UNSW in this race.
Barker's going to be super happy with that. Barker College, of course, a fairly new rowing program. Gonzalo is the coach down there out of North Shore Rowing Club, and congratulations there to Barker.
Now those first 2 boats finished pretty convincingly ahead of the field, but here comes the field, and it looks like lane 8, Glebe Rowing Club, is going to take out 3rd place, followed closely by lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, and I'm seeing lanes 3 and 1 in on the action as well. That's Newcastle and St George. Barker and St George finishing around the same time there as well, and rounding out the field in lane 9, Newcastle Grammar, going to come across the finish line. Great racing from the novices here, everyone looking really good. Back down to the podium now, the presentation of race 52, Division 3 of the women's under-17 single scull. The winner in lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, Erica Nutt, coached by Ben Whitewolf. Big round of applause. On the course now is another 1,000-metre race. We've got 2 races in one here. This is race 54. The first 3 lanes are novice doubles. That's Newcastle Grammar in 1, Isaac Beattie and Aston Myers. Barker College in 2, Kieran Short and Hugh Lucas. And St George Rowing Club in lane 3, Ryan Morton and Cale Austin. And then 4 through 9 are under-16 doubles, men's under-16 doubles. In lane 4 is Leichhardt, William Spoy and Jeremy Cooper. In lane 5, Newington College, Ollie Stellmacher and Hugh Jones. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Kai Pratt and Mitchell Garland. In lane 7, Barker College's Oliver Wright and Jacob Chan. In lane 8, we've got Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Tomas Markal and Fergus Dawson-Damer. And in lane 9, Newcastle Grammar's Benjamin Clarkson and Xavier Eisen.
I think this is going to be a really exciting finish, Sam. They're rating a really high rate of striking. I don't know if they ever settled into this race or thought about transitioning down to a longer, stronger row, because they seem to be wanting and pressing each other, particularly for those first 2 positions.
It looks like it's Newington and Leichhardt going toe-to-toe for that top spot, wanting to end up on the podium here. So we'll see what happens as they come into the last 250, 200, 150, 50 metres.
I mean, this is what they've been training for, all of their winter training on the water down there at Abbotsford, early mornings. To get to this point here, through the early head races, they want to be winning these shorter course races against their competitor schools.
And it looks like it's that Newington combination of Ollie Stellmacher and Hugh Jones just striking it up now as they come into the last 50 metres. They want this, you can tell. They've got a boat length's lead right now or thereabouts, and they're rating a little bit higher than Leichhardt. And they're going to come through strong to finish this race in first place in the men's under-16 double scull. And that's a commanding finish from the Newington double to take this by open water. Really good stuff from them. That's Ollie Stellmacher and Hugh Jones from Newington College taking first place over the Leichhardt combination of William Spoy and Jeremy Cooper in the under-16 men's doubles.
I do believe that brings a smile to the face of an old Newingtonian sitting in the commentary box. We're looking now at Barker College coming through, Kieran Short and Hugh Lucas, just ahead of the St George crew of Ryan Morton and Cale Austin.
Little crab from the Barker crew, but they recover strongly and they're going to finish in 3rd place. And in fact, Barker College, top of the novice race, followed closely by St George in lane 3. Glebe and Newcastle Grammar coming across the finish line, followed by Mossman and Newcastle Grammar to round out the race. Going back down to the podium now, the presentation for race 53, the men's novice double scull. The winning crew from the University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland and Eskil Zackerson, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be taking us through to the lunch break. So we've just got a little bit of an incident on course with the previous race, but our boat race officials doing a fantastic job of clearing things and making it safe for everyone out in the race course. So just coming into the last 250 metres now is race 56, or rather, sorry, race 55 on the program. That's the men's under 16 and the para double sculls. And it does look like as we approach the line, a little bit of issues there for the Hunter Valley Grammar School, who were leading the race at the early stages, but it is Newington who look to have the ascendancy. Luca Ross and Lucas van der Weisenhausen, who have just taken advantage of that little last-minute issue from the Hunter Valley Grammar School combination, who will have to do well to get out of Glebe's way in the closing stages. And then our para double scull on the near side of the course from... or rather, sorry, our Mossman double scull on the near side of the course, starting to make a bit of a move. I believe our crews are a little bit mixed up, cruising every lane, just trying to figure out which one's the fastest here in the under 16 double scull, but it's certainly Newington who have figured that out in lane 6 as they come out to a comfortable lead and win the race by about 2 boat lengths from Hunter Valley Grammar, doing well to recover from a last-minute issue there in lane 5. Glebe will cross the line in 3rd place. In the lane 8 combination from Mossman, Finn Stanley, Jack Hilliard in 4th. And Newcastle Grammar crossing in 5th place. Now we followed across the line by the Leichhardt combination, Luca Wilson, Massimo Fitzsimon in lane 3 in 6th. And then a little bit of a tussle for the crews on the far side of the course, Mossman, Anton Andrews and Harrison Peaty there in lane 1. Going to finish just ahead of the Glebe crew, the para double of Mika Kelly and Robert Fendel in lane 9, and Newcastle Grammar's Fergus Lindsay and Thomas Metef crossing the line to round out the race. So after we settle down the chaos there that was race 55, got race 56 just starting to align now down at 1,000 metre mark. That's race 56, Division 1 of the women's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Askham, we have Eliza Simons, Inksa Dive, Anna Radzaminski, Isabel Bug, and their Cox Chloe Hitchens. Lane 2 from North Sydney Girls, Jessica Joe, Chloe Wang, Yanfei Han, Emily Wang, and Felicia Wu, the coxswain. Mossman in lane 3, Elise Coates, Isabel Armstrong, Madeline Walker, Nima Adil, and Hamish Reid, the coxswain. Glebe in lane 4, Allegra Laface, Amelie Johnson, Stella Moore, Patrick Boland, and Audrey Lejeune, the cox. North Sydney Girls in lane 5, Grace Wong, Annika Gangolini, Sienna Fong, Sherry Liu, Haowan Ding, their coxswain. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6, Georgia Jones, Mila Leal Henville, Kate Longeran, Erin O'Kane, and Isabel Nichols, the coxswain. Fellow Nova Castrins, Newcastle Grammar in lane 7, Keithina Kumar, Heidi McKenzie, Georgia Bramble, Kensington Steele, and Claudia Willis, their cox. Barker College in lane 8, Zikui Wang, Ivy Kim, Bonnie McKinney, Meg Anderson, and their cox, Georgia Spicer. And Mossman number 1 crew in lane 9, that's Amelie Kemper-Massey, Anna McLean, Kate Futrell, Emily Plowman, and Alexandra Pearson, their coxswain. And those crews just getting ready for a start now.
Back down to the podium for the presentation of race 54, the men's under 16 double scull. The winning crew in lane 5 from Newington College, Ollie Stelmacher and Hugh Jones. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone.
So you can see our under 16 quad scull there at the 1,000 metre mark, and our starting HUD officials just getting things aligned now. So we will notice if you're watching us, joining us live at home or watching on the big screen in the grandstand, that the crews don't always start exactly on the 1,000 metre mark, but our aligners do generally do a pretty fantastic job at getting them all as close as possible, as we just see the crew in lane 4, that'll be Glebe moving up and all across to away to a pretty clean start. And we get a close up there of the Mossman combination of Amelie Kemper-Massey, Anna McLean, Kate Futrell, Emily Plowman, and Alexandra Pearson, who appear to be off to a storming start in the early stages of this 9-boat race. So 9 quad sculls across here in the under 16 Cox Quad Scull.
Back to the podium for a brief minute for the presentation of race 55, the men's under 16 double scull. The winning crew in this one from lane 6, also from Newington College, Lucas Ross and Lucas van der Westhausen. Big round of applause, everyone.
So under 16, these girls will generally be in year 9 or occasionally some of them in year 10 as they get to turn 16 or they'll be end of year 9 going into year 10 next year. So this is for a few girls their last opportunity to do a 1,000 metre race in an age event here at a New South Wales regatta, or here at least at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. They will have the odd 1,000 metre or 1,500 metre race at Iron Cove or Hen and Chicken throughout the season for a couple of these crews, but all crews look to be quite in the mix here. As we can see some of the fantastic decorations going on here at the Reindeer Regatta. I know the Askham crew over in lane 1 have absolutely gone to town with all the bells and whistles, if you forgive the pun. I believe there's a Christmas tree and a makeshift sleigh on there. It'll be hot contenders for our best dressed crew, that's for sure. But in the centre of the course, it does look like the combination from Glebe, who are doing pretty well to hang with that fast-starting Mossman crew, who are just coming into the picture now. In fact, it is Mossman crossing the 500-metre mark, the halfway point of this race. Just a bow ball in front. So some great racing here in the under-16 Cox Quad Scull. Glebe is currently sitting in pole position, as it were, ahead of or Mossman rather, sitting ahead of the Glebe crew. So Mossman in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Glebe in the centre of the course, and then a little bit of a way back to the rest of the field, who are all really within striking distance of each other, and about a boat length separating the remaining 7 crews in the field. So the race is certainly on for the minor placings here, while the race for the lead is certainly not over yet, as Mossman look to hold off that Glebe crew in the centre of the course as they approach the last few hundred metres, where I would say that the far lanes, the lower numbered lanes on the southern side of the course would have a slightly better run of the wind in this slight head breeze that we've got going on here this afternoon. Reasonably good conditions for racing though all day, just trending a little bit slower as the day goes on. If we have a look at our Rowing New South Wales flags on the presentation dais, the Glebe crew in lane 4 really not letting up now as we approach the last about 175 metres of the course. Mossman have led from the early stages of the race, but Glebe not letting things, well, not letting up rather, as we approach the red boys of the final stages. A couple of these girls rowing for Glebe as well as rowing at Loretto Normanhurst, I believe. Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, members of that program, doing pretty well in the double scull in recent weeks, both under 17 and schoolgirl level. But the Mossman combination, who I believe we've already seen out on the water today, doing extremely well in lane 9. They've really got a race on their hands from Glebe as we come into the closing stages. They've got about a metre as we take the final 2 or 3 strokes. It'll be Mossman Rowing Club by a canvas from Glebe, who pushed them all the way in the under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. But the race on in earnest for the minor placings, that is for certain, between Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6, the combination in lane 5 from North Sydney Girls, Askham on the far side of the course in lane 1, and Newcastle Grammar in lane 7. It'll be Hunter Valley Grammar across the line in 3rd place, about 3/4 of a boat length clear of the combination from North Sydney Girls, who in turn are 3/4 of a boat length clear of Newcastle Grammar, and themselves about a length clear of the crew from Askham in lane 1. The Mossman number 2 crew in lane 3, crossing the line now in 7th place. And it'll be the Barker College crew on the grandstand side of the course across the line in 8th. And the crew on the far side of the course from North Sydney Girls, who will round out in 9th place in this first division of the under 16 Cox Quad Scull. So on the course now is the second division of the women's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull, race number 57. And we have once again a full field of 9 crews, and once again things looking fairly tight between all crews, or at least between the top 3 or 4 crews as we approach the 500 metre timing point. So we've got North Sydney Girls in lane 1, Mossman in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar in lanes 3 and 4, St George in lane 5, Mossman number 2 in lane 6, North Sydney Girls in lane 7, Mossman in lane 8, and North Sydney Girls in lane 9. So 3 North Sydney Girls, 3 Mossman, and 2 Newcastle Grammar crews. Just a lone St George crew there in the centre, as the North Sydney Girls have played the odds fairly well in lane 7, and they're leading by about a boat length at the 1,000 metre mark from, I believe it is the Mossman crew in lane 6 currently sitting in 2nd place, and the Mossman crew in lane 8 maybe back in 3rd, but we'll get a clearer picture as we approach the line in the next roughly 90 seconds or so, as they approach about 350 metres left to row. It is certainly that North Sydney Girls crew in lane 7. That's the third lane from the grandstand side, who are currently leading our race, and the tussle does appear to be going on to their right between St George in lane 5, Ava Green, Leilani Turpin, Charlotte Olivia, Ava Markham, Tessa Jones, the coxswain, coached by Mark Featherston, and they are tussling it out with the Mossman number 2 crew in lane 6, Sophie Mills, Abigail Walsh, Amelia Reid, Claudia Doyle, and Chloe Lane, their cox, coached by Ben Whitewolf. But they are certainly both crews playing second fiddle to the North Sydney Girls crew, who are still leading Felicity Moy, Sarah Wang, Louisa Tang, Andrea Deng, Daisy Meng, the coxswain, coached by Philip Brown, Pamela Whitnall, and Andrew McCallum, who do appear to still have about a half a boat length here, but St George and Mossman certainly not letting up in the closing stages, and there might be something to call here as they approach 150 metres left of the course of this 1,000 metre race here at the Reindeer Regatta. It is still North Sydney girls from St George who have just maybe moved through the Mossman crew, who were sitting in second for most of the race. So St George with the momentum in the closing stages. There's a lot of work to do to overcome that North Sydney girls crew at the front of the field, who are looking fantastic with their tinsel and Santa outfit for the coxswain and reindeer antlers all around, and they still lead by about a boat length from the chasing crews. Mossman are responding to St George and the hope to snag a second place. And Mossman have just come through, St George faltering under the pressure in the last 50 metres. So it is North Sydney girls, as it has been all the race. They will win Division 2 of the under-16 Cox Quad Scull. Mossman will come home in second, half a length clear of the St George crew after a great tussle in the closing stages. The Mossman crew in lane 8 will come home in 4th place. The lane 3 combination from Newcastle Grammar in 5th. Mossman in lane 2, that's Mossman number 3 in lane 2, will come home in 7th. Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, that's Tame, Bramble, Blackmore and Capano, and their Cox Lancelot Saker, who will battle with the combination in lane 9. It's really going to come down to the line here for 8th place. And that, I don't even want to call that. I think that's going to go to a photo finish. I don't think the decorations are particularly aerodynamic there for the North Sydney girls crew in lane 9, but appears to still be working for them. We'll confirm the results of that in a moment between Newcastle Grammar and North Sydney girls for 7th place. But 9th will be the North Sydney girls crew in lane 1.
Back to the podium now for the presentation of race 56, Division 1 of the women's under-16 Cox Quad Scull. The winners from Mossman Rowing Club, Emily Kemper-Massey, Anna McLean, Kate Futrell, Emily Plowman, and Cox Alexandra Pearson. They're coached by Ben Whitewolf. Let's all give them a big hand.
So we were running a couple of minutes behind schedule, but the benefit of a couple of revised draws earlier in the week means that race 58 has been cancelled, and but the time is still left in there, so we've absorbed that time and started race 59, the men's masters pair, on time. So this race consisting of lane 8, we have Glebe starting off Go, a G grade crew. Lane 7 from North Shore. So lanes 7, 6 and 5, and 4 rather, are all F grade crews, so starting off an 8-second handicap. Lake Macquarie in lane 3, an E grade crew starting off 14-second handicap. And the University of New South Wales crew in lane 2, and the Black Mountain Composite with St George Rowing Club in lane 1, starting off 19-second handicaps as a reward for being the youngest athletes in the race, and things are starting to hot up now. So Masters racing can be a little bit tricky to call sometimes, as we do have varying start times and things going off all over the place, and it's really hard to see who is actually racing who, whether you're racing for position or racing because you just started ahead. But it does look like our early starters, so the ones that went off Go, Glebe, just starting to falter under pressure from North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh in lane 7. But the D grade crews of the Black Mountain Composite with St George on far side of the course and University of New South Wales just starting to come into the mix now. So University of New South Wales, that's Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday in lane 2. Despite starting off the 19-second handicap, appear to have made that up now as we enter the closing stages, and certainly look the form crew of the course now as they take the next couple strokes into the red boys of the last 100 metres of the course, and they have moved through the whole field, and there'll be a bit of a tussle unfolding now between the Black Mountain Composite crew on the far side of the course and Lake Macquarie in lane 3. Lake Macquarie starting with that 5-second advantage, and Black Mountain Composite doing their absolute best to make that up in the closing stages, but it'll be certainly University of New South Wales in lane 2. Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, who will take the win here in the men's Masters pair. And I'll take it from our second place combination from Lake Macquarie. The St George Black Mountain Composite in lane 1 will just get it over the North Shore crew in lane 7. Glebe in lane 8. Across the line in 5th place. North Shore in 6th place, and the second of the University of New South Wales crews crossing the line in 7th to round out the field.
On the podium now are the winners of Race 57, Division 2 of the Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. In Lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, the crew of Felicity Moy, Sarah Wang, Luo Jia Tang, Andrea Deng, and Cox Daisy Meng, and they're coached by Philip Brown, Pamela Withnall, and Andrew McCallum. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone.
A big hello to the 100 people joining us from home, watching the live stream on YouTube as we bring you the Women's Masters Coxless 4 race number 60 on your program. So 8 crews in this race. We have Leichhardt in lane 1 going off a 38-second handicap, a B-grade crew. We have Drummoyne in lane 2 going off a 35-second handicap, a C crew. North Shore in lane 3 also going off that same 35-second handicap. We then have Drummoyne and North Shore in lanes 4 and 5, an E-grade crews going off a 26-second handicap. Lane 6 from North Shore is scratched, bringing it down to only 4 North Shore crews in this race. And then the North Shore crews in lane 7 and 8, or lane 7 going off a 20-second handicap, and the North Shore crew in lane 8 starting off go being a H-grade crew, so an average age there over 70 years old. So fantastic effort to be out there racing, and still currently our race leaders at this stage at the 500 metre mark. 38 seconds is a good lead on the last starters of the race, and looking pretty strong out in front, I might say.
We're going to go to the presentation now of Race 55, the Para Double Scull. The winners in this division from Glebe Rowing Club, Micah Kelly and Robert Fendel, coached by Mark Tietjen. Big hand for them, please.
So crews now in the last 400 metres here of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. And looks to still be our first starters in the H-grade crew in lane 8, who are still leading our race, but the challenge coming in the centre of the course from the North Shore crew in lane 5. That's Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell and Olivia Tung, coached by Kim Rudder. It's the E-grade crew who went off a 26-second handicap and look to have just about pegged that back now for level running here at the 750 metre mark of this race. They will have to fend off the Leichhardt crew in lane 1. There's the B-grade Masters crew, and if you don't know tons about Masters rowing, A and B-grade Masters is incredibly competitive by virtue of we do have athletes that are still in their 20s. So I'm seeing India Evans there in the Leichhardt crew, 29. So that crew really coming home strong now, and we'll have their eyes firmly set on the North Shore crew in lane 5. So they went off 12 seconds before the Leichhardt crew on the far side of the course. So this is how we design the handicaps in Masters racing, so that we have crews crossing the line at roughly the same time. And it's going to treat us to some fantastic racing here in the closing stages of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. Leichhardt are doing it, throwing everything they can at it, but it will be North Shore in lane 5 who will take it by a boat length. That's the crew of Louise McCock, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell and Olivia Tung, who will win the Women's Masters Coxless 4, from the Leichhardt crew of Daniela Borget, Jennifer Zongo, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans in second place. It'll be our H-grade crew from North Shore have just held off their fast finishing club mates in lane 8, and they'll cross the line in third place, about a metre or so clear of the crew in lane 7, also from North Shore, and the crew in lane 3 about a boat length back. Drummoyne will finish in 6th place. That's the Drummoyne C-grade crew in lane 2, followed by the Drummoyne E-grade crew in lane 4.
On the podium now are the winners of race 59, the men's masters pair. From lane 2, the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday. A round of applause.
So next on the program will be a return back to 2,000 metre racing. We've got race 61, the men's under 17 single scull, and if you're joining us on the live stream or have access to or a vision of the big screen in the grandstand, you'll see that those crews just making their way onto the course now. A little bit of a delay when we move back to 2,000 metres by virtue of having to reset up the starters and the start system, but we should have that race underway shortly.
On the podium now are the winners of race 60, the Women's Masters Coxless 4. In lane 5 from North Shore Rowing Club, congratulations to Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Olivia Tong, and coach Kim Rudder. Well done. Round of applause.
Back down onto the course now. Some fantastic shots from the umpires launch. We've got the first of 4 divisions of the men's under 17 single scull. So, as I mentioned before, returning to 2,000 metre racing. So, race number 61, the first division, in lane 1 from Mossman, Florius Elias, coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, we have Riley Lee Coxall, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Joya Kalanta. In lane 3 from Kings, we have Hugo Yates, coached by Dave Geely and Ed Yorston. Lane 4 from Kings, we have Lockie Rogers. Lane 5 from Kings, Jeremy Blatchford. In lane 6, we have Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar, who appears to be our early race leader at the 500 metre mark, ahead of Lockie Rogers from the Kings School. Hamish Matthews from Kings in lane Kings number 5 in lane 7. James Rutsis from St George in lane 8, coached by Mark Featherston, and Thomas Foster from Hunter Valley Grammar sitting in lane 9 as we go back on board to the 2 Kings scullers, Lockie Rogers and Jeremy Blatchford there, as our camera pans to the right to show Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar. So things still fairly tight as crews approach the bridge at the 750 metre mark.
We just have a brief presentation for the novice component of race 54. The winners of that in lane 2 from Barker College, Kieran Short and Hugh Lucas. Well done, guys. Round of applause.
Back on board with the under 17 single scull now. We can see the Newcastle Grammar sculler of Lucas Burton really starting to flex on the field. So he was our early race leader, about half a boat length from the King sculler in lane 4, Lockie Rogers, who is just to the left-hand side of the sculler that we can see on the screen. That'll be Jeremy Blatchford in lane 5, who was sitting just back in about 3rd or 4th place at that stage. So now on screen there, we've got the sculler in lane 3, Hugo Yates. So these boys, I would assume, making up the first Junior 8 by looking at the coaches' listings there. Dave Geely and Ed Yorston taking on that crew this year. Ed Yorston, a long-time member of the Kings community. I do remember him coaching briefly while I was around in Year 8 or Year 9, and Dave Geely moving there from previous roles at UTS and Loretto Normanhurst before that. So it does look like that was our King sculler on the far side of the course in lane 3 that was leading the race there at the 1,000 metre mark from Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar. Yeah, so quite considerable margin there actually at the halfway point of the race. Good few boat lengths from Lucas Burton, who in turn about a boat length ahead of Lockie Rogers in lane 4. Looks to be the King's number 2 sculler in this race. See the distance starting to form between those top two King scullers in this race, who looking very tidy and looking to be rowing the single quite nicely, considering these boys would possibly not have really spent much time in single sculls prior to this season. Primarily rowing the Junior 8s, which I do believe that King's first Junior 8 may not have lost a race yet this season. They've done a little bit of racing so far today, and I do believe these boys might be jumping in the 4s later on this afternoon. Yeah, so a couple of these boys jumping in in the C grade Cox 4 after lunch at about almost 3 o'clock, and I do believe some in the A grade 4. Yeah, so 4 more Kings crews in the A grade 4. Those boys will be the first and second 8 in those ones. But out racing the single scull now, and certainly not thinking about their races this afternoon. And this sculler on our screen, that's Hugo Yates in lane 3, who is certainly not thinking about his racing this afternoon as he continues to extend his lead over the rest of the field as he crosses the 1500 metre mark, and stop and have a cup of tea and wait for the second place sculler, and that'll be Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar, just leading the King Sculler in lane 4, Lockie Rogers, the King Sculler in lane 5, Jeremy Blatchford, following in 4th, Hamish Matthews also from Kings in 5th, and the Mossman Sculler on the far side of the course, Floris Elias, coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelki in lane 1. And then it'd be the St George Sculler in lane 8, who would be rounding out the field now. No start from Thomas Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar, or the lane 2 representative from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Riley Lee Coxall, who both look to have been scratched from this race. So I'm just having a look at my timing screen. It does look like the King Sculler in lane 3, there may have been a late substitution where the sculler appearing on my draw, Hugo Yates, is not rowing. He's been replaced by Lockie Tyndall, who won't be judged in this race, so presumably that substitution a little bit late on in the day, but certainly not phasing him as he line up over his schoolmates, and has been doing so pretty much ever since about the 250 metre mark. The Hunter Valley Grammar School sculler started well, but the King Sculler really pushing through and being not judged, absolutely not phasing him now as he starts to open up towards the line. 100 metres left to row will be Lockie Tyndall, barring disaster, who will win this first division of the under-17 men's single scull. Although Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar trying his best to make up lost ground. It will be too much in these closing stages, but he will have to worry about the 2 King School scullers to his right in lanes 4 and 5 of Lockie Rogers and Jeremy Blatchford. So Lockie Tyndall from the King School in lane 3 will cross the line in first place. Sculler from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton in second. Lane 4, Lockie Rogers from the King School in 5th. Ahead of his classmate in lane 5, Jeremy Blatchford. The 4th and final King Sculler in lane 7. It's Hamish Matthews. In the line in 5th. Mossman Sculler, Floris Elias in lane 1. And the sculler from St George, James Rutsis in lane 8, rounding out this first division of the men's under-17 singles. So Division 2 of this men's under-17 single scull fast approaching. If you're following us on the live timing, please just disregard that for a second. We do appear to be just getting ourselves sorted between the couple of divisions. So Division 2 on the course now. Forgive me if there have been any late scratchings or changes, as I've just got the paper drawer in front of me. So King School in lanes 1, 2 and 3, Sam McLean, Nicholas Plattis and Oscar Todd in those 3 lanes. Respectively, Hunter Valley Grammar's Samuel Longerin in lane 4, Newcastle Grammar's Edward Baker in lane 5, Sam Greenwood of Glebe in lane 6, Ewan Humphreys of Mossman in lane 7, Peter Simkovic in lane 8 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and Dave King of the King School in lane 9. So another 4 King School scullers in this race, but it is the sculler from Leichhardt in lane 8 who does appear to at least be challenging for the lead, but possibly not quite in front, or he is quite significantly in front there. So that's the Leichhardt sculler of Peter Simkovic coached by Isaac Shepherd and Joya Kalanta, who have had an incredibly busy day today. I don't think I've seen them not riding up and down the towpath. They've got quite a big contingent here and doing a great job down there at Leichhardt Rowing Club. And we'll add another medal to their tally, barring disaster, in the last 500 metres here for Peter Simkovic, which is the King Sculler in lane 9, Dave King, just ahead of the Mossman Sculler in lane 7. That's Ewan Humphreys. Sam McLean from Kings in lane 1 follows, and then Sam Greenwood from Glebe in lane 6, I believe. He's a little bit further back. Do forgive us, we don't have any volunteers in our timing huts here at this regatta, so if you're a parent, if you're injured, if you're just here and listening and not doing anything and thinking, wow, I really would rather not be listening to Chris's voice here today, please get in touch with Rowing New South Wales prior to the next regatta. We have so many spots for volunteers to fill. Working the timing huts is an incredibly easy job, really rewarding, and it really makes my life a lot easier because I know what's going on in the races and I don't have to fabricate anything for all of you listening here at home, and it certainly makes our coaches and our athletes' lives easier when we're looking back on our races. So please, if you are standing around for hours and hours, we can accommodate watching races, we can accommodate any sort of timings, any spare time that you've got at these regattas. Please get in touch with Alico at Rowing New South Wales to volunteer some time and to have the we'll have the Small Boats Regatta coming up at the end of January, State Championships at the start of February, the Kings PLC Rowing New South Wales Regatta, and the IGSA Regattas the weekend before, in between, before State Champs. So a jam-packed schedule of racing that we will need volunteers for. But in front of us in the men's under-17 single scull, as it has been start to finish, Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Joya Kalanta, will stride out to a pretty commanding win. I can see the smile on his face from here as he crosses the line about 3 lengths clear of the sculler from Mossman in lane 7, Ewan Humphreys, coached by Kieran Kabelke. The King School sculler in lane 9, Dave King, coached by Dave Geely. Ed Yorston will cross the line in 3rd place, and followed by the next 2 King scullers, Sam McLean and then Nicholas Plattis, ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Edward Baker. The Glebe Rowing Club sculler, Sam Greenwood, will follow them across the line in 7th place. We'll then have a sculler in lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, who does appear to be going quite well at this stage, so wondering if there was a mishap earlier on in the race. And that's Edward Baker, or Samuel Longren rather, across the line in 8th place. And we'll have Oscar Todd of the King's School in lane 3, who will round out the race in 9th. So please do bear with us if you're following along with the live timings at home. We do have some slight issues there which we'll have rectified pretty shortly, but in the meantime we'll rely on the fantastic camera feed here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre to bring you the results as best we can as we follow along with the 3rd division of the men's under-17 single scull. And it looks to be a little bit of a battle unfolding for the lead. Just between the King's School Sculler in lane 6, that's Thomas Duffy. I believe that is lane 6. We'll just wait till they get a little bit closer. I will correct myself. There's the King's Sculler in lane 6. Thomas Duffy, who appears to be just leading out Newcastle Grammar's Mitchell Chung and Zykel Pratt from Nepean on the far side of the course. With the King's Sculler of Oscar Parsons in lane 9, not quite out of the race just yet, as well as the Mossman Sculler of Tobias Elias in the centre of the course, who looks to be in contention for the minor placings at this point in the race. The under 17 single, just approaching the 1,000 metre timing point now. The 2,000 metre race, third race of 4 here in the under 17 single scull, and full cohort of 9 scullies in all 4 races, barring a scratching or 2, but full cohort of 9 entered at least. And in this race, it does to be possibly the Leichhardt Sculler of Remy Wilson in lane 3. If we get a closer shot in a moment, I'm sure. See there sitting in, I believe, 2nd or 3rd place there was the Nepean Sculler of Zykel Pratt, coached by Jason Waddell. Just leading out a charge of midfield contenders there, including Josh Dallimore from Glebe and Hunter Valley Grammar. William Hunt in the hunt for the minor placings, if you'll excuse my pun. And we can see from here, would definitely be the Mossman Sculler in the centre of the race, Tobias Elias, coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelke, who looks to be just leading a V of scullers in the centre of the course there.
We're going to briefly dip down to the podium for the presentation of race 62, Division 2 of the men's under 17 single scull. The winner from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Peter Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Gio Kalanta. Big round of applause, everyone.
A good close-up shot there of the Mossman Rowing Club sculler in the centre of the course, Tobias Elias. It's just a name that I'm not really getting enough of saying here this afternoon. It just rolls off the tongues as he's coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelke. So a whole lot of experience in that coaching team. Tom Schramko, a very accomplished sculler himself, and will undoubtedly be passing on that wisdom. And it does appear to be quite valuable, as he is making making a good job of it in the centre of the field here in the under 17 single scull. His challenges will come from the far side of the course, I believe, from either side really, as we see the Nepean Sculler of Zykel Pratt in lane 2, as well as the King's Sculler of Oscar Parsons in lane 9, both really pushing for the lead in the closing stages of the race. So it is still... does look to still be that Nepean Sculler, Zykel Pratt in lane 2, who is leading things out, but a Mossman Sculler, Tobias Elias in the centre of the course, still doing things pretty well in the centre of the field, and about a boat length between them, so all to play for in the closing stages of the race here. So all scullers still in touch here in the under-17 single scull. Our leader is still Zykel Pratt of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell over there in lane 2. Some slightly calmer water in the far side, but things pretty even across the course. Slight cross headwind at the moment. Things hotting up in the closing stages. We've seen the King School sculler in lane 9 really trying to push, but just coming a cropper there as we approach the red boys. About 150 metres left to row here. Zykel Pratt of Nepean Rowing Club still leading, but facing a challenge, a late challenge from Tobias Elias of Mossman Rowing Club in the centre of the course. Mitchell Chung of Newcastle Grammar. We haven't spoken about him too much yet, but he is certainly still in the heat of the race and challenging for the minor placings there in over in lane 1. Zykel Pratt's got about a boat length lead, and the finish line doesn't appear to come soon enough for him. He really looks to be yearning for that finish line as he tries to push out a little bit further to take the win here in the under-17 single scull. Zykel Pratt of Nepean Rowing Club finish in first place. Newcastle Grammar's Mitchell Chung comes through for a second place. He's sitting about third all race, so a great finish for him to come through for the silver medal, as it were. Tobias Elias of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5 in third place. Oscar Parsons of the King School in lane 9 in fourth, followed by his classmate Thomas Duffy also from Kings in lane 6 in fifth place. We'll see the last King sculler in lane 4. That's Henry Fagan, coached by Nicholas Jones and Tom Wickham, who will come across in sixth place. Looks like we do have some of our timing back on the live stream. As our glebe sculler Josh Dallymore in lane 8 comes across in 7th. And a little way back we do have our sculler from Hunter Valley Grammar, William Hunt, in lane 7, who's just got about 250, 300 metres to row here in the under-17 single scull. So our sculler from Hunter Valley Grammar, William Hunt in lane 7. Just crossing the line now. Looks to be going pretty well, so thinking there may have been a slight mishap earlier on in the race. So sitting in the grandstand, big round of applause here for William Hunt of Hunter Valley Grammar School, who will round out our third division of the men's under-17 single scull. And on the course now we have Division 4. This is race number 64 of your program, Division 4 of the men's under-17 single scull. In lane 1, we have Bryn Potter from Sydney Grammar. In lane 2, Tom Gable from Kings. Lane 3, Jack Villa from Kings. Lane 4, Hugo Firth from Kings. Lane 5, Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 6, Robert Oliver from St George. Lane 7, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. Lane 8, we have Christopher Vlahos from Glebe. And in lane 9, we have Angus George from Nepean. It does look to be two races going on here as crews start to approach the 1,000-metre mark, I believe, of the 1,000-metre mark of the our final division of the men's under-17 single scull, or 1,500-metre mark rather, as our camera operator fantastically points out to me. And it does appear to be the sculler in lane 7 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Joya Kalanta, who is leading our race at this moment, and Bryn Potter from Sydney Grammar on the far side of the course, who is sitting back in second place from the Glebe sculler, Christopher Vlahos, coached by Robin Mackney. The Nepean sculler just crossing the 1,500 in front of me, that's Angus George, who is currently leading out the St George sculler of Robert Olivier.
Briefly dipping down to the podium for the presentation of race 63, Division 3 of the men's under-17 single scull. The winning sculler from Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell, is Ezekiel Pratt. Big round of applause, everyone.
So approaching about 175 metres left to row here in our fourth and final of 4 races in the men's under-17 single scull. It is most certainly the Leichhardt Rowing Club sculler Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta, who has led the race from start to finish and will most certainly hold off Sydney Grammar School's Bryn Potter on the far side of the course. So a good afternoon for the under-17s at Leichhardt Rowing Club. A couple of wins and a few minor placings, as well as a win for one of their athletes for their school earlier on. It is Dylan Lee of Leichhardt Rowing Club who crosses about 5 or 6 lengths clear, so a dominant performance there from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Bryn Potter from Sydney Grammar School over in lane 1 in 2nd place. With the sculler from Glebe in lane 8, that's Christopher Vlalhos, coached by Robin Mackney, who will come across in 3rd place. Nepean's Angus George, coached by Daniel Waddell in 4th. Robert Olivier, coached by Mark Featherston, representing St George Rowing Club in 5th place by a boat length from Hayden Melmeth of Hunter Valley Grammar. Nepean number 2, Angus George in 6th place, or 7th place rather. And then our 3 King's School scullers, Hugo Firth in lane 4 in 8th place, or in 7th place rather, Jack Villa in lane 3. And then Tom Gable from Kings in lane 2 to round out this last race of the under-17 single scull. And we'll cut very quickly to the men's Open 8 race 65, which is almost upon us, about 250 metres left to row. We do have Sydney Rowing Club out in front. So it was the 2 Sydney crews, Sydney in lane 3, Sydney in lane 5, and UTS in lane 6. The Sydney crew in lane 3 being their B8 of mostly under 21 and under 23 athletes, and then the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5. That's Torrin Olsen, Tom Cregan, Isaac Thurnham, Harry Crouch, Alec Hoskin, Miles Harold, Bradley Graham, Alex Nicol, and Cox by Nick Dunlop, who have straight out to a Clearwater victory, fresh off the back of winning the Head of the Yarra last weekend. So Saturdays well and truly are for Sydney here at the Reindeer Regatta. Sydney Rowing Club will take the win in the men's Open 8, 5:48.99 the time. So obviously things not running particularly slow here this afternoon. That headwind really dying off in the last half hour or so. UTS, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Oscar Baregi, Mackenzie Thompson, Ryan Gibson, Nick Pender, Josh Wilson, Alexander Wood, and Anna O'Hanlon, the coxswain, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungamuck. They'll cross the line in 2nd place. And the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3, Mac Bucknell, Maxim Maloney, Declan Glendenning, Jackson Gersoy, Angus Aitken, Galen Quinn, Toby Tegg, Charlie Hine, and Druv Kumar, the coxswain, cross the line in 3rd place in the men's Open 8. So our final race before the lunch break, race number 65 on your program, and only running just a little bit behind, is the final of the women's Open 8, and we have 4 crews contesting this one. We have Sydney University in lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, UTS Haberfield in lane 6, and a composite of the University of Queensland and Centenary Rowing Clubs in lane number 7.
Going down to the podium now for the presentation of race 64, Division 4 of the men's under-17 single scull. The winner from lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. Big round of applause, everyone in attendance.
The Women's Open 8 well and truly on the course now, and just approaching the 1,000-metre timing point. We can see a great little tussle unfolding between the Sydney University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club crews in the centre of the course, with the Sydney University Boat Club crew that's just taking the lead at that halfway point. But things only looking to be about half a boat length now at that halfway timing point. We'll just get a bit of a clearer view. Could be even closer than that, about maybe a quarter of a boat length to Sydney University Boat Club. That's the crew of Olivia Natty, Grace Turner, Stephanie Preller, Imogen Gray, Jessica Colburn, Zoe McKellar, Zoe Bond, Tiffany Botha, Elizabeth Bolster, the Cox, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And they're leading the Sydney Rowing Club crew. That's Liesl Page, Georgia Caitlin, Paige Critchlow, Lexi Northduft, Hannah Keating, Catherine Mason, Grace Cipher and Isabel Farrer. Hannah Cower up the coxswain, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. They're currently sitting in second place to the Sydney University crew, and we'll just get some onboard shots with our umpires launch in a second. We'll pan to the UTS combination of Sarah Berritree, Sienna Morgan, Grace Burke, April Draney, Kira Lee Schofield, Sarah Fard, Leela Anderton, Jade Bliss and Sophie Costellis, the coxswain, coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson. And they're leading out the University of Queensland composite of Pia Hatzapetru, Isabel Scheimer, Astrid Thomas, Felicity Bishop, Lucy McFarlane, she's our representative from Centenary in the centre of the crew, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates, Thierry Rayner and their coxswain Lily Lunny, coached by Philip Bergeron. So you get a picture there of the Sydney University Boat Club crew coming across the 1,500 metre timing point. They're about a boat length clear of the combination from Sydney Rowing Club, just maintaining a little bit of overlap as we approach the last 500 metres. It's big work to overcome that in 500 metres in an eights race, but that Sydney crew really quite holding on to Sydney University Boat Club. About 2 lengths clear now. Back to third place of UTS Haberfield, who themselves are a good probably 4 or 5 lengths clear of the University of Queensland composite, and many of those girls already having raced in singles and doubles this morning and doing quite well, I might add. So a very junior crew and a very well raced crew already this morning, so perhaps that taking its toll a little bit in the closing stages here of this eights race, up against some significantly more experienced competition where we do have Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University crews of open and under 23 women, and some girls who have competed at under 23 and junior world championships in recent years, and even some joining us from far afield with significant Henley Royal Regatta experience. But it is Sydney University who have led from start to finish. Not quite able to shake off the Sydney Rowing Club crew, but doing enough to stay about a boat length in front. That's Olivia Natty, Grace Turner, Stephanie Preller, Imogen Gray, Jessica Colburn, Zoe McKellar, Zoe Bond, Tiffany Botha, Elizabeth Bolster, the coxswain, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. They've maintained about a boat length's lead, maybe just a touch bit of clear water now in the red buoys of the last 100 metre mark, and they will take their final few strokes to cross the line and take the win in the Women's Open 8 ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Liesl Page, Georgia Caitlin, Paige Critchlow, Lexi Northdoft, Hannah Keating, Kat Mason, Grace Cipher, Isabel Farrer and Hannah Cow up the coxswain. Crew coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths in second place. UTS Haberfield across the line in third. Sarah Berritree, Sienna Morgan, Grace Burke, April Draney, Kira Lee Schofield, Sarah Fard, Leela Anderton, Jade Bliss and Sophie Costellis, the coxswain. Third place in the women's 8. And then our University of Queensland Centenary composite crew in lane 7 will cross the line in fourth.
Sending it down to the podium now for the presentation of race 65, the men's Open 8. The winning crew in lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen, Tom Cregan, Torin Olsen, Harry Crouch, Alec Huskin, Miles Harold, Bradley Graham, Alex Nicol, and Cox Nicholas Dunlop. Big round of applause from everyone.
So once they come around, we'll have the presentation for the Women's Open 8 in a couple of minutes' time once they land. But apart from that, that is us done for this morning's program. So we are running a little bit behind time, so a little bit less than an hour's break. So 2:01 p.m. we'll come back to you with race number 67 which is the open and lightweight divisions of the men's coxless pairs.
Ready for the second half of the Reindeer Regatta in perfect conditions out here. It's a bit hot and muggy. I think we need to do something about the air conditioning up here, but I'm joined this afternoon by James Scott Brown, who rows at UTS, coaches at Glebe, and I think we taught him everything he knows about rowing at Glebe. And he's a former Cranbrook. Say hello, James.
Yeah, hello everyone. Nice to be up here today.
On the start line at the moment, we have race 67. So it's the men's open, lightweight, and under 23 pair all combined. Where did I find it? Yeah. So in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, we have Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 4 from Sydney University, we have Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, coached by Thomas Lorich. Those two crews are both open category. And then closest to the grandstand from UTS is the lightweight crew of Zinc Bosco and Nicholas Mathur, coached by Sam Fennessy. So tell us about these guys, James.
So these boys have been doing a lot of work. I know Zinc and Nick have been doing the lightweight training at the moment. But yeah, it'll be good to see how the lightweights go up against the heavyweight boys.
Definitely. And I did a mixed double about a couple of weeks ago in an overseas destination, Hong Kong, with Zinc's mother.
Wow.
We unfortunately we didn't win, but you know, we do the best we can. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have races 67 and 68 have been consolidated. So now we have over in lane 3 from UTS, Nicholas Pender and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemark. In lane 4 from Kings, Samuel Hines and Alfred McLean, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In lane 5 from UTS, Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre, coached by the Ungemarks. In lane 6 from UTS, Mackenzie Thompson and Ryan Gibson, coached by the Ungemarks. So those 4 crews are all under 23. The next 2 crews are open, and from the University of New South Wales, we have Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 8 from Sydney University, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, coaxed by Thomas Lorich. And in lane 9 from UTS, Zinc Bosco and Nicholas Mater, coached by Sam Fennessy. And I wrongly introduced James before as being from UTS, but he is actually Sydney University. So this is the men's open. So we have 2 open crews, 1 lightweight and 4 under 23 crews in the men's pair. They've been sitting at the start line for a while now, but it looks like they might be starting to get close. It could be because so they've still got 2 minutes to the start. Probably because they've consolidated both the first and second divisions of this race. So racing is underway. Looks like they've all got off to a pretty good start. It's way too early to call how they're positioned. They all look fairly even across to me. What do you think, James?
Yeah, all crews looking like they got away nice and clean. I think some of the UTS crews are moving ahead, but nothing too early.
It's absolutely perfect conditions out there at the moment. The water's glassy, no breeze. These are probably going to be the most accurate times you'd see if you're out there racing. So we're getting some great video footage there from one of the marshal boats. The camera's following them through. We've got the King's crew of Samuel Hines and Alfred McLean, and over behind them I think was Nicholas Pender and Joshua Wilson, was it?
Yeah, it looks to be. that Sydney pair is moving nicely. Yeah, getting lots of distance per stroke.
So that's Sydney Uni, James. It looks like they've gone through the... well, that doesn't make sense either, because it was showing as lane 4, that not the King's colours, so... So coming through the 1,000 metres, we had Sydney University crew in the lead, but very hotly contested by UTS. I think, which crew was that at the UTS, James?
I believe that was Nicholas Pender and Josh Wilson coming in second.
Then a bit of a margin back to the rest of the field, but certainly a real battle going on there between Sydney Uni crew of Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements. Oh no, sorry, Marcus Britt is it, and Devlin Walsh.
Britt and Devlin, yeah.
So those two are open, and the UTS crew you think was Nicholas Pender and Josh Wilson?
I think so, yeah. There was also the lightweight pair up there in the mix, really giving it a good go.
So that's Zinc Bosco and Nicholas Mature closest to the grandstand as they come down the course. So they're within eyesight at the moment, and it does look to be the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements in lane 7, battling it out over on the far side with yeah, so is that the King's crew out in front? No.
That looks to be Sydney Uni, followed by UTS of Josh Wilson and Nick Pender, with a big gap back to Brandon and Ollie.
All right, boys, they're coming into the last. Whoops. Okay, so they're about 300 metres out, and over on the far side there we have the... which crew is that, James?
That looks to be the Sydney University crew making a good go of the UTS crew next to them, really battling out stroke for stroke up to the finish line.
This UTS crew in... So the lane numbers that we've got printed out, this is why we've been a bit confused, are a little bit different to what's actually on the water, but that's a Sydney University crew over the far side of Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements, who are an open crew, looking very nice as they come into the last 100 metres. They're being pushed very hard by Nicholas Pender and Joshua Wilson here in lane 3. Well, they're saying lane 3 on the bow. They're actually in lane 6. That's 7. That's why we've been a bit confused. What a close finish.
And that looks like
I think that's going to be a photo finish. Very hard to call that one. The UTS boys gave a really strong push as they came across the line. They're just about to be caught by the Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre. They'll be followed across by, holding their own just, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, and are very closely followed by Samuel Hines and Alfred McLean, then Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre.
I think that was Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco coming in just behind that King's crew.
Okay. Because they're not actually in the lanes, some of them, that they're supposed to be in, and we have 2 lane 5s. That's what's happened. Because the race has been consolidated, they've got bow numbers that don't necessarily match their lanes. So we're just a little bit confused, but for those who are really keen, it'll be all up on the results page.
And here comes the UNSW crew, finishing it off in this race.
And out on the course now, we have race 69, which is the Division 1 of the Men's Open Lightweight and Under 23 Single Scull. Over on the far side in lane 1 from UTS, Peter Waldersee. Tom Cregan scratched in lane 3 from Capital Lakes in the ACT, Harry Glacken. In lane 4 from UTS, Sean Murphy. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Marcus Delamata. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen. In lane 8 from the ANU, ACT, Hamish Harding. And in lane 9 from UTS, Sam Green. So these, although it's a combined race, they're all open rowers. And I think we're going to see some fantastic racing as they come closest, just looking at some of those names there.
Yeah, definitely. That looked like Marcus Delamata coming through the 1,000 metres, just ahead of 2 UTS crews.
Yeah, so Marcus Delamata was just holding off Harry Glacken as they came through the 1,000 metres, and Hamish Harding right there in the mix. Is less than a second between all those three. Little bit of a gap back to Sean Murphy, then Sam Green and Torrin Olsen, then Peter Waldersee. So they're just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. We'll see if Marcus Delamata can hold that lead he had. He's taken out a few world championships in ocean, what did they call it?
The Coastal Rowing and Beach Sprint Championships, yeah.
Yes.
He went to the ACT to get presented Coastal Rower of the Year about a week or two ago. So it's very good.
Fantastic. And we now see them as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark and really battling it out there. They're very, very close. There's 3 boats pretty much in a line. Ooh. So Hamish Harding had slight lead over Marcus Delamata, and Harry Glacken just slightly back, less than a second between the whole lot of them.
Then Sean Murphy coming up behind them, and Torrin Olsen, followed by Sam Green.
So we're in for a very exciting finish as they're about 300, 350 metres out at the moment. When it sort of gets to here, so that's lane 7, lane 5, lane 8, lane 6.
So it's looking like a good race between the top 3. All of them looking pretty level as they come to the finish line. Definitely Hamish Harding and Marcus Delamata fighting it out for first place, followed over by, on the far side, Harry Glacken just on the tails of them.
And Harry's just taken his rating up quite a bit in this last 150 odd metres. Really pushing hard, but can he catch them? I don't think so. It does look to be the Marcus Delamata, is it? Out there in front.
Getting a good rating.
Looking around, making sure he's got that lead well sealed in. Looking pretty relaxed as he comes up to the finish line, about a length ahead of Hamish Harding.
And in comes 3rd place, followed up by Sean Murphy, just coming into the line now.
So that was Harry Glacken came across in 3rd. Sean Murphy, couple of big pushes there to get across the line. They'll be followed across by Torrin Olsen.
And here comes Sam Green, just a length or 2 behind him, coming across the line now. And Peter Waldersee on the far side looking nice and relaxed as he has a few more metres up to the finish line.
I think Peter's realised that he's not really in the mix today, but we love him up here in the commentary box when he's helping out.
Still with his head up. Just a few strokes to go.
So the winning time there, unofficially, was 7 minutes 10.32. What do you think of that?
Very quick, especially for these flat conditions and still pretty hot outside, so definitely a good time. And here we have now the men's open lightweight and under 23 single, Division 2. On the far side is UQ of the lightweight Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell. Then Newcastle Grammar's lightweight Vincent Mitef. Then St George, Tom Masterton, coached by Mark Featherston. Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. Then Sydney University's White Bat, coached by Tom Lorich. The scratching in lane 6. Then in lane 7 is UNSW of Zach Partridge, coached by Cameron Butler. Then in lane 8, St George, James Hunt, coached by Mark Featherston. And UNSW's Chris Bryans, coached by Cameron Butler. And they've just come through the 1,000 metre mark now. Looks like White Bat's really taking a lead out of the rest of the field, over 6 seconds to second place.
So James, as they came through the 1,000 metre mark there's a bit of spread. It's a margin of nearly 6 seconds back from White Bat to Jason Waddell, then another 8 seconds back to Mac Russell, a second back to James Hunt. So whether they hold those positions as they come further down the course, we wait to see.
Yeah, definitely. And the school kid from Newcastle Grammar keeping it up there with the older boys, which is nice to see.
So some great footage we're getting there again. The camera's on the coach boats. We get very close-up view. And who's that we're looking at the moment?
That looks like White Bat, just ahead of the field, keeping it nice and relaxed, ticking the boat along.
Look at the power he's getting off the front there. So they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark now. So White Bat with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. Ooh, I'd say 5 or 6 lengths there. So yes, Jason Waddell about 6.5 seconds behind. And again, a big gap back. Over on the far side there, that's Mac Russell. So has this order changed since they came through the 1,000 metre mark? Yeah, so something's happened out there. Followed across by James Hunt, Vincent Mitef, Zach Partridge and Tom Masterton. And they're coming into view now. They're about 300 metres out.
White Bat's keeping that comfortable lead, coached by Tom Lorich.
And beside him there, that's Jason Waddell, isn't it? Pushing very hard from Nepean.
It is definitely rating up pretty early, trying to get back and close that gap.
So just coming into the last 250 metres there. I think we'll probably see them both start to take it up. Yeah, Wyatt's just taken it up a few points, I think. pushing hard to hold off Jason. Both of them have very clear water to the rest of the field, though.
Wyatt's definitely just taking it up a few steps there. Really just maximising that distance per stroke, trying to not let that gap get too small.
I think we're also going to see a bit of a battle for third place over on the far side there. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland does look like he'll probably take third position. Closer to us from St George, James Hunt, is he going to be in the mix? And then don't discount Vincent Mete from Newcastle Grammar. That was Wyatt Batt, just crossed the line.
Followed by what looks to be Nepean's Sculler, just 6 and a bit seconds behind, and then UQ's Scullers coming in hot to the line.
So very nice finish there by Mac Russell from the University of Queensland. You can see he's putting absolutely everything in it to put in a big finish there. He'll be followed across by, as James said, the school kid, we presume, Vincent Metef from Newcastle Grammar. Then it's going to be very close for the next placing. I think the James Hunt from St George just pipped Tom Masterton from St George. So a bit of an intra-club rivalry there. And Zach Partridge here from the University of New South Wales just didn't quite realise, I think at the end there, he wasn't really going to be in the mix. So the finish time there, 7 minutes 41.45. That was Division 2 of the men's open and lightweight single sculls. So we had the far lanes 1 to 5 were lightweights, and the 3 lanes closest to us were open. And coming up is race 71. They fast approaching the 1,000-metre mark, roaring down the field there. This is Division 3 of the men's open and lightweight and under 23 single scull. All the athletes in this race are under 23. Over on the far side from UTS, we have Patrick Burke. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard. In lane 3 from UTS, Matthew Robertson. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Samuel Forbes. In lane 5 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis. In lane 6 from Penrith, Bradley Moran. In lane 7 from UTS, Henry Blackwell. In lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball. And in lane 9 from UTS, Alexander Wood. So some very exciting racing coming up. Very close as they came through the 1,000 metres mark there from Mitchell Caponis. Had a whisker of a lead over Harry Blackwell.
Yeah, looking good. All 4
Henry
positions
Blackwell,
are going to the UTS crews so far. Both Mitch and Henry really moving out on the rest of the field. And that looks like Mitch has just extended his lead by another half a second.
Yeah, half a canvas, I'd say, as they just came through there. So either of them could take this.
Followed by Pat Burke in 3rd, and then Alex Wood closely behind him in 4th. And Alex Wood's just taking up the rating, trying to get ahead of Pat Burke. And in 5th was Samuel Forbes, 6th was Matthew Ricard, and 7th was Bradley Moran, followed by Matt Robertson.
And just coming into the last 250 metres now. So Mitchell Caponis and Henry Blackwell still battling it out there. I think Mitchell's just taken his rating up to, well, they both have.
Henry's still looking nice and relaxed. He was just down in Canberra on a open rowing camp for a week before going to head of the Yarra.
So taking some really big strokes there.
Yeah, super long, super powerful, and on the left is Alex Wood really trying to catch up on the inside.
Wow, look at the power in those strokes. Very exciting rowing here.
And I think that's Mitchell Caponis just coming up in front of Henry Blackwell. No more than the boat length between them. As Henry shortens up to try and catch up. And in comes Alex Wood in third, and on the far side is Pat Burke.
So a very big finish there with a time of 7 minutes, 24.3 run. So that was Mitchell Caponis, followed by Henry Blackwell, then Alexander Wood, Patrick Burke, Samuel Forbes, Matthew Rickard and Bradley Moran, and just crossing the line now is Matthew Robertson. Some great racing there. That was a very big finish from those boys.
Yeah, definitely a big race.
Yeah.
And in comes
there's
UNSW.
So this is Anthony Ball. Realised he wasn't in the mix, so it looks like he's just finishing off the race as you do. Give him a big cheer. Oh, well, talk about it. Oop.
And now I'm joined by Drew Kumar from Sydney Rowing Club, and he also coxes for UNSW as well. So nice to have you here.
That's right. Thank you very much, James. It's good to be up here in the commentators box. What do we have up next on the cards for the races?
Looks like a mixed race of the women's AB quad and the women's open quad. So on the far side looks to be, in fact, a C-grade quad from Sydney of Olivia Kelly, Sarah Bebbington, Amelia de Villas, Georgina Stevenson, and coached by Charlie Patterson. And then next to them is a Sydney Uni B crew of Phoebe Teal, Zoe McKellar, Zoe Bond, and Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And then next to them is a women's open quad from Sydney Rowing Club of Grace Cipher, Georgia Caitlin, Lizel Page, and Laura Cipher, coached by Lockie Carter, with a UQ composite of Scarlett Woodbury, Tyra Rain, Lucy McFarlane, Astrid Thomas, coached by Philip Bergen, Michael Opstelin, and Michael Russell. And the other crew next to them is another Sydney composite with Lucy Absley from Glebe, Gabby Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club, Victoria Binns from Adelaide Uni, and Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Charlie Patterson, Tom Dornbos, and Milan Parker. And there's a crew of Sydney University's Opens of Jamie Ford, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, and Lucy Coleman. And that's them off the start line now. Everyone getting away nice and cleanly.
And coming up to the podium here is the winner of the recent single scull event, Mitch Caponis, collecting his medal for a very, very good job well done. Big round of applause for Mitch Caponis there.
The Ascombe girls down there supporting their coach. And all the quads have gotten away nice and cleanly, all in the centre of their lanes, and no clear winners so far.
So very much in the mix here as they come past the 300. Lane 3, Sydney University seems to be edging out in front as they start to settle down to this race. Also lane 4, the Sydney Rowing Club crew, coached by Lockie Carter, seems to be going on very strongly. How would they be going at this point in the race? What's the strategy?
Probably legs are starting to feel it, but just trying to keep the boat ticking over. Don't drop any boat speed from the start, and just keeping that consistency and that rhythm in the boat. And it looks to be the Sydney Uni Open quad of Jamie Ford, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepard and Lucy Coleman, who are coming out just over the other Sydney University crew of Phoebe Teal, Zoe McKellar, Zoe Bond and Tiffany Botha.
Coming through the 500-metre mark now, crews are starting to spread out. It looks like the two top Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club crews are grouping together very nicely. So we have a shot here of that Sydney Rowing Club crew lengthening out, getting a really nice stride off the back turn of their stroke, staying in the mix. Right now they're probably thinking about trying to make some moves, don't want to get dropped off too early in the quad. And it looks like they're staying very nice and level with that open Sydney University crew as well.
Yeah, just trying to stay in touch, not let any distance get further between the boats, and just keep themselves to the end of the race.
Excellent view here of the Sydney University Opens crew, just edging out in front of the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Both Sydney University crews are taking it very nicely as they come towards that 1,000-metre mark during the race. Looks like open water there for that crew in lane 7, Sydney University. Very good split, very tightly fought between the Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University crews in lane 3 and 4. And it looks like open water back towards 4th place. That's lane 6, Sydney University Composite.
That leading crew definitely looked pretty comfortable. Getting a boat length ahead that early in the race is definitely something that they'll keep in mind, and just be nice and relaxed, let the boat flow underneath them.
Absolutely, and I think that's definitely the strategy that the top 2 Sydney University crews want to be focusing on now, as they have clear water in front of the rest of the crews. It's probably in their best interest to start to stride out, settle down and relax, but still not let the pressure off too much, as they do have some racing to do yet.
Looks to be the Sydney Uni Opens crew, nicely striding out in front, followed by the Sydney Rowing Club crew, which is an Opens crew, and then half a boat length ahead of the Sydney University B crew, who are just trying to keep in touch with them, not drop it too far before they get into the last part of the race. And that was a 5:13 with a 4.5 second gap, and then a 1 and a bit second gap. And then in comes behind them the Sydney Composite, which is the underage girls crew with Lucy from Glebe, Gabby from Sydney Rowing Club, Victoria from Adelaide, and Neve from Sydney Rowing Club.
Okay, coming into the last 250 here, we have a very good race with the top 3 front runners. Sydney University in lane 6, it seems to be, or lane 7, coming out nicely with clear water, but Sydney Rowing Club not letting off the steam there. over across in lane 4. And looking like a very tight, close race between that Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University crew as they come into the last 150 metres. Sydney Rowing Club bringing the rate up. That Sydney University crew in lane 7 is really nice stride out, clear water. It looks like the places have been settled, but what can that fast Sydney University crew do in that lane 2, lane 3 position right now? They are trying to bring the rate up. They're shortening up their stroke, but it looks like it's all said and done. That Sydney University crew coming through in lane 7 for a very handy win, about a length and a half in front of that Sydney Rowing Club crew as they take it all the way to the line. Very well rowed, girls, in that lane 4 position, and bring it back. 3rd place, Sydney University, finishing off the crews for that field there.
And in comes that Sydney Rowing Club composite crew, just ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, trying to keep it nice and consistent, nice and light. And they finished just a boat length ahead of the other Sydney crew, and followed by the UQ composite. And that was a winning time of a 6:58 from the Sydney University crew, about 5.8 seconds ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and another 3.8 seconds ahead of the 2nd Sydney University B crew.
And switching gears now back to the 1,000 metre races today with the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 across the far side is Glebe, Catherine Poulter, Elizabeth Dorian, Kate Warham, stroked by Audrey Lejeune. In lane 2, Drummoyne, C-grade crew of Amy Greenless, Vipka Corfold, Jodie Panagopoulos, and Marcella Cox. Lane 3 is Leichhardt number 1, another C-grade crew, Jennifer Zongo, M. Barak, Nikki Lepresti, and Daniel Brugette, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4 is a Glebe, D-grade crew, Anne Skilton, Charlotte Dude, Camille Reyes-Greeno, stroked by Sarah Norris. And lane 5, North Shore, another D-grade crew, Zita Browns, Ruth Gibson, Louise McCoach, Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. Lane 6, we have Drummoyne, an E-grade crew, Colleen Chapman, Esther Tucker, Sky Smith, and Katrina Brangwin is the stroke. Lane 7, North Shore, an E-grade crew, Rhonda Decker, Annalise Appleton, Julie Baum, and Joe Hodgkinson, coached by John James and David Kay. And the field on the closest side to the shore, lane 8, Drummoyne, Katrina Shannon, Ann Potter, Bridget Austin, stroked by Julie Lau.
And it looks like the last 3 crews listed there, all the E-grade crews have just started. And there'll be a 4-second gap back to the D crew of North Shore and Glebe, who will be starting off now, followed by Leichhardt and Drummoyne off an 8-second handicap, and Glebe just starting now off their 11-second handicap.
And as they come down the course, having cocked some of these Masters crews before, it's a very interesting battle as they come off on different levels of handicaps. So the B and C D grade crews of Glebe and Drummoyne and Leichhardt will definitely be trying to pull it back early as they can in the race. As they come down the course, it's just going to give them less and less time to really reel it in. So North Shore and the Drummoyne crews, as they went off go, enjoying their early lead, but things are going to start to compress as they get to the 500 metre mark into the race.
And that's looking pretty close between the two lanes as both North Shore and Drummoyne fight to stay in their own designated lanes, with Drummoyne just drifting over to the right there. Might be getting a flag or something, but yeah, trying to stay away from everyone else is probably the best idea.
Looks like they're back in the mix now. Crews are staying pretty level as they come towards that 500 metre mark. And that's through the 500 metre mark. It looks like the North Shore crew in lane 5 leading with a very solid 157 split, closely followed by Leichhardt, North Shore, the 3 Drummoyne crews and Glebe. It's very, very close as they come through the 500 metre mark. But at this stage, it looks like the North Shore crew, stroked by Zeta Browners, taking a nice lead, enjoying that very comfortable open water as they come towards that 750 metre mark to go.
That looks like Leichhardt's in the lead over there. Worked back off that 8-second handicap. Really close between them and what looks to be North Shore. And it's a race down to the line as Leichhardt really ups that rating. Moving into the line. So Leichhardt really working back after having to do that extra 4 seconds of racing or waiting at the start for North Shore. And it looks like they've got a person or two lead just over them as they're really starting to clear water. And here they come over the line with a time of 3:52.9, followed by North Shore's 1.62 seconds off that.
And it's looking like a very close battle for third place here. In first, it looks like it's going to be Glebe. Just behind is lane 2, Drummoyne. Very, very close here for third place, but it looks like Glebe's just going to get their bow ball in front, and closely followed then by lane 7, the North Shore crew. Again, rounding out the field is lane 6 and lane 8, the 2 very handy road Drummoyne crews as well. Very well done.
That Drummoyne crew was very dressed up for this regatta. Definitely won the points for this race at least. And here comes another Drummoyne crew, and then rounding off the course today looks to be that last Glebe crew.
And here comes the second division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull, coming down towards the 500 metre mark in the race. In lane 1, North Shore. Lane 2, St George Composite. And lane 5, that's Glebe. Lane 6, Leichhardt 2. Lane 7, the University of New South Wales. And lane 8, North Shore, number 2. Looks like some pretty tidy racing coming towards that 500 metre mark. I do believe it is lane 7, that North Shore crew, still ahead. It looks like it may be clear water. But they did go off go, so a lot of catch up to do for some of these crews as they come towards the finish line here.
Still looks too early to tell, but definitely the lane closest to us is getting a good lead, and that St George composite is also getting out quite nicely. Both of them just trying to stay ahead of the field behind them, keeping an eye on the rest of the racing as they come through the 500 in a time of 2:15 for the North Shore crew, and the St George composite just 3.3 seconds behind. And a very close race for third of North Shore of 7.8 and Leichhardt with 1.6 seconds behind them. The North Shore crew certainly looks like it's struggling a bit with steering, veering over the course a little bit, but it looks like they've straightened it out now. And that's also the UNSW crew struggling a little bit, going diagonal to the course. But as they start coming to the line, it looks to be very close between the St George and the UNS and the North Shore crew.
Very tidy rowing in lane 3 from that St George composite. Clear water for these ladies here. They're really enjoying their row as they come towards the finish line. Nice, long, rhythmic rowing. Well done, ladies, as they come through the yellow and black marker. Looks like across the field to lane 2. Lane 2, I believe that's North Shore.
And lane 8's just closely behind them. Another North Shore crew, looking to be about only half boat length between them, as they're struggling just a little bit to get over those last boys.
Very well done to lane 8 as they went off go in a third place. They should be very happy. And as they come through lane 6, Leichhardt number 2, very clean rowing as well. Rowing across the line nicely.
And here comes a Glebe crew who's just trying to stay ahead of that UNSW crew next to them, trying to get that rating up just that little bit into the end.
And over the line goes the University of New South Wales. Very well done, ladies. Okay, and now we'll turn our attention to the stage for the medal presentation of the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1. In first place, we had Leichhardt number 1, Jennifer Zongo, Anne Barrack, Nikki Lepresti, stroked by Daniela Bourget, and coached by Steve Sherry. Congratulations, ladies. And as they come down towards the 750 metre mark, we have the men's CD grade Cox 4. In lane 3, St Augustine's, lane 4, Kings, lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, lane 6, the University of New South Wales, and lane 7, Newcastle Grammar number 2. It looks to be the St Augustine's crew with a very handy lead right now, coming down past the 750 metre mark with a split of 143, very tidy for the schoolboys over there. Across to Kings, the C-grade crew, Hugo Firth, Lockie Rogers, Charles Rowe, Daniel Payne, and Oliver Forrester is the Cox. Battling it out with the University of New South Wales crew. That's Robert Island, Eskel Zakrison, Marcus Black, and Fraser Wilson, coxed by Sonny Park. Very tidy rowing here, but it looks like that the Kings crew has just edged themselves in front for a nice lead, really pressing the puddles out. St Augustine's, really handy, clear water here, it looks like, enjoying their row down towards the finish line.
Yeah, St Augustine's crew throwing everything into it as they have those 3 or 4 more strokes into the line. And that King's crew looking nice and relaxed, nice and tall as they just push away slowly from the UNSW crew behind them.
Here comes that King's crew. Allow about 5 to 10 strokes before they make the line. Very clean run. They should be very pleased with that. Excellent stroke seat decoration there, and the Cox got that sent out on. Very well done. And here comes University of New South Wales, keeping it nice and long. Eskil Zekarissen, keeping that long, fluid stroke into the front turn. Yeah, very well done, lads. And here comes lane number 7 across the line in lane 5. Very close racing for the back end of that race. Very well done.
And this next race coming down is the women's C D grade Coxless Quad Division 1. In lane 3 is Karawara, Sienna McFarlane, Elizabeth Sando, Summer Hogan, Eveline Broad, coached by Wesley Canny, UNSW's Isabel Neven, Olivia Zago, Samantha Backler, Charlotte Stanwicks, coached by Chris Burns, the UTS crew of Grace Burke, Charlotte Olgers, April Draney, and Annabelle Fuller, coached by Jared Watson, and the University of Queensland crew, coached Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates, Pip Hazard-Tripu, coached by Philip Bergen and Michael Russell. And it looks to be the UTS crew with just a little bit of a length over the University of Queensland crew next to them, and then the UNSW crew just tightly in third.
Yeah, very close margins as they come down through the 500 metre mark rather. UTS with a 147 split, very tidy there. 2 seconds behind, 2.5 seconds is the University of Queensland, and very close behind the University of New South Wales. So it looks to be some very, very close racing as they come down towards the finish line here. A lot of horsepower in all these boats.
That's some big long strokes from that UTS quad, coached by Jared, who's a new addition to the club, really making a big impression on the rest of the field here. Got a nice clean blade work, big powerful strokes as University of Queensland still pushing up nice and close, 2 and a bit seconds behind them, so they can't really relax yet.
Yep, very close race for the top 3 here. Looks like the University of New South Wales still has contact with the front runners, but it looks to be the UTS crew of Grace Burke, Charlie Olgers, April January, and Annabelle Fuller in the lead, but not by much. It looks like the Corolla crew, I believe, or rather the University of Queensland crew, just edging down. But no, it looks like the UTS crew have started to extend their lead. So have the UNSW girls. They started to push the puddles out. They're trying to get that second place locked and loaded. Let's see what they can do in the last 150 or so metres.
The UTS quad really nicely flowing. Lots of power in the bow pair there. Really just keeping the boat ticking along as they look to cross the line first by looking nice and relaxed, having it to up the rating very much, and just sitting back nicely onto those strokes. And in comes UNSW in second place, and University of Queensland looks like it's going to be in third. And that winning time was a 3:37.4. Second place was a 5.53 behind that, and 1.2 seconds follows to University of Queensland.
And now turning our attention to the stage, we have the medal presentation for the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division number 2. In first place was the St. George Composite of Pamela Nash, Jenny Wilson, Joanne Ward, stroked by Kirsten McCready. Well done, ladies. A round of applause for that St. George Composite crew. Well done.
They look to have started getting a line up there. Lane 7 is definitely getting a good run there. Just a few more seconds until they start. And it's going to be a race with Barker College, who's a D-grade quad of Claudia McDougall, Maddie Henry, Georgia Spicer, and Meg Anderson. then a St George crew of Bianca McKenzie, Grace Charles, Beth Jacobs, Lily Featherston, Hunter Valley Grammars, Georgia Foster, Myla Leal Henville, Kate Longerin and Emma Purdy. UNSW next to them with Sunny Park, Helen Firth, Annabelle Singh, Ashley Potter. Then there's a Newcastle Uni crew of Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes, Teresa Chadwick and Chantel Lindsay. With two St George crews there to finish the field of Ava Green, Layla Turpin, Tessa Jones, Ava Macron, and Jocelyn Foreman, Ava Richardson, Amelia Featherston, and Ellen Featherston.
So they're in the marshals' hands now, just getting ready to line up. The marshal is doing a very good job in these slightly windy conditions this afternoon to get a very good line before the ladies set off down the course.
So this is the Division 2 of the Women's CD grade coxless quad. And we've got lanes from 1 to 7 racing. And they're all D. Yeah, all D grade quads out here.
And it looks like the racing is now underway for the women's CD grade coxless quad. Very much in the mix. All D grade crews in this division here, so we're expecting a very tight rowing, very close rowing as they come down the course together. Off the start, it looks like, I believe, the University of New South Wales crew just edging in front with some nice, powerful, short, sharp strokes. And behind them in the lane over, it seems to be the Newcastle Uni crew. But early stages at this part of the race, anything could happen. And to the stage now for the medal presentation of the men's CD grade Coxed 4. In first place was St Augustine's with Matthew Doretta, Hamish Wise, Rory Parker, stroked by Jason Cow, and Ryder Taylor was a Cox, coached by Bjarne Ungemach and Judith Ungemach. Congratulations, lads.
Looks like Ryder's continuing his winning streak this season, not wanting to lose a race yet.
Okay, as they come through the 500 metre mark, it looks to be the University of New South Wales with clear water. That's the University of New South Wales crew of Ashley Potter, Annabelle Singh, Helen Frith, coxed by Sunny Park, rather. In second place is the Newcastle University crew, closely followed by the 2-3 St George crews. Very, very close racing through the 500 metre mark. But at this stage, it looks like the University of New South Wales doing a very good job to keep a tidy lead into the last 250 metres of this race.
And that looks like UNSW coming to the line. They've got about 200 metres left. They're getting some very nice strokes in there, closely followed by the crew of Newcastle Uni. And then it looks like those 3 St George boats are really fighting it out between themselves.
Into the last 100, 150 metres now. It's clear water for that University of New South Wales crew. That University of New South Wales crew, that's Sunny Park, Helen Frith, Annabelle Singh and Ashley Potter, doing very good, nice, long, tidy rowing as they come in the last 50 metres of this race. Annabelle Singh really putting the watts down into the footplate there, coming down towards the finish line. Very clean rowing, ladies, well done. And it looks like a close battle, but it looks close for second place here in lane 5. It looks like Newcastle Uni has just put their bow ball in front. And then in lane 7, we have St. George just edging ahead of the other St. George crew in lane 6. Very, very close racing. It's going to come stroke for stroke. But in second place, it looks like it's Newcastle University, Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes, Teresa Chadwick, and Chantel Lindsay in second place. Third place, it looks like it's going to go to St. George. And a very tight fourth place finish. It looks like lane 6 has just edged their bow ball in front. The 3 St. George crews, very, very clean racing today. Well done, ladies.
And it looks like a very well dressed up Hunter Valley Grammar School crew of who have just come across the line just ahead of Barker College, both really getting into this Reindeer Regatta theme. And here's the Paris Single Scull race, race 78, and in lane 9 is the Glebe crew of Micah Kelly, coached by Mark Tietjen, who's with me right here, watching as she works successfully down the course. So coming down is that Glebe Sculler, just alone in this race, but being coached or steered by Mark in the launching boat behind them, and by Nick. And she's actually climbed Mount Everest before, even though she is blind. But yeah, she's sculling very well into the finish line here. Looking just keep the boat moving along, stay in the middle of the lane, and just keep moving into this line here.
Very, very impressive row by the glebe rower here. I can hardly sit in a single scull as it goes, as it stands, so for her to come down the course like that is a very, very good job. Coming into the last few strokes now, as they come across the line, sticking to the lane. Very well done. Big round of applause, I think, is deserved. Congratulations. Okay, and turning our attention now down to the 2,000 metre start line for a premier event, the men's AB grade Coxless 4. We're about 2 or 3 minutes away from the start. They are in the marshaller's hands at this stage, just waiting on a couple crews to get lined up before you go underway with racing.
I think it's the 2 UTS and St Augustine's crews we're waiting for, and then we should be ready to start. And the final crews are now lining up, getting ready to start. And I think on the far side of this men's AB grade Coxless 4 and men's Open 4, we have the King's number 3 crew, which is B grade of Tanner Purden, Grayson Odbert, Luis Todd, and Charles Whalen, coached by Harrison Randell and Nick Jones. And we have the UNSW crew, which is a C grade crew of Harry O'Donnell, Chris Bryans, Oliver Harradine, Jack Clements, coached by Cameron Butler. Then there's the King's number 1 crew of Campbell Wickham, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, William Rogers, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. Next to them is a St Augustine's B crew of Max Tancred, Will Dawson, William Pender, and Miles Nichols, coached by Björn Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And then there's a King's number 2 crew of Tom Whalen, William Hurst, Oscar Petrus, and Luke Fleet, coached by Harrison Randell and Stephen Edwards. And the King's number 4 crew is Jackson Thomas, Lockie Tyndall, Lachlan Jones, Angus Dugan, coached by Harrison Randell and Nicholas Jones, which is a C crew. And the 3 open crews is in lane 7, UTS crew of Nick Pender, Brandon Smith, Josh Wilson, and Alexander Wood, coached by Matt and Judith Ungermark. Next to them is another UTS crew of Ollie St. Pierre, Tane Potts, Macca Thompson, and Ryan Gibson, coached by the Ungermarks. And then there's a Sydney crew of Torin Olsen, Tom Cregan, Alec Hoskin, and Alex Nickel. And that is the last UTS crew just lined up on the start line there. So we'll be getting ready to begin any moment now.
Okay, they are in the starters' hands now. We're about a minute away before racing commences in the men's AB and Open Coxless 4. A number of these crews, the Open ones especially, having hit it out between Sydney and UTS in the Open 8. So it looks like they're coming back for another round 2 to see how well they do. It's good to see some of the schoolboys out on the field today. The Kings top 8 seem to be in their 4s today, heading towards the pointy end of their season with Head of the River approaching mid next year. So some very good opportunity to seat race here, and it looks like they're in starters' hands now. Everyone's locked up and ready to go. And we are underway with racing as the 4s take off from their blocks. It looks like it's very much in the mix, but there are some crews that have started to stand out. It looks like the UTS crew of Nicholas Pender, Brandon Smith, Joshua Wilson and Alexander Wood have taken an early lead in front of the pack, followed closely behind by the rest of the field on the far side of the river. That's Kings, University of New South Wales, and Kings number 1. Very early stage in this race. Sydney Rowing Club seems to have settled down early in this race right now. Nice rhythm that they've settled up in the 4 here.
Looks like all the Open 4s have gotten away just a little bit cleaner and a little bit quicker than the A, B and C grade 4s next to them, which is expected, seeing as the bit more experience and age of these boys. But definitely those Kings boys giving you a good crack in these boats. And it looks to be like all the Kings boats are coxed, actually, which is giving even tougher competition to the boats around them. With that extra weight they've got to drag along with them.
And as they come through the 500 metre mark now, it seems that Sydney Rowing Club is starting to stride out ahead of that second UTS crew. All crews seem to be very much in the mix, however, as they come through. The Kings crew is very, very tight as they come through the 500 metre mark, very close indeed. Their Cox boats, their Coxes surely pressuring them on as they start to lengthen out into the middle 3 quarters of this race.
That's looking to be that Sydney boat coming in first with a 3:08 into the 1K mark, followed by the UTS Open crew with a 2.7 second gap between them, and then 4 seconds back to the other one, and then another 4 second gap back to St Augustine's, who are very closely followed by the Coxed 4 of Kings.
A very impressive run by that St Augustine's crew. The Cox 4, it's not light, and they're very much in the pack there at 4th place, but it looks like still Sydney and UTS battling out for that first, second place. It's going to be very, very tidy coming in to the second half of the race here.
It'll be interesting to see how the extra added weight that the Kings boys have to carry along will play out in times at the end of the course. That looks like some very clean rowing there from that Sydney Rowing Club crew, getting good length, tapping down nice and cleanly. Alec Hoskin doing a very good job in that crew.
Going past the 1500 metre mark, it looks like that UTS number 1 crew has just started to drop off a little bit. There's not much long left in this race, so it's now or never, honestly, for the UTS crew. Clear water back to the second UTS crew in lane 7 rather, and across the field to the University of New South Wales and St Augustine's as they come through the line here. Into the last 250 now, and it looks like Nicholas Pender of that UTS crew is really trying to drive the rate up, trying to make some ground back on that Sydney crew, but Sydney still keeping it clean around the back turn, striding it out, very nice, long, rhythmic rowing as the crowds come round to the bank. The bikes are coming alongside them. Very clean rowing here by Alex Nicol, Tom Cregan, Torin Hoskin, and Torin Olsen rather, as they come down towards the finish line here. Nice, long, stretched out rowing. Nicholas Pender really driving the rate up now, trying to get contact with that Sydney crew, but it looks like it's going to be that Sydney crew as they come towards the last 10 strokes of the race here. Very well done, Sydney. Very well done indeed. Back down towards the field, we have the second UTS crew just edging ahead of that St Augustine's 4. Very well done from those boys there. That's the first UTS crew going across the line now. UTS number 2.
And we have that Kings number 1, Cox 4 coming up on that St Augustine's straight 4. Very close, only a seat or 2 in between them, as they've about 3 more strokes into the line. Very, very close racing, and that St Augustine's crew was just a quarter of a second ahead of that King's crew, which is very impressive.
And over the line goes Kings again, a very well decorated boat in lane 5. Very well done, boys. Across the course to lane number 1, that's Kings number 3. Finishing off, and UNSW as well, very close behind. Very good rowing there by the UNSW crew of Harry O'Donnell, Chris Burns, Ollie Harradine, and Jack Clements there.
And finishing off, we have the last Kings 4 just coming in nice and clean with a 11-second gap to the third Kings crew. So the winning time of that was a 6:19.99, which is a very quick time. And St Augustine's won out of the men's AB grade 4, and they're about 20 seconds off that time. And in this next race, we have the men's open double, and we have a UTS crew of Sam Green and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, a UTS and ANU composite of Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding, UNSW's Alex Bohm and Zach Partridge. Then there's a UTS double of Angus Dunstan and Peter Waldersey. Next to them is Wyatt Batt and Devlin Walsh, with Marcus Britt and Marcus Delamada next to them, and a St George crew in lane 7 of Rory Cole and Lachlan Dunn. And as they came through the 1,000 metres, it was the 2 Marcuses from Sydney University with a 3:17. In second was the lightweight double of Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding, and in third place was that UTS double of Sam Green and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, just 6 seconds behind them. And it looks like they're coming up now on the 1,500 metre mark. Those top 2 crews very, very closely contested, with the Sydney Uni crew just nudging ahead of Sean Murphy's crew. So Sean and Hamish row the Australian lightweight men's double scull, and they were over in Europe contesting for a spot in the Olympics, but they're back here now and competing very closely with that heavyweight open double of Marcus Delmata and Marcus Britt, who are just keeping it nice and clean, rating nice and high, try not to give any mistakes to that crew next to them.
And it looks like that UTS crew on the far side of the course, or rather is that lane 2, that ANU composite of Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding, really bringing the rate up, really trying to get that bow ball in front of the lane 6 Sydney University crew. It's going to be very close. It's going to take it right to the line. Crowds are going up. Let's have a look.
It looks like Marcus Delmata and Marcus Britt have just taken that out just by 3/4 of boat length over the composite lightweight crew, but very well rowed with a time of 6:38 and just a gap of 2 seconds. And into the line now is the Sydney University and UTS crews competing for that 3rd spot, and it looks like it's going to go to Wyatt Batt and Devlin Walsh, just ahead of Mitch Blackmore-Cram and Sam Green. And in comes Peter Waldersey and Angus Dunstan, keeping it nice and clean, nice and tidy, just working their way into the line now. And across they come.
Rounding out the field for this men's open lightweight and under 23 double sculls, the University of New South Wales in lane 3. That's Alan Mendelowitz and Zach Partridge keeping a nice long rhythm as they come across the line. And rounding out the field is lane 7, the St. George crew of Rory Cole and Lachlan Dunn. Very well done, lads.
This next race is looking to be Division 2, which is a combination of lightweights and under 23s of the double scull. So Newcastle Grammars, lightweights, Lucas Burton and Vince Matef, who we saw on the single earlier. And then we have Penrith crew in lane 4, which is under 23 of Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. And then there's in lane 5, UTS of Pat Burke and Oscar Berigi, coached by Judith and Matt. And another crew next to them of Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis, coached by the Ongamarks. And as they've come into the 1,000-metre mark, it looks to be the UTS crew of Blackwell and Caponis with a 3:22, leading Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran by 7 seconds, closely followed by UTS's Pat Burke and Oscar, and the lightweights are coming in just 9 seconds behind them.
So coming into the last 250 metres of this under 23 and lightweight double scull, it looks like Henry Blackwell and Mitch Caponis in the lead there. Not too far behind is the crew from Penrith, Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran, closely following suit. They're keeping their rate nice and low, long, powerful strokes, followed then again by the second UTS crew of Pat Burke and Oscar Beggery down the course. But it looks like the front runners here, Henry Blackwell and Mitch Caponis, bringing their rate up a touch, trying to get everything they can, the most they can out of this race. The last 150 metres, so very clean, long, contrasty rowing.
These were the two that came first and second in the same open men's single race, and they're looking very nice, very tidy, just sitting up nice and tall on the boat, trying to get the most run that they can, as they have about 3 more strokes into the line in a time of 6:54.6. And in comes behind them the Penrith double of Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran, 10 seconds behind them, and in comes Pat Burke and Oscar Beregi, who are just a few strokes behind them. And on the podium now we have Marcus Delamata and Marcus Britt, and they're being presented by Andy Hoffman, who was the last person to stroke shore to win the first 8 at the head of the river. And that was a very well rode race. And that was the men's open double scull, Division 1. This looks to be Division 1 of the women's open, the women's lightweight single scull. In lane 2 is Karawa with Amy Underwood. Lane 3, Sydney University's Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane 4 is UTS's Sarah Berici, coached by Jared Watson. Lane 5's University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Philip Bourgeon and Michael Russell. Then there's a scratching from Sydney, and there's another Cowra crew of Adelaide Robb and coached by Wesley Canny. And as they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's Phoebe Teal from Sydney University leading with a 4:10. And then there's a few seconds back to Cowra as Amy Underwood and their Adelaide Robb. And 4th is Sarah Berici, and 5th is the Queensland crew of Scarlett Woodbury.
So they're just coming through the 1,500
And as they come through the 1,500, they're looking to be nice and relaxed, nice and composed. Not struggling too much with some pretty big margins in this race so far. Great conditions for some lightweight rowing with no wind, not too hot, very, very nice. So all these girls looking to see how their training in the winter's been paying off.
At this stage, it looks like it is still Phoebe Teal with a clear and decisive lead coming towards the last 250 metres of this race. It's not easy in the single scull rowing 2 kilometres, so they're doing an excellent job, these girls, on the course, keeping their strokes nice and long and consistent, breathing up, staying tall, and really seeing this race right through the end. In second place, it looks like still the Cowra crew of Amy Underwood, keeping their stroke nice and long, trying to get the rate up a touch, it seems, but it looks like Phoebe Teal still has that clear and decisive lead. Challenged closely by the other Cowra crew of Adelaide Robb as well. It looks like it's going to be a battle for second place coming into the last 150, 200 metres or so of the race. and then back towards the UTS and Uni of Queensland crews of Sarah Berrichi and Scarlett Woodbury. Very close battle there for the spot.
Very well rowed by Phoebe over there. Nice and calm. She's been out here for the past few days doing some training with the club, and it looks to be paying off right now as she takes a few lengths, just relaxed rowing into the finish line. And those two Cara crews really fighting it out. It looks to be lane 2 just getting ahead of lane 7, and then only half a length back to the UQ crew, and then just following up to finish off the course is Sarah Berrichi from UTS. And that was a winning time of 8:33 from Sydney University, a 10-second gap to Cara, then another 5-second gap, and then a 3-second gap. The next race is the women's under 23 single scull, which is in lane 2. In lane 1 is Sydney University 2 of Zoe Bond. Then there's Sydney University 4 of Olivia Natty. Then there is Sydney Rowing Club's Laura Cypher. The Sydney Uni 1 crew of Tiffany Botha. The Sydney Uni 3 crew of Zoe McKellar. There's a scratching of UTS. Then there's another Sydney crew of Grace Cypher and the UTS crew of Lila Anderton. It looks quite straight from up here, but it's looking like the crews on this side of the course, which is the Grace Cypher crew, is looking to have quite a nice lead out on the field, and I think there might be Lila Anderton there as well. Lila's scratched actually. So that's looking like a Sydney, definitely in first place is lane 7, as they come through the 15 metre mark in just over 6 minutes. And then in second place is that lane 1 crew actually of Zoe Bond. Then it's Laura Cypher, followed closely by Tiff Botha and Zoe McKellar. And then across the line was coming Sydney University 4 of Olivia Natty.
Looks like a pretty decisive lead here by Grace Cypher in lane 7, followed closely behind by her sister Laura Cypher, but it looks like Zoe Bond is actually putting a very good show on the far side of the course. as they come down towards the last 250 metres of this race. Clear water, it looks like, for Grace Cypher.
And that's Zoe Bond on the far side, rowing very, very well. Trying to keep up and just not let the other Cypher sisters get ahead of her.
Looks like Grace Cypher has responded, looking over her shoulder very quickly to see the approaching Zoe Bond. So the response is there. Last 50 so metres of this race, Grace Cypher bringing the rate up a touch, putting the pressure on, taking it all the way to the line, closely followed by Zoe Bond. And then in third place, it looks like it's going to be Laura Cypher. But very well done to the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Grace Cypher across the line there.
That was a time of 8:08 from first place. And then it looks like Zoe was just 6 seconds behind. And then there was the Laura Cypher, who was just 3 seconds behind. In fourth was Tiff Botha, and in fifth coming through is Zoe McKellar. And to round out the field is Olivia Natty. And this next race is looking to be the Women's Open Single Sculls. And over in lane 3 is Holly, who's coached by Peter Warren, who's running the winter program at UTS. He'd love a mention today. Then there's the ANU crew of Catherine Clan, coached by Nigel Harding and Dern Grant. And then there's the Sydney University 1 crew of Jamie Ford, coached by Tom Lorich, and a UTS crew of Kirley Schofield, coached by Jared Watson.
Thanks, James. That's been some fantastic commentating from James Scott Brown, his first go at it. We're very impressed, and we hope to welcome him back into the commentary box once again. What do you reckon, Drew?
No, it's been absolutely fabulous here up at the commentary box. Excellent day here at the Penrith Lakes, and we are looking forward to some excellent racing to come as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. It's the, it looks like, I believe, lane 3. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark.
Well, I'm
lane
just
5.
looking using my eyes, and I think it does look to be, it's between, I reckon it might be Jamie Ford. Or Jaime, I don't know, not quite sure how to say it.
Yes, it looks like it's Jamie Ford of the Sydney University crew in lane 5 with a pretty solid lead there, coming down towards the 1250 metre mark, followed closely behind by ANU, Sydney University 1 and UTS.
Yeah, a little bit hard to see up here because Catherine Kahn from ANU is sitting just in front of the Marshall boat, so a little bit hard to actually tell what her position is from our bird's eye view up here in the tower. Some great footage there on the cameras mounted on the Marshall's boat. So that would be that's the ANU rower, I think, of Catherine Kahn from ANU, yeah. And a big shout out to our fantastic commentators here. The Drew, you can tell his coxing credentials from the command he takes over the microphone. And we've just farewelled James Scott Brown, who's going down to have another race. James is rowing at Sydney Uni.
Yes, that's right. Good luck to James there. Excellent commentating from him this afternoon. Thank you, Mark. It's been an absolute pleasure. But looks like we're going past the 1500 metre mark, and I believe UTS has come into the lead.
So I think it's Jamie Ford actually from Sydney Uni has a very comfortable lead. She's in lane 5. So there are 4 scullers in this race. And I think the real battle is going to be for the placings from what I can see up here.
Yeah, that second place position from where we're sitting looks very, very hotly contested. But I think at this stage, it's definitely well and truly the Sydney University 1 crew of Jamie Ford coming into that last 250 metres of the race, enjoying that clear run of water towards the end of the course here.
Yeah, now they're getting closer. We can see that it is Catherine Kahn who's keeping her boat well ahead of the crew, I'd guess, over on the far side of Holly Wardlaw from Sydney University, and then closer to us, Kiralee Schofield. So these are all open crews. So very exciting as they come into the last 250 metres here. We see a very healthy lead by Jamie Ford. Is it Jamie or Jaime? I'm not quite sure. So just coming into the last 100 metres here, it is Jaime Ford or Jamie Ford, not quite sure, from Sydney University with about good 8 or 10 lengths over Catherine Kahn from ANU. Over on the far side, we have Holly Wardlaw from Sydney University, and then closer to the grandstand here, Kiralee Schofield from UTS. That is Jamie Ford's just crossed the line in a time of 8 minutes 21.16. She's about to be followed across by Catherine Kahn from the ANU. Over on the far side, Holly Wardlaw from Sydney University, and making a valiant effort to hit that finish line is Kiralee Schofield from UTS. So out on the field now, or out on the course, we have the Women's Open lightweight and under 23 pair combination. There's no lightweights, it's only open and under 23. Over on the far side in lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Hannah Keating and Isabel Farrer. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Taylor Claudel and India Hobbs. In lane 3 from the Uni of New South Wales, Olivia Zago and Isabella Niven. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Coates and Sophie Crane. In lane 6 from Sydney Uni, Grace Turner and Stephanie Preller. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington. In lane 8 from Sydney University, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, and in lane 9 from the University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop and Tiara Rayner. So we have a full house here, all 9 lanes. Should be some pretty exciting rowing. They're just coming up now to the 1,000 metre. Well, I've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark.
It looks to be the Sydney University 1 crew of Jamie Ford.
So it looks like we don't have the timing splits for the 1,000 metres in this race, but we can see them certainly coming into view as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. A bit hard to call from up here in our bird's eye view, but it does look to me to be, I would say, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray in lane 8 look to have a handy lead, but out in the middle there in lane 5, I think. No, lane 4. Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price. But a little bit too hard to call. We'll wait until we get some a better view. I'm sure Drew has got sharper eyes than I do.
Yeah, well, at this stage, it does look like that lane 4 crew has a bit of a healthy position, and so does that lane 7 crew, lane 6 or 7 crew there. I must say, the pairs rowing here is absolutely phenomenal today, Mark. It's not easy for coaches to put pairs together, pair partnerships like this together, especially in some of these slightly less experienced crews from the universities and whatnot. They're doing an absolutely smashing job taking it down the course. But at this stage, coming through the 1500 metre mark, I believe that was the University of Sydney crew in lane 4 there, with slight clear water. I can't be sure at this stage.
Yeah, and it seems that the other Sydney University crew of Taylor Claudel and India Hobbs, and then closer to us in lane 8, the Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, also from Sydney University. So as they're getting closer now, they're about 400 metres out. We can see that there's actually a bit more spread in the field, but the real battle is on there for it. Do you think Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price from Sydney University?
I would say so, yeah, Mark, I would say so. They are definitely up there in the mix, but being challenged handily by that Sydney University 2 crew, it looks like, of Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray. Bit of steering trouble it seems, but they're getting back on course, so it's going to be very tight for the second place, I believe. But at this stage, it looks like that Sydney University crew of Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price is starting to stride out in front of the pack here towards the finish line.
Well, and Taylor Claudel and India Hobbs on the far side there, pushing very strong. Some great rowing here. It's going to be a very exciting finish. As you say, the Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray are just on the boys there. Whether that throws them or not, I don't know. But over here in lane 8. But look at that finish there out in the middle there with Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price.
Yeah, very long, complete rowing there from Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price, taking it right to the line. They're not letting back now. They do have some clear water, really enjoying this nice, clean run towards the finish line here. Closely followed by, it looks like lane 2, Sydney University number 2 crew of Taylor Claude and India Hobbs, keeping their strokes nice and long, really picking up off the front end. And in lane 8, it looks like that second Sydney University 2 crew of Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, closely followed behind that lane 1 Sydney Rowing Club crew.
And they will be followed further across the line by the Sydney University crew, Grace Turner and Stephanie Preller. Then a bit of a distance back to University of New South Wales, Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price. And a very nice finish coming through here from the Sydney crew of Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington. Just not quite in the mix though this time. And over this side, very close to us, with a couple of steering issues, Felicity Bishop and Tiara Rayner from the University of Queensland, just pipping their compatriots over there, Astrid Coates and Sophie Crane from the University of Queensland. Exciting race, that one. Finish time, winning time was 7 minutes 46.75, pretty fast.
And we have Chloe Hitchens here in the box joining us from Ascombe School here. But she does row out of glib, I'm so told. Welcome to the commentator's box. How have your races been today?
I haven't raced today.
Oh, well, that's a shame. But unfortunately, but it looks like we've got the C and D grade Cox 4 in the marshalling hands now. Back to 1,000 metre races for the time being. In lane 1, we have UTS. That's April Draney, Grace Burke, Charlotte Olgers, and Annabelle Fuller, with Sophie Costello as the Cox. In lane 2, Asham, Grace Carter, Kitty Suzak, Kitty Elias, and Sabrina Koska. Isabel Bugg is the Cox. With lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle, Alice McCready, Sadie Smart, Gemma McKenzie, Claudia Wills is the Cox. Lane 5, Mossman, Akalia Robinson, Matilda Gilmore, Tally Phillips, Scarlett Bradshaw, and Alexander Pearson as the Cox, coached by Ben Whitewolf. And lane 6, the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, Charlotte Stanwicks, Annabelle Singh, and Ashley Potter with Sunny Park. As the Cox coach is Chris Burns. And in lane 7, we have Isla Milne, Maeve Maloney, Frida Kirkham, Tanya Hornby, Chloe Lane, as the Cox coached by Ben Whitewolf. And just quickly across to the stage, we have the winners of the Ladies Open and Under 23 lightweight pair. That's Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price. Congratulations. Representing the University of Sydney. And they are in the marshal, the starter's hands now. Racing is about to get underway in a few minutes. Excellent view of the lineup here. Newcastle Grammar really putting it on for this Reindeer Regatta. And they're off, they're underway. The 1,000-metre race of the women's CD grade Cox 4. It looks like the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith in the bow seat, really sending it along with Sunny Park leading the charge. But that Newcastle Grammar School maintaining contact as they come down towards the 1,000-metre course here. So coming through the 250-metre mark now, it looks like Newcastle Grammar, very strong position, with the University of New South Wales also battling for that top spot. But across the field, it looks like we have, I do believe that's Hunter Valley Grammar, Asham School, going across the course. At this point in the race, how would you be feeling right now in a 1,000-metre sprint?
Oh, honestly, you're about halfway through here, so you're hitting your doubts. But if they have Coxes, they've got Coxes, so they'll be yelling at them. So hopefully that doesn't happen to them today.
Absolutely. It's not an easy race, the 4, and it's a 1,000-metre sprint. They're really putting it all out there. That second and third place seems to be hotly contested between Newcastle Grammar and the University of New South Wales. The field is still looking pretty tight as they come in towards the 750-metre mark. But it looks like Asham is still maintaining that tidy lead, with the University of New South Wales perhaps just trying to edge on forward in front of a Newcastle Grammar School. Correction from me there. That looks like the University of Technology Sydney in the far side taking out the lead here. Again, closely followed behind the Newcastle Grammar and University of New South Wales schools. Very clean running from the UTS crew there. Any comments that you can see in terms of their blade work coming to the back end of this race? You must be getting pretty exhausted. What would you be focusing on?
Honestly, I'm just looking at Newcastle right now. They've got such good dress-ups on and they're still holding good blade work.
It is very impressive. You'd wonder how fast they'd go if they didn't have any extra weight. But At this stage, it looks like the UTS crew with Clearwater, closely followed behind by the University of New South Wales crew. Once again, it's Annabelle Singh in that 2 seat, really pressing the puddles out, really trying to get ahead of that Newcastle Grammar School. Bladework started to fall back a little bit as they get tired, but they're not out of this race yet. That battle for second place is looking very, very close.
UTS is now in the final 50 metres, keeping a steady rate with good technique. They'll be having an easy win today.
And across the line goes UTS, that's April Draney, Grace Burke, Charlotte Olgers, Annabelle Fuller, and Cox by Sophie Costellis. Very well done, girls. Clearwater win there. And it looks like the University of New South Wales is coming through in second place with a length lead over Newcastle Grammar. Very good push there by Ashley Potter, Annabelle Singh, Charlotte Stanwicks, and Helen Frith, Cox by Sunny Park. And well done to that Newcastle Grammar School. Points for best dressed there, Molly Boyle, Alice McCready, Sadie Smart, Gemma McKenzie, Claudia Wills. And that was a winning time by the UTS crew of 3:50. And across the line goes Asham, rounding out the field. Very well done, ladies.
For the men's C/D grade coxless, is it quad? In lane 1, we've got Newcastle Grammar, Daniel Lillyman, Henry Chaston, Logan Harmon, Vincent Maitoff. In lane 2, we've got Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Melmoth, Will Stedman, Angus Purdy, and Zachary Jones. In lane 3, we've got Kinross Wallaroy with Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Phil Price, Ollie Schofield, with coaches Benjamin Watt and Will Stanley Davis. In lane 4, we've got Hunter Valley Grammar with Harrison Teasel, Oscar Powell, William Hunt, and Bailey Crop. In lane 5, we've got St George, Kale Austin, Ryan Morton, Rory Cole, Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 6, we've got Kinross Wallaroy, William Donovan, Henry McCardle, Thomas Goodser, William Karasach, coached by Will Stanley Davies. In lane 7, we've got Barker College, Tristan Lith, Hugh Lucas, Zachary Neal, Kieran Short. In lane 8, we've got St George, Dylan Grunzel, James Rudis, Tom Madison's James Hutt, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 9, we've got Newcastle Grammar, Barnabas Toth, Daniel Lillyman, Jack Martin, and Thomas Clarkson.
And racing is well underway in this men's CD grade Coxless quad, very much in the mix now. Coming through towards the 250 metre mark. Very fast racing out from a full house here on the river.
Coming through the 1500s now, it's still pretty steady. We don't have a direct leader right now, but lane 7, Barker College is looking pretty good.
I'd say lane 3 as well. It looks like lane 3 and that blue boat, that's Kinross Wallaroy, number 5, Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Finn Price, and Ollie Schofield with a good margin. And yes, I think you're right, lane 7 of Barker College. It's very, very close. Lane 7, lane 8 with contact there just off the bow seat. They're going to be trying to push. This is 500 metres left to go in the race. It's a very close race for first, second. I'd say third and fourth as well is looking very, very close. It's going to be an exciting finish here, ladies and gentlemen.
St George is pushing on Barker now, trying to up their rate a bit. They've still got good blade work, but it looks to be Barker still holding the lead, only by a little bit though. It'll be a really tight finish here.
It looks like St George has started to wind up towards the last 200 metres of the race or so. But across to the far side of the course, we have three crews really battling it out for those third and fourth position places. In the yellow boat there, it looks to be Kinross Wallaway number 5 coming up, perhaps pushing that third place, but it looks like St. George have actually rode through the Barker College crew very nicely. They've timed that excellently to perfection, I would say, and they are coming down towards the last 100 metres of the race. It's coming to clear water.
Barker's technique's now dropping off a bit. The fatigue must be getting to them. But St. George is having an excellent row today, pulling through right at the end. They're going to be having a happy win. Kinross over in lane 3 is starting to push on Barker College. They might be tussling for second place.
And across the line goes St. George in a time of 3 minutes 50. In 3 minutes 24. In very close finish here between lanes 1 and 2. It's going to be a photo finish, I believe. Yes, very well done. Lane 5 coming through. That's the St. George crew in the yellow boat. And finishing off the field, we have lanes 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, finishing off with a very nice, clean finish. And lane 6 rounding out the field. That's Kinross Wallaway on 6. Well done. And turning our attention to the grandstand stage here, we have the medal presentation of the women's CD grade Coxed 4. In first place was the University of Technology, Sydney. That's April Draney, Grace Burke, Charlotte Olgers, and Annabelle Fuller, coxed by Sophie Costellas, representing the UTS crew.
Okay, and we have a bit of musical chairs here in the commentary box at the moment. Introducing...
I'm Izzy.
Hi, Izzy. Izzy, I'm just having a complete mental block here, so Izzy, you'll introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Izzy. I row at Drummoyne Rowing Club. Been involved in rowing for about 12 or 13 years now, rowing through school and then coaching and rowing at Drummoyne.
Excellent. So we have a race roaring down the course, Izzy, so we need to talk to
Yes.
the people, everybody about that. So this is race 88.
88.
88.
Looks like.
It is the men's CD grade Coxless 4, Division 2, over in lane 1 from Barker College. We have Barker College. I won't read the names because they're just roaring down the course straight at us. In lane 2 from Kinross Wallaway. Lane 3 is the Kinross Wallaway crew. In lane 4 for Barker College. Lane 5 University of New South Wales. Lane 6 Barker College. Lane 7 Kinross Wallaway. Lane 8 North Shore, and lane 9 Kinross Wallaway. And it does look to be fairly close out there. It's a full house, but it looks like the Kinross Wallaway crew owe to our, in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Oscar Chandler Sullivan, Hugh Nash, Hamish Searle, Will Kirby, has a bit of a lead in battling it out with the University of New South Wales crew out in the middle, Robbie Ireland, Fraser Wilson, Eskil Zackerson and Marcus Black. And then it's pretty tight for the, who looks to be sitting in third position, but my guess would be the Kinross Wallaway crew over there of Joe Dunworth, Charlie Kimmins, Caden McLaughlin and George Hunt. But now that does seem to be, as they come into the last couple of hundred metres here, the Sydney University crew is really battling it out with the Kinross Wallaway crew closest to the grandstand. Will the Kinross Wallaway be able to hold them off? I'm not quite sure. It's going to be a very close finish. I think the University of New South Wales is actually managing to hold their position. They're just coming up to the finish line. A very exciting finish here, giving it everything they've got, and the University of New South Wales has been able to hold off Kinross Wallaway by about a third of a length. Then over on the far side, we have the other Kinross Wallaway crew of Joe Dunworth, Charlie Kimmins, Caden McLaughlin and George Hunt. A bit further back now to yet another Kinross Wallaroi crew of Austin Cutler, Sandy Johnson, Jack Burke and Maxwell Horn. Then we have a more sedate crew here from North Shore. They're a Masters crew, obviously, showing the boys how it's done. Derek Tarleton, Clement Sang, David Watkins and Kiran Shakur. Over on the far side in lane 1 from Barker College, then lane 2, Kinross Wallaroi. And a little bit scrappy these last couple of crews as they come across the line from Barker College, both crews. So the winning time there was 3 minutes 29.9 with a margin of 1.38. And we have the race 89 has just started. So this is the Men's Masters Coxless 4 over in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales. We have the Lazarou brothers of Nicholas and George. I assume they're brothers. Then James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. They're a C crew. They're giving 13 seconds. So this is handicap because it's Masters. In lane 4 from Black Mountain and St George and Lake Macquarie, we have Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, we have an E crew of Neil Peppett, Mohammed Ide, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. And in lane 6 from North Shore, Maximilian Ott, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. So we have here the F crew closest to the grandstand. In lane 6 went off go. The University of New South Wales is an E crew. They gave 5 seconds. The Black Mountain Composite in lane 4 is a D crew, so they gave 9 seconds. And the University of New South Wales crew is a C crew of 13 seconds. And we'll just squeeze in a very quick medal presentation. And I've just dropped Drew in it to do this.
So across the grandstand now, we have the winners of the men's C/D grade Coxless Quad. That was the St George crew of Dylan Grunzel, James Rudis, Tom Madison, and James Hunt, coached by Mark Featherstone. Well done, gents.
And into the last 250 metres, we have the race out on the field, and it looks very close. We have some pretty top-notch rowers here. This is the men's Masters Coxless 4, as we'd expect with the handicaps. They've all got closer together as they come into the last 250 metres. So the youngsters over on the far side from the University of New South Wales, the C crew, have made up their 13 seconds on the North Shore crew closest to us. And the composite crew out there in the middle is, they were 9 seconds behind the North Shore crew. I think North Shore is going to be able to hold their margin, but a very nice row from the University of New South Wales as they come through to the finish line here. They've got about 30 metres to go. They've got a couple of good lengths over North Shore, but very nice rowing from North Shore. They'll be followed across by the Black Mountain Composite, and then quite a way back there to the other University of New South Wales crew. So out on the field, we now have race 90, which is the Women's Masters Pair, Division 1. Over on the far side from Glebe, we have Audrey Lejeune and Elizabeth Dorian. In lane 3 from North Shore, Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Kwok. In lane 4 from Glebe, Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. And in lane 7 from North Shore, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy. Now over in lane 2 on the far side, the Glebe crew is an A crew. They've had to wait 5 seconds on the start line, and lane 3 is a B crew. They had to wait 3 seconds. All other crews are C, and they went off go. And we're now going to do a medal presentation.
Turning our attention to the stage now for the medal presentation of the men's CD grade coxless quad. The winners, the University of New South Wales, that is bow seat Robbie Island. In the 3 we have Fraser Wilson, on the 2 rather Fraser Wilson, 3 Eskil Zacharison, and stroked by big Marcus Black. Very well done, boys. Take a bow. You deserve it.
So, and it does look to be a very exciting race as this women's masters pair comes down the course. The battle seems to be on between the Lake Macquarie crew of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, holding off the Leichhardt crew of Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. That's lanes, so out in the middle there. They look to be followed by Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy from North Shore. And over on the far side, the other North Shore crew of Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Kwok. And they are followed by the Glebe crews with the Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton slightly ahead of Audrey Lejeune and Elizabeth Dorian.
Yeah, some excellent rowing here from the women's masters pairs. As I alluded to earlier today, it's really not an easy boat to row. So excellent work from the front runners. I believe that's Lake Macquarie and the Green Zooties, who went off go. So enjoying that head start there, but followed closely behind by the Leichhardt crew, I believe, in the blue boat there. Nice, long, powerful strokes. But Lake Macquarie, it looks like, have clear water or just about a length ahead of that Leichhardt crew, and they're going to take it all the way to the line in that first place in lane 5. So well done to Lake Macquarie, keeping it nice and long and consistent. Cross down towards the Leichhardt crew, putting the pressure on a touch as they bring it towards the line. In lane 7, we have that North Shore crew bringing the rate up just a touch. Very well done to the top 3 ladies crews here.
A very nice finish there by Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. Their time was 4:07.34. They were followed across by Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt. Then Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy from North Shore. They'll be followed across by their compatriots from North Shore, Elizabeth Lowe and Peter Kwok. Then next we have Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton from Glebe, and they'll be followed across by Audrey Lejeune and Elizabeth Dorian from Glebe. And we have medal presentation for the Men's Masters Coxless 4. The winning crew from the University of New South Wales. Sorry, just clarifying which crew it was. Neil Peppett, Mohammed Eid, sorry, we got that wrong. From the University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday, and Andrew McEnroe, who came from behind from the 13-second handicap. Congratulations. Okay, roaring down the course, we have the Division 2 of the Women's Masters pair. And over on the far side from Des Moines, we have Colleen Chapman and Sky Smith. In lane 4 from North Shore, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards. In lane 5 from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. And in lane 6 from St George, Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready. And it does seem to be Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell are just as they come up to the last 200 odd metres here, have a nice handy lead over the Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready from St George, but both crews are pushing hard. Will the North Shore crew be able to hold off St George? It does look to be that way. They're very tidy, looking very nice as they come into the last 100 metres or so. The St George crew pushing hard, making sure that they are keeping them all honest. Very nice finish there from Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. They followed across by Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready from St George. A bit further back there to the second North Shore crew of Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, and that will be rounded out by Colleen Chapman and Sky Smith from Des Moines. And we'll just wait for them to cross the line before we go to yet another presentation. So that will be the Des Moines crew of Colleen Chapman and Sky Smith. The winning time there was 4 minutes 19.17. And we'll just go to the medal presentation there. So this will be for the first division of the Women's Masters pair, representing Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry, and Trudy McDonald. They were coached by Odin McIntosh. Congratulations. Nice bit of racing. Okay, and we're just farewelling Drew from, I've forgotten everything. Sydney Rowing Club, University of New South Wales. His first stint up here in the commentary box, and what a fantastic job he did. It's nothing like getting a Cox up here who knows how to make all the calls. Fantastic. Thank you, Drew. Okay, we now have a bit of a break because we'll be going back to 2,000 metre racing. And next up will be the men's A and B grade coxed quad scull. And that will be in about 10 minutes.
Okay, we're going to turn our attention to the finish podium where we've got race 91, the women's masters pair medal presentation. And we've got Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore Rowing Club as the winners of the women's masters pair Division 2. Well done, North Shore. And on the screen you can see the crews rowing up for the men's A B grade cod scull. The race starts in about 10 minutes, so we'll let them line up and then we'll be back when the race starts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a bit of a break now before the next race, which is going back to 2,000 metres, which will be the men's AB grade quad scull. But in the interim, the wonderful ladies looking after the bow numbers have put a plea out to please return your bow numbers. So if you're hanging around your trailer, look about, pick up all the extra bow numbers and bring them back to the tower, please. Once you've finished your race, whip your bow number off your boat after you've taken a breather and had a bit of a rant about how you went, and return the bow numbers. Thank you. So, Izzy, did I tell you about bow numbers?
Oh, I heard something about bow numbers, but I can't
Yeah,
remember
and
what.
what was it?
I think something about returning them.
Yeah, please return the bow numbers.
Yeah, that would be really great.
So, Izzy, you've raced today?
Unfortunately, I've not raced here today, but I was at my school's Christmas regatta this morning, so did get to race at Iron Cove in a little friendly race. But this time last year, we raced in 5 or 6 races each day at this regatta. Lots of fun, dressing up and trying to make the boat go fast with as many decorations on it as possible.
Excellent. Well, I thought Izzy might have been racing today because she's certainly decked out in a bright green tutu and a colourful Hawaiian shirt and looking very much the part, and she has a couple of reindeers holding up her hair. So exciting stuff here out at the Reindeer. Are you racing tomorrow?
Unfortunately not racing tomorrow, but unless I find a crew to fill in for, but we'll be volunteering all day. Looking forward to timing and handing medals out. And
excellent. The emphasis there being on the volunteering. So the thing that keeps these regattas going is those everyone who volunteers. And there are lots of spots available. As some of you may be aware, we haven't had full timing in all the timing huts, and it's a fun way to actually see closely what's happening at a regatta. You get close and personal. Anyone with few hours to spare or between races.
It's great fun. I can't recommend it more highly, especially the timing. You're right there watching the races. It's just nothing better.
Excellent. And so Alico at Rowing New South Wales is always very pleased to hear from anybody who would like to help out and keep these regattas running smoothly. Now, Izzy, on the camera there, we can see the crews lining up down at the 2,000 metre mark. They've probably got about 5 minutes to go, but who's in the race?
So we've got a few UTS crews in the in lane 2. We've got Mitchell Caponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell, coached by the Ungermarks. Then in lane 4, we've got the UTS crew of Max Collier, Nicholas Matur, Peter Waldesy and Zink Bosco, and they're coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 5, we have a B-grade Sydney crew, which is Nicholas Whalen, Jackson Gersoy, Charlie Hine and Maxim Maloney. And then another UTS crew, a B-grade crew this time, which is Mitch Blackmore-Cram, Kaylin Routley, Oscar Beregi and Sam Green, coached by the Ungermarks and Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, we have a lone Kinross Walleroy crew, and they are in C-grade, Harry Dimmock, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary and George Wakeham, and they're coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt. And then we've got a B-grade Sydney University crew rounding it off in lane 8, which is James Scott Brown, William Wolfe, Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter, and they're coached by Peter Warren.
So this looks to be some very exciting racing coming up, looking at the names that we're seeing there. Although it's A and B, we only have one A-grade crew, which is over on the far side, the UTS crew of Mitchell Caponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell. Good on Kinross Walleroy. They're a C-grade crew having a go here. That's Harry Dimmock, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary and George Wakeham. They're in lane 7.
No doubt practicing for the senior 2K races that they'll have at the school regattas.
Absolutely, yes. And look at these conditions out here. There's a slight breeze blowing. It does look to be a slight, it's a bit hard to tell which way it's going, but most of the water is glassy. You can see the odd gusts wafting across the course, but you couldn't ask for better conditions. I know it's hot and sweaty out there while we sit up here in our air-conditioned comfort, but at least we're not under the broiling sun today.
Definitely, definitely. It's nice to have some cloud cover.
So there are 2 divisions in this. We only have 4 races to go to complete the racing for the day. there's two divisions of the men's A-B grade quad scull. They'll be followed by women's open lightweight under 23 double scull, which will also see some pretty hot racing, I think. And then the final race of the day will be the women's A-B and open all combined coxless 4.
That'll definitely be an exciting way to end the day.
So the crews are lined up down at the 2,000 metre mark. They're all sitting forward now. There should be about a minute to the start, and if they're running on time, which they seem to be. This is race 92. It looks like the starter has just given the signal. Division 1 of the men's AB quad scull, AB grade quad scull. So this division is, as I said, there's an A crew. The rest of them are B. There is a C amongst the mix. Then in the second division, it will be all C and D grade. So all C grade with one D grade crew in. So the second division is mostly the schools, so Kinross Wallaroi right in there. The first division is the universities, and there's one Kinross Wallaroi crew. But it's UTS and Sydney University.
And they've just started now. Looks like a pretty quick start from all the crews. No one's had any major mishaps at the beginning. So looks like it's going to be a really exciting race. Kinross Wallaroi always do really well in the school regattas, so let's see if they can hold their own with the A and B grade university races.
And some fantastic video there with the looking down as the sun glints off the water. The sun has eventually broken through this cloud cover. So it looks like we're missing out on the rain this afternoon, thankfully. It's been a perfect day for rowing.
And this view also gives you an idea of how far the crews have to row. You can just see the finish line in the distance, so you can have a bit of empathy for the rowers as they're sitting on the start line.
So you row 2,000 metres, Izzy? As a masters rower, I'm all 1,000 metres.
Yes,
so
I did row 2,000 metres at school and have very much endeavoured never to race 2,000 metres again. So hopefully won't have to do that anytime soon, although I did race head of the Yarra last weekend, which was a bit more than 2,000 metres.
Yeah, never say never.
Never say never. We'll see.
So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark and very closely bunched together, but the crew that does seem to be in the lead is Sydney University of James Scott Brown, William Wolfe, Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter. And James Scott Brown was up here in the commentary box a little bit earlier, having a go, what we like to see, making an impression, and I think he actually quite enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So this is Izzy's first time in the commentary box? No.
It's about my first time, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. This is what we like to see. I'm sure you don't all want to listen to old blokes like me. We want to hear the young ones, what they got to say. So some great racing out there. We have some fantastic video there from the camera mounted on the umpire's boat. And it looks they're very closely together there. It seems to be we're watching the Sydney University, Kinross Wallaroi and UTS crews battling it out. I think I've called that wrong because that does. No, that's...
That looks like lane 8, Sydney University. But
Yeah,
they looks
okay.
like
No,
they're-
I was, yes, the Sydney University crew is actually quite a way back. That's the
Yeah.
James Scott Brown
looks like
stroke
they're being
crew.
left behind a little bit by UTS and Kinross.
But look at that. Kinross have actually got about half a canvas lead over the UTS crew.
Yeah.
So this is the schoolboys up against the uni students. Fantastic stuff, but a bit too early in the race to call it, but they've just come through the 1,000-metre mark. I think we called that wrong as well. It seems to be all the UTS crews. Wasn't Kinross Walleroy at all. Oh, we can now see in the video there's the crew over on the far side, the Mitch Kraponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell, who are coached by the Ungamarks, and over in lane 1 they've been doing some pretty outstanding rowing in their smaller boats so far today. But as they're coming up to the 1,500-metre mark, from up here in the tower, we can see pretty much a relatively straight line across the course. We'll get a better idea as they pass the cameras.
Yeah, at the moment it's definitely looking like this UTS crew have a comfortable lead. But looks like the other 3 crews are pretty close together, making each other work for their 2nd and 3rd place. And from up here, it's still looking quite close. It's looking like UTS are a bit ahead, and then the other 4 crews are really battling it out for 2nd and 3rd.
But that UTS crew over at the far side, well, it's a bit hard to tell because we're getting different camera angles. But I think we're going to see a blistering time in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick race. It's going to be a very quick race.
So the crews out here, the UTS crew of Mitch Blackmore, Cram, Caelan Routley, Oscar Berrigree and Sam Green. Have I just called the incorrect?
They look like they're coming second today. Well, they were coming second at the halfway mark.
Yeah, I was just calling the... Okay, they're just coming up. They're about 350 metres out, I'd say. And it is the UTS crew over on the far side of...
So we've got Mitch Kaponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell leading the pack. And they're followed... Looks like the other UTS crew are making a move. The UTS crew in lane 6 of Mitch Blackmore, Cram, Caelan Routley, Oscar Berrigan and Sam Green are making a move on UTS, and also the Sydney crew. Looking like they're really battling it out for 2nd place. And it's really hard to call now who's going to get it. It might end up being a photo finish. And same for 4th and 5th place. It's looking like UTS and Kinross Walleroy are really battling it out for... that next spot.
What a beautiful finish over there on the far side by Mitch Kaponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell, followed across by the UTS crew of Mitch Blackmore Cram, Caelan Routley, Oscar Berrigree and Sam Green. They were closely followed by Nicholas Whalen, Jackson Gersoy, Charlie Hine and Maxine Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club. What a great race. The finish time there of 6 minutes 16.84.
And only about a 20-second margin between 1st and 6th place.
Wow.
Very close race.
Very close racing there. So that was the UTS crew stroked by Henry Blackwell in the 1st place. The UTS crew stroked by Sam Green in 2nd. The Sydney crew, then Kinross Walleroy right up there, stroked by George Wakeham. They were followed through by the other UTS crew, Sydney University and Hunter Valley Grammar. And roaring down the course now we have...
the next division of the men's A and B grade quad. So these are mostly C grades and a D grade crew even in this race. So we've got Pretty much all or majority school crews with Black Mountain and University of New South Wales in the mix. So no doubt Kinross and St Augustine's are practicing for their school 2K races. So in lane 2 on the far side, there's Black Mountain with George Bowditch, Patrick Edwards, Ben Rickard and Matthew Rickard, and they look like they're in the lead at the 1,000-metre mark. They've got a solid lead. And in the second place, we've got Kinross Wallaroi, who are over in lane 6, and they consist of Nick Tancred, Archie Gordon, Campbell Miller and Oliver Smith, and they're coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt. In third place, in the middle, we've got St Augustine's, over there in lane 3 of Lachlan Schofield, Hamish Wise, Rory Parker and Jason Cow, coached by the Ungermarks. And in fourth place, we've got the University of New South Wales, who are Anthony Ball, Zach Partridge, Alan Mendelowitz and Alex Baum, coached by Cameron Butler. It's looking like quite a close race, but...
Yes, and as they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, it's... They do look to be pretty closely together, so I think the Black Mountain crew is probably holding their lead. They are over here in, well no, they're over on the far side there. They're the red tops standing out in the afternoon sun here. And then closer to us, the Kinross Wallaroi crew, is stroked by Oliver Smith. Looks to be holding their own ahead of the University of New South Wales crew beside them, stroked by Alex Boom. Then out there in the middle, the St Augustine crews, stroked by Jason Cow, are working hard to see if they can get a placing. A little bit further back are the other two Kinross Wallaroi crews, but now they're coming into clear view. Over on the far side there, the Black Mountain crew, as I say, glinting in their red uniforms in the afternoon sun here as it comes through, are working hard to hold off this Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 6, the one stroked by Oliver Smith.
Yeah, it certainly looks like this Kinross crew are doing a big build into the finish, but it's looking like Black Mountain are holding their lead and staying solid. They're having a really good row. They're looking very good technically. So looks like Kinross Wallaroi are also rowing very well and not letting the panic get to them. So it's always good in the last 250 metres of a 2,000 metre race. Sometimes it can all fall apart, and often you just have to make sure that you just keep it together for the last minute. And these crews are doing just that. Yeah,
some great racing there, and look at that. It's it's some very good rowing there. Black Mountain looking pretty relaxed. They know they've got a comfortable lead. They're probably about 3 lengths ahead of the Kinross Wallaroi crew. University of New South Wales working really hard to see if they can get ahead and stay ahead of the St Augustine's crew over there in lane 3. Yeah. And yes, they're going to manage that by probably about half a boat length. Very nice pulled back by University of New South Wales there.
Yeah, St Augustine's, what a great build to the finish though, well done. Really nearly got them there.
And they'll be followed across by the two, both these St Augustine's crews, Kinross Wallaroi crews are coxed, so that's why they're a little bit further back.
That's why.
Presentation down there.
This one. And if we turn our attention to the finish podium, we've got race 92, Division 1 of the men's A-B grade quad scull. And our winners for that race were UTS, and they were Mitch Kaponis, Patrick Burke, Jack Power and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. Well done to UTS. So you can see at the start line lining up, we've got the women's open lightweight under 23 double scull. Looks like there's been a couple of scratchings from that race, but we've got in lane 4 Karoa, and they are a lightweight crew of Adelaide Robb and Amy Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. The Sydney crew of Liesl Page and Laura Cipher are also a lightweight crew, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. King's College crew of Ondine Ochi and Inez Kritzler are also a lightweight crew, and then we have a lone under 23 crew of Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherstone from St George, and they are coached by Mark Featherstone. So it's going to be an interesting race to see whether the lightweights can hold their own with the under 23s. And they've started. What a start it's been. Really strong, speedy start from all those crews. Yeah, I'll do that. So we'll just turn our attention back to the finish podium for the medal presentations of the men's AB grade quad scull Division 2, where we've got Black Mountain, who won that race, and that is George Bowditch, Patrick Edwards, Ben Rickard, and Matthew Rickard. Well done, Black Mountain.
And that was a winning time of 6 minutes 47.37. And we have roaring down the course now the very exciting women's open and, lightweight and under 23 double scull. Very close together as they came across the first 500 metres there.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a really tight race. They're all working, you can see they're working really hard to try and build a lead through the 500. So this is going to be a really exciting race for them. It's perfect conditions still. Water's glinting in the sun, and there's, not very much wind or anything, so it's great conditions for racing.
No, exactly, and we can see a few light breezes scuttling across the surface of the water further down the course, but in conditions like these, we probably get the most accurate times that you would have, because there's no head or tail wind, no currents in this lake that we're aware of.
Yes. Only man-made currents by the boats.
Well,
boats.
or the what do they call it? Ruritaniwha. Oh, sorry, the Taniwha.
Yeah.
Which is the Maori monster
Yes.
lurking at the bottom of the lake.
Yes. The one that tips unsuspecting scullers into the water.
Yes. So this women's lightweight and under 23 double sculls are coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now. Still looking very close together. Some great racing going on out there. We're getting some excellent video. These women looking very good and very clean, as we'd expect.
Yeah, so this Sydney crew is looking like they've got a pretty comfortable lead through the 1,000 metres, and all crews as they're coming across are really, really rowing nicely. They haven't let it fall apart. So we've got Sydney coming first, then we've actually got a Victorian crew coming second, and King's College from Queensland in third place. And then we've got St George of the under 23 crew bringing up the rear, it looks like.
So I wasn't aware that the King's College women was Queensland based. It's great to see that.
They're a college from Queensland University of Technology, maybe.
So it's great to see the interstate crews coming down for this regatta.
Yeah, it's so lovely having some other crews to compete against after a few years of lower participation in races. It's really lovely to see some good competition in the races this year. Very exciting, plus more costumes to view.
So they're coming up to the last 1,500 metres now. We can see some fantastic video there up close from the cameras mounted on the umpires' boats. And who's that? That's the Sydney girls, is it? That's Liesl Page and Laura Seifer.
Yeah, they're just extending their lead, I think it looks like. And Caro and King's College yeah.
Yeah, looking very comfortable there. Look at the power they're putting into that drive, each stroke. A masterclass here.
Yes, certainly. And I wonder whether Caro and King's College, looks like they're pretty close behind, battling it out for second and third place.
I think Sydney Rowing Club has extended their lead now, and that 1,500 metres is a margin now of quite a few lengths. So we don't actually have any timing on the 1,500 metre mark at this for today.
But if you want to volunteer, you're more than welcome to.
Exactly. Volunteers always welcome. Timing is a great way to be up close and personal to all the racing.
Absolutely. And we've actually had the women's A-B grade 4 and the women's open 4 have actually just started their race as well. So we'll be calling that as it comes down as well.
So just coming about 300 metres out, Liesl Page and Laura Seifer from Sydney Rowing Club looking very nice as they maybe do a bit more of a push as they come into the last 250 metres. Very clean. They followed closely by the Corowa crew, well not so close unfortunately, but followed by the Corowa crew over on the far side of Adelaide, Rob and Amy Underwood. Closer to the grandstand here, we have the King's College crew of Ondine Ochi and Inez Kritzler. And then further back is the St George crew of Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherston, who are the under-23 crew. So these are the lightweight ladies all coming up to finish now. What do you think of this last 50 metres here, Izzy?
Oh, they're looking like they're really doing a build to the finish, not letting the fact that they've got a solid lead, letting them rest on their laurels. They are really put in that push at the end, and it's looking like the Corowa crew are doing the same thing. They are perhaps trying to get a personal best time for themselves, as well as trying to extend their lead on King's College. You can see King's College are also starting to build up to the finish. This St George crew, they look like they might be having some equipment trouble. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. King's College girls there just really took it right up to make sure they finished crossed the finish line in style. The finish time for that race was 7 minutes 51.02. That was to the Sydney Rowing Club crew. And roaring down the course, although we haven't quite got the St George crew finished yet, we have the women's A, B and open 4s Over on the far side from the University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates and Tiara Rayner. They are a C-grade crew. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Grace Turner, Stephanie Perella, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray. They're a B-grade crew. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Annabelle Singh, Olivia Zargo and Isabella Nevin. They're a C-grade crew. And then closest to the grandstand, we have an open crew from Sydney University of Taylor Claudel, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price. And how are they going out there? Is he?
Well, it's looking like the open crew have taken the lead at the 1,000 metres with a time of 3:35. It's a pretty speedy time, which is to be expected given they're an open crew. But it's looking like the University of New South Wales and the University of Queensland are really holding a kind of race at the back between themselves, and the University of Sydney crew with Imogen Gray in their stroke are trying to catch up to their other Sydney University crew. So it's looking like perhaps two races, a race for first place and a race for third place between the two crews.
And we're just going to see them come across the 1,500 metre mark, so that'll give us a clearer picture of what's happening. Some great technique out there, isn't there, Izzy?
Yeah, it's beautiful rowing. You can see the backsplash in there as they place their blades. You can see it from both crews on the screen now. And that speed in the leg drive as well, as they're really opening up and getting as much send from the boat as they can.
So that was the, which crew was that just came through?
I think that was the Opens Sydney Uni crew.
Okay.
But actually it might have, the other University of Sydney crew might have caught them up actually.
Yeah, so I think the open crew closest to us, Sydney University crew of Taylor Caudle, India Hobbs and Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price, have a handy lead, but they're being pushed along by the compatriots who are the B-grade crew of Grace Turner, Stephanie Perella, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray.
Yeah, they're really making them work for it here, really making them work for their lead, so should be an exciting finish if they start to build into the last 300 metres of the race.
And quite some distance back to the University of New South Wales crew of Charlotte Stanwicks, Annabelle Singh, Olivia Zargo and Isabella Niven, and they are followed by the Queensland crew, University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Astrid Coates and Tiara Rayner.
But these two Sydney University crews, they're roaring up to the finish line now. They are holding it together beautifully. They are really doing a push to the finish now. This Sydney crew in lane 4 is really trying to make a move on that opens crew and trying to make them really work for their lead. So it's going to no doubt be a very, very exciting finish. But I think this opens 4 really do have a solid lead and a comfortable win for them, with beautiful technique as they cross the finish line. And then this other Sydney University B-grade crew in second place.
So that was a finish time of 7 minutes 14.69, pretty fast, and there was a margin of 5.46. And there's quite some distance back to the University of New South Wales. Looking pretty good. They're getting a little bit wobbly there as they come up. They've just taken it up to give themselves a good, strong finish. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think just those last few strokes are looking pretty good now as they've built the rate up. They're losing a bit less water and they're really squeezing it up to the finish, which is good to see. And then we've got this University of Queensland boat who are also looking pretty tidy into the finish line.
A fantastic effort, all the way from Queensland.
Yeah.
So, and that concludes the racing for the day. A big reminder, please have a look around your trailers and around your campsites for all numbers and return them pronto to the wonderful ladies who are volunteering downstairs in the finish tower.
Yes, please do that.
And we will see everybody hopefully again in the morning to conclude the Reindeer Regatta first, and then the excitement of the sprints in the afternoon. So we look forward to that. Yeah.
So what a great day of racing it's been. So we'll just have the medals for the last couple of races as they're coming up, and then that'll be us signed off for the day.
It's actually only the last one. Yeah. Oops.
So we've got our last medal presentation of the day, which is the Women's Open A and B grade Coxless 4. And the winner of that was the Sydney University Opens crew of Taylor Caudle, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Eleanor Price, and they were coached by Thomas Lorich. Well done, Sydney University.
And that concludes our racing for the day. Once again, a reminder to please return bow numbers. Please, please, please. We've had some fantastic racing out here today. We've had perfect conditions all day. But also a big thank you to the volunteers who make this regatta work, and to the lovely Izzy here who's helped out in the last part of the afternoon with commentary. We've had a few newbies. We've had James, we've had Drew, all doing fantastically well. Oh, and Chloe had a brief stint as well. Any final words, Izzy?
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible today without the volunteers, and equally, if you don't bring your bow numbers back, then there won't be any races tomorrow, because we've got to have those bow numbers ready for the races. So thanks to all the volunteers for all the time they put into the races, and contact Alico Tony if you are keen to volunteer.